Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter and the Mystry of the Fourth Curse? It will have 2 books, and I will upload it in 4 parts, so please hit 100 likes for next part. Before we start, here is my official Patreon. Please join it because there are many stuffs that I can't share here because of community guidelines. But on my Patreon page, you will get adult Harry stories, Naruto, and Deca 2. Also, the quick access for other parts of my story, which might take time on YouTube. Also, there are many stuffs you will get here. Please consider joining my Patreon. Link in the description. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Harry Potter and the Fourth Curse by JohnJWoods. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley of number 4 Privet Drive would readily say that they were perfectly normal, but they were not particularly proud of it. Moreover, they believed that certain events of a mysterious or even strange nature could add a certain liveliness to their mundane lives. And that very night, on Christmas Eve, something unusual was about to happen, something you might even describe as peculiar. Dudley Dursley's big, beefy body moved back and forth with the rocking chair in front of the fireplace. Dudley, now middle-aged, worked for a drill-making company called Grunnings, following in his late father's footsteps, and he also had a thick mustache like Vernon Dursley. And across from him on the long couch sat his son and daughter, discussing something in hushed tones. The younger of the two, Sherry, was an 8-year-old girl with a plump body and puffy cheeks. Her blonde hair, which she usually wore in a double braid, was pulled back into a single ponytail to look premature for the guests, and her hands were clenched tightly around a broken yo-yo with a dangling string. Her brother, Jim, was a few years older and as fat as a young killer whale. He usually spent most of his time upstairs in his room, watching YouTube or playing video games, so it was actually a rare occasion to find him in the living room like this. But the boy somehow managed to catch on and come running whenever his father mentioned anything about magic. And now he was excited about the Potter's visit and seemed to be working on a secret plan with his sister for who knew what. Just then, a middle-aged woman in an apron came out of the kitchen and came into the living room. It was Mary Dudley, Dudley's wife, a well-built woman with short blonde hair. "Dessert is finally ready. I hope the guests won't be long now." "Quite right," Dudley said cheerfully, lifting his heavy body from the armchair. "We should go over the schedule again. Let's practice at the entrance." There was a strange scratching sound on the door as Dudley led his family out of the kitchen. "Have the guests arrived already?" muttered Jim, confused. "No, that's Caroline." Sherry ran over to fetch Caroline, their family cat, who was scratching at the front door with her claws. Taking the cat in her arms, Sherry said softly, "Caroline, it's cold outside. Stay." Caroline, a black cat with white stripes, gave a grumpy meow. When Sherry left Caroline in front of the fireplace and returned, Dudley lined up the children at the front door, while he and Mary stood at the entrance to the living room. "Well, everyone seems to be in place. Mary, you will be in the lounge to welcome our visitors." "Good. What about Jim and Sherry?" "We'll be waiting to open the door and say, 'May I take your coat?' Uncle Harry, may I take your coat? Aunt Ginny?" Dudley smiled with satisfaction as both his son and daughter spoke out almost simultaneously. "Excellent. Now, Mary, you should get them some drinks after I show the guests into the living room." After measuring the width of the couches, Dudley added, "Harry's kids must be growing up, so it might be a bit cramped for everyone. I suppose they can always magically make it bigger, though." "That's right, dear. And what should my young gentlemen and ladies say at our dinner? Should they whine again about wanting to go to Hogwarts like last time?" "Mom, we're way past that stage," said Jim grumpily. "Really? Then what will my little gentleman say?" Mary asked, pinching her son's chubby cheek. He grumbled and pulled his mother's hand away. "I wrote an essay about our hero, and I'd say mine was Uncle Harry. That's my boy." "You remember the model answer I gave you, don't you?" laughed Dudley, then straightened his face and asked, "You didn't really write about Harry, did you? I mean, about him and his lot." Mary answered for him, "Of course not. He was too busy playing video games to do his homework." "You're just like me, son. We're almost there. After dinner, We'll relax in the living room and get to bed if it's late. It's a perfect plan, but only if Jim and Sherry promise me one thing, Mary said, looking sternly at her children. I'm going to ask you one. Last time. You won't bother Uncle Harry about getting into Hogwarts, will you? Jim and Sherry exchanged glances with meaningful smiles on their faces. I promise we won't, Mom, Jim assured his mother. He's right. Anyway, the two of us have a plan. She caught herself and covered her mouth, but couldn't stop her brother from elbowing her in the ribs. What plan? Mary asked suspiciously, but Dudley intervened before their daughter got into any more trouble. I think I just saw something, Dudley said, peering into a steamy window. He wiped it clean with his sleeve and looked out again. Oh dear, the Potters will be here any minute. Hurry up, Jim. Let's get our dinner jackets. While the Dursleys were busy preparing for their special guests who did not visit very often, a new family suddenly but silently appeared at the far corner of Privet Drive, as if they had just popped out of the ground. A thin, tall man in a gray coat carried a pretty girl with bright red hair on her shoulders, and a woman with similar red hair held the hand of a boy slightly taller than herself. Between them stood another boy, as tall as his father, with disheveled, jet-black hair. With their footprints scattered across the snowy pavement, the once quiet street became crowded in an instant. Harry Potter scanned the familiar but unfriendly area with the sharp eyes of an experienced auror. He knew only too well that this part of the town was not at all welcoming to his kind of people. Harry's disheveled hair now had a few shades of gray mixed in with the black, and he had a second faint scar on his cheek, in addition to the famous lightning scar on his forehead. Harry motioned for his family to move on when he saw no threat behind his round glasses. Then he lifted his daughter from his shoulder and gently set her down on the street. Lily, you've gotten too heavy for me to carry, Harry grumbled, exaggeratedly massaging his shoulder. It's just that you're getting older, Dad. Uncle Ron still puts Hugo on his shoulder whenever he wants, protested Lily. He must have several thestrals supporting him from underneath, Harry said with a smile. Lily tried to make another protest, but then she spun around and grabbed her father's cloak in a fit of dizziness. Oh, I'll never get used to this apparition thing. Why couldn't we just use the Flynn network? Lily, that would have destroyed their living room, said Ginny. For the second time, that is, James, Harry's eldest son, shook snowflakes from his coat and grinned teasingly at his sister. Once you're licensed like me, Lily, you'll get used to it. Mom, James is saying that again. When he only passed the test on his second try, Albus, Harry's second son, watched his brother and sister bicker from behind and walked along with his father slowly, as if he had already outgrown being part of their small talk. Albus, the only Potter in the family who belonged to Slytherin House, had once suffered a period of estrangement from his famous father, but now they were close after an incident last year. Last year, Albus had traveled to the past to save Cedric Diggory, using an illegal time turner with Scorpius Malfoy, his best friend and Draco Malfoy's only child. As a result of the time travel, the two had created several calamities that could have utterly devastated their world, but with the help of their fathers and Harry's two best friends, Ron and Hermione, they had eventually gotten everything back to normal. Lily, who seemed a little jealous to see her father, who she thought loved her the most, walking side by side with Albus, stepped between them. Dad, why didn't we go to the Burrow like every other Christmas Eve? Lily's whining made Harry sigh. Lily, I've said this a few times. Since we've been visiting the Burrow for 10 years, wouldn't it be nice if we could make a difference? Besides, all the Weasleys we know are spending this year's vacation in France. I heard Fleur's parents have invited them. What about Granny Tonks? I haven't seen Teddy in ages. We just had dinner with him last weekend, Lily, Albus pointed out. I mean, it's been a while since we saw him on Christmas Eve. Lily glared at her brother, obviously annoyed by his intervention. We'll see him tomorrow night when we visit the Tonks, said Harry. I invited him to the Burrow on Christmas Eve last year, but he said he had an important meeting. Yeah, and Victor didn't show up either, said Albus. Maybe she and Teddy were too busy snogging. Lily said, blushing a little. Harry thought there might be a boy she liked and smiled to himself. Anyway, Teddy must be very busy right now. I gave him an important task, said Harry. He has to work on Christmas Eve? That's too harsh, exclaimed Lily. Did you make him do something dangerous again? Harry grinned as he thought of Teddy Lupin, who would be dozing off listening to the boring speech that was supposed to start at midnight. There was to be a secret meeting of Death Eater sympathizers tonight, and Teddy had been assigned to infiltrate it. No, it will be more tedious than risky. Besides, it's not always easy for an Auror to get to enjoy all the holidays. Poor Teddy. If his boss is his godfather, he deserves some benefits, not extra work, said Lily indignantly. And poor me. It's Christmas Eve, and I have to waste time hearing about the drills. I told Dudley in my last letter that you weren't that interested in the drilling business. And you can always play with your second cousins without listening to our conversations. Playing with Jim and Sherry is no fun at all. They are such crybabies, gluttons, and thieves. While I agree with the first 2 points, calling them thieves seems a bit harsh, Albus said with a grin. If they're not, then how do you explain my missing yo-yo the last time we visited? Said Lily, clutching her large pink bag firmly in her hands. That's because you show off too much to these poor kids, Lily. Haven't you spent all your savings on toys again? Harry teased, tapping Lily's bulging bag. Dad's right. Don't just brag about your stuff and let them play with it. I'm sure they won't steal anything, said Albus reassuringly. As long as they behave this time, Lily said sarcastically, hugging her bag even tighter. By this time, the Potters had almost reached the entrance to the Dursley's house. Harry did not show it to any of his family members, but as he stood at the door, he felt a complex and subtle emotion that even he could not fully explain. This house that he had so desperately wanted to escape from as a child was now the only place where his closest living relative lived. The last time Harry had left, he had never imagined that he would one day return of his own free will. But here he was, raising his hand and knocking on the front door of number 4 Privet Drive. The door opened in a split second to reveal Harry's cousin, Dudley Dursley. Fat as ever, he wore a black tailcoat and black bow tie, giving him the appearance of a giant penguin, and he had a large mustache, unlike before. Welcome back, Harry. It's been a while, Big D. After a light hug with his cousin, Harry entered the house with Ginny, and Dudley's son and daughter stepped forward on either side. May I take your coat, Uncle Harry? You're okay. Thanks, Jim. Harry took off his coat and handed it to Jim. Sherry, however, stopped awkwardly with her arms in the air as she tried to make a similar suggestion to Ginny, who was looking at her feet and not at her. What is it, dear? Asked Harry. I felt something brush against my feet, Ginny said, looking up at her husband. She turned her attention to Sherry, who was on the verge of crying when Harry gave a nod. Oh, thank you, Sherry. You've grown so much. When Harry's children had finished greeting the Dursleys, they were ushered into the living room. Dudley looked worried as he said, Isn't the sofa too small for all of you? It's unusual for us to have so many guests in our house. No problem, Harry said, pulling his wand from his pocket. Engorgo. As soon as the spell hit the sofa, it expanded to fit all 5 of them. Fantastic, Uncle Harry. Amazing. Jim and Sherry exclaimed in unison. Lily, who was in her 3rd year at Hogwarts, sat on the sofa flipping her red hair over her shoulder as if a spell taught to 2nd years could not impress her at all. It brought a smile to Harry's face when he realized that Lily and her second cousins had already begun their battle of nerves. Except for Mary Dursley, who went into the kitchen to prepare dinner, the other 3 Dursleys sat across from them on a smaller sofa once Harry and his family were seated. Mary returned to the kitchen after serving tea to the adults and orange juice to the children and said, Please wait here for a moment. Dinner's almost ready. There was an awkward silence in the living room as Harry stirred his tea with a teaspoon. Harry finally brought it up. Dudley, your new mustache looks great. Thanks, cousin. Did I tell you both my parents died in the epidemic last year? Yes, you mentioned it in your letter. My father had to wear a respirator at the last minute because of lung damage. He had to shave off his beloved mustache and looked so lost and empty without it. That's why I promised to grow one in his place. Unfortunately, he died before I could do it right. I'm so sorry for your loss, said Ginny sympathetically. Harry was grateful that she had offered her condolences. Harry, who had only unpleasant memories of his late aunt and uncle, found it difficult to grieve for them, no matter how hard he tried. So how was your world last year? Said Dudley. Like I said, we went crazy with the pandemic. Harry remembered seeing muggles wearing masks in the streets. However, Harry had paid little attention to the outbreak in the Muggle world, since he had been busy correcting the mistakes Albus had made in time travel. "I think we were all right," said Harry simply. "Not without lingering effects," said James darkly. "The Quidditch World Cup was postponed for a year because of the disease. It would have looked odd to have so many people in one place." Sherry opened her eyes wide and asked, "What's Quidditch?" "It's like playing football on broomsticks," Albus replied, explaining the general rules of the game. While they had a brief conversation about Quidditch, Lily wiggled her fingers on the pink bag in her arms. She seemed to be considering whether it was appropriate to take out a new magical toy and brag about it. Then Mary called from the kitchen, "Everyone, dinner is ready. Please come into the dining room." Harry had acknowledged Aunt Petunia's cooking skills as her only virtue, and Mary Dursley seemed to have inherited them. There were pies, salads, beef, and chicken dishes, all centered around a roast pork loin. It almost looked like the finest of the Hogwarts feast had gathered there. "Uncle Harry, I have something to tell you," Jim said as he hurriedly arranged 2 pies, pork ribs, and chicken legs on his plate. "My teacher once made me write an essay." With his mouth full, Jim mentioned the word hero several times, but Harry barely understood what was being said and just nodded politely. Albus and James, the 2 big eaters in Harry's family, were also busy eating pig's legs and pieces of pie. Mary stood up as the entire pig on the plate disappeared into nothingness, leaving only the bones after some rattling and clattering of the dishes. "Let me get the dessert then." An enormous mound of whipped cream sat on the wide tray she had brought, decorated with sugared violets. The pudding looked remarkably similar to the one Harry had been pelted with on his 12th birthday when Dobby the house elf had threatened him not to return to Hogwarts. "This is my husband's favorite," said Mary proudly. "I learned the secret recipe before my mother-in-law died." While her parents sipped coffee served with the pudding, Lily prepared to wage a silent war with her second cousins. Harry pretended to be absorbed in stirring his coffee, glancing sideways at what Lily, sitting next to him, had prepared for tonight. The first thing she pulled out of her pink bag was a picture of her favorite band, the Weird Sisters, singing and dancing. He watched with interest as Lily placed the wizard picture against a nearby bread basket so that Jim and Sherry, sitting across from her, could see it clearly and waited for them to be impressed. Harry remembered dining with the Dursleys a few years ago. Aside from playing with the screaming yo-yo in the living room to get admiration, Lily had asked her second cousins why their family pictures on the mantelpiece didn't move, much to Jim and Sherry's embarrassment. Today, however, things were different. When Jim and Sherry saw the band members singing and playing their guitars. In Lily's picture, they exchanged furtive glances and smiled at each other. "Is this your favorite band?" asked Sherry. "They're called the Weird Sisters. They're the most talented band I've ever known," said Lily brightly. "Really? Then let me hear some of their songs," demanded Jim. "Huh? You mean now?" Despite his calm face, Jim looked like he was enjoying Lily's embarrassment. "Yes, right now. Is there any reason why we can't? I didn't bring a radio, and besides, it's past time for the music channels." Lily's answer seemed to be just what her second cousins had been waiting for. Sherry and Jim smiled conspiratorially before placing a small object on the table. Harry knew it was called a smartphone, a device most muggles would spend all day looking at these days. Jim turned on his smartphone and tapped the red square among the small icons on the screen. The screen darkened briefly from Jim's manipulation, then played an exciting song performed on a stage with colorful lights. "This is my favorite hip-hop group. This app is called YouTube, where you can listen to all the songs in the world," Jim explained gently, as if he were talking to a younger child. Lily stared at the handsome men dancing energetically on the screen for a moment with a stunned expression, but then she pulled away and changed her expression to one of stern disapproval. Everyone's attention was already focused on the children's confrontation, except for Dudley, who was busy scooping up the whipped cream on his plate with a large spoon. "That's not bad," Lily said reluctantly after struggling to find the right words. "Not bad? It's fantastic." Jim excitedly played several more videos on his smartphone. From a children's cartoon, to epic movies with lots of heroes and villains fighting, to a realistic game with soldiers shooting at each other, they all played one after the other with loud sound. Having played only crude computer games on a black and white monitor when he was young, Harry was also shocked by the vivid screen and high-quality audio coming from such a small machine. Lily pretended to ignore it, but occasionally glanced sideways at the smartphone to see what was playing. Mary finally intervened when Ginny looked worriedly at her daughter, whose face was growing darker and darker. "Jim, how many times have I told you? Put that thing away when you eat." "Okay, Mom." Jim slowly pushed his phone under the table, not forgetting to tease Lily. "I just thought it would amaze her." Lily quickly retrieved the moving photo of the weird sisters, which had obviously become a symbol of her grim defeat, and tucked it back into her bag. Harry thought he had seen enough of the political world to nominate his best friend, Hermione Granger, for Minister of Magic. But the children's politics around the table seemed even more intense than the adults, constantly trying to humiliate each other. Dudley, who had just finished his pudding, raised his head as the rest of the Potters nibbled on their food and looked at Lily with concern, for she had just been made fun of by her second cousins. "What's wrong?" asked Dudley. Lily quickly replied, "Nothing at all, Uncle Dudley. Everything is just fine. Everyone must be full by now," Mary said, looking around the table. "Shall we go into the living room then?" Lily stood up, holding her bag with a determined look on her face, and Jim and Sherry followed her out, clutching their smartphones. Harry had a sinking feeling that the second battle between them would continue in the living room. Sure enough, as soon as Lily sat down on the sofa, she opened her bag and started looking for materials for the counterattack. It seemed to be full of items she had gotten from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, her most generous sponsor. The small victory at dinner must have inspired Jim and Sherry, for they sat in front of Lily and carefully examined what she would brag about this time. Instead of pulling out what she had in her hand, Lily smoothed her hair and increased her second cousin's impatience to the maximum. Lily muttered a little loudly, "Oh, my hair looks messy." She finally took her ace in the hole out of her bag. On the wrapper of the new product was a picture of a witch wearing a pointy hat and holding a large comb. Her second cousins focused on the magical comb as she took it out of the box and began to brush her hair. In the area where the comb had touched, her red hair turned pink and curly, and with a few more movements of her hands, the entire style of her hair became the one depicted on the box. Sherry opened her mouth wide to admire Lily, but Jim grabbed her arm and stopped his sister, saying, "Lily, your new hair looks great." "Thanks," Lily said, as if she agreed with his praise 100 times over. "But is that the only style you can do with that comb?" asked Jim, a corner of his mouth twisting as he forced a smile. "Well, you can change it if you buy another comb," Lily replied, a little sheepishly. "In that case, you'd better carry a lot of combs if you want to change styles and post them on Instagram." "What's Instagram?" Just as the question was asked, Lily's face showed a hint of regret. As if waiting for this moment, Jim gave Sherry a signal. She pulled out her smartphone and turned it around so Lily could see it. In contrast to her actual appearance as a blonde, Sherry was displayed on the small screen with bushy pink hair. With this app, you can change your appearance at any time and take pictures however you like. Jim deftly touched the screen from side to side, and Sherry's face appeared on the screen, first with a cat-like beard, then with rabbit ears. Her appearance changed each time Jim moved his fingers across the screen. After staring at the phone for a minute in bewilderment, Lily protested, "But you only look different in that little device." "True, but what my friends see is the same as what's displayed here," said Jim plainly. Using her smartphone, Sherry took some pictures of herself, pressed something on the screen, and showed it to Lily. "This is Instagram, the one Jim mentioned earlier. You can take pictures, edit them however you want, and show them to your friends all over the world. With this little thing? I don't believe it. How can you send a picture without an owl?" Lily's comment drew a loud laugh from Jim, and Sherry, infected by her brother, joined in. The pink in Lily's hair faded and began to turn red, and the color of her face became almost the same. A small ringing sound came from the cell phone, and Jim and Sherry checked the screen together. "Oi, you got feedback already?" "Read it," said Jim. Sherry read aloud what appeared on the screen. "Sherry, you look wonderful in the picture. I wish you a Merry Christmas." Sherry didn't forget to show Lily the comment under the picture. "It's from an American pen pal I met on Facebook." Lily didn't make the mistake of asking what Facebook was this time and said coldly, "All your friends are fake. Real friends should exchange handwritten letters. Friends you keep in touch with through owl posts every few days. If your owl gets sick, that friendship is doomed, right?" Jim laughed mockingly. and Sherry followed suit. Hearing this, Harry remembered how disappointed he had been with Ron and Hermione in this very house when Dobby had intercepted their letters. Jim took out his smartphone and shook it in front of Lily this time. This way I can always keep in touch with my friends. They came to visit me in 10 minutes the last time I was sick. Stop bragging, Jim. What's the big deal about phones? Everybody's got one. Dudley, who had been dozing off in his rocking chair, woke up and intervened when the children's voices grew louder. I thought so too, Dad, until today, that is, sneered Jim. Lily's face was now almost redder than her hair, and she was on the verge of crying. After she calmed herself, Lily took a deep breath and said, Sherry, I have more of these things at home. Would you like this comb? Lily waved the magic comb from side to side on her fingertips like a lure on a fishing line. Sherry's eyes quivered in a struggle between longing and pride. As if asking him to make a decision for her, Sherry looked back at her brother. Jim shook his head, almost invisibly, and Sherry made up her mind and turned back to Lily. No, Lily. This will do, Sherry said as she picked up her smartphone. Didn't you say you had something for Lily? Said Jim, nudging his sister. Oh, yes, she replied, pulling an object out of her pocket. A battered yo-yo with its string dangling. You left it here the last time you visited Lily. Lily seemed to be fighting back tears. The screaming yo-yo had stood out among all the wonderful joke items that had made her second cousins weep with unbearable longing for magic at their last meeting. Lily had probably lost it on purpose so that Jim and Sherry could feel Lily's superiority even without her presence. However, the same yo-yo now stood as a symbol of Lily's defeat, worn and faded. Let me know if you want another one. I have one in my bag, Lily said, her voice shaking. After an agonizing moment, Sherry finally picked up her smartphone instead. I don't need it. This is more fun. That was the last blow for Lily. Tears welled up in her hazel eyes, and she jumped out of her seat. Lily, are you all right? Asked Harry worriedly. Yeah, just going to the bathroom, Lily said, almost running out of the living room, and Harry and Ginny looked at each other gravely. Noticing this, Mary made a stern face at her son and daughter. Jim, Sherry, put that thing away at the family meeting. Okay, Mom, Jim grumbled, putting the phone back in his pocket, but already looking victorious, having achieved his primary goal. Mary and Ginny began talking loudly about knitting, trying to make the awkwardness of the situation go away. James and Albus began a heated discussion about where the upcoming Quidditch World Cup will be held. Harry remained silent, but after 20 minutes he began to feel uncomfortable. Why isn't Lily coming back? Asked Mary worriedly. Shall we look for her together? Thanks, that would be nice. Everyone came out of the living room and started looking for Lily. Sherry and Jim went up to the second floor with Ginny and James while the rest of the group searched the first floor. Harry opened the bathroom door with little expectation, but his heart sank when he realized that the sink had been left dry with no sign of recent use. Dad, come to think of it, Lily got up with her bag, Albus said with concern in his voice. Do you reckon she might have left the house? I'll check the back door for any sign of her. You check the garden after you check the front door. Walking past the kitchen, Harry caught sight of Lily's pink backpack leaning against the door. Harry opened the door and looked out into the backyard, where a large tree stood on a lawn, but no one was there. Deciding to use some spells in case the others failed to find Lily, he returned to the house. Just in time, Dudley appeared in the hall, sucking whipped cream on his thumb, having checked the dining room. Looks like we're done with the first floor, said Dudley. Should we go back to the living room in case she's back? Sure, Harry replied. But as he passed through the hallway with the stairs on one side, he suddenly remembered something and stopped. You go on? Let me check the cupboard. I already checked, it's empty. Just in case. As Dudley's footsteps faded into the living room, Harry opened the small door under the stairs and peered inside. There was no one in the cupboard, true to Dudley's word, but what he found inside was very different from what Harry had expected. Instead of a pile of junk like old shoes and umbrellas, there was now a small bed with a blanket and pillow on it. It seemed that the cupboard had returned to the way it had looked when Harry had slept in it as a child, completely unaware of the wizarding world. Lost in his old memories, Harry sat on the bed in the cupboard, then felt something warm and soft under him and heard a shrill scream. Arif, that hurts! On the seemingly empty bed, Harry felt a light, fluid fiber on his fingers. He grabbed the end and pulled it off. Lily emerged from under the cloak, which had faint constellation patterns on a silvery gray fabric. Looking sleepy, she rubbed her calves where Harry had just sat. "I found Lily," Harry shouted as he poked his head out of the cupboard. The others replied in agreement. "How did you know I was here, Dad?" asked Lily, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "I didn't. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sat on you," Harry said with a smile. "I remember giving James the cloak of invisibility. Don't tell James. I borrowed it on the sly." "It's warmer than it looks," Lily said with a shrug. Her lower body, covered by the cloak, was still invisible, and her upper body seemed to float without it. "James seems to be causing a lot of trouble with the cloak at Hogwarts, but he must not have considered using it as a blanket." She covered her mouth with her hand and yawned. "Why is there even a bed in here? It's hard to imagine anyone staying here." "You're right, but I did live here when I was very young." Harry felt bitter to remember the spiders that had landed on his face when he had slept in this cupboard as a child. He reached his hand over his head and touched the dusty ceiling, gently sloping down along the stairs above. "You're joking, aren't you?" "How can anyone live here?" said Lily, laughing out loud. But she got serious when Harry kept a straight face. "Did you really?" Harry nodded and said, "My aunt and uncle were not so kind to me, mostly because they hated magic so much. That's why Dudley is so remarkable. It must have been very difficult for him to escape his parents' influence." Harry sat on the bed with Lily in silence. Even though the cupboard felt even more cramped with the two of them, he hardly noticed as he was deeply moved by the fact that he had finally returned to sit here with his dear daughter. At last, Harry had shaken off all the unhappiness that had plagued him since he was an infant. "Dad, you know what day tomorrow is, right?" "Of course. Did you make a wish to Santa Claus?" "Come on, Dad. I'm much too old for that." "I think you've already told Creature to leave our presents at home," Lily said, looking down at her lace fingers. She tended to do that whenever she was about to bring up a serious subject. "Can you give me a smartphone for a present?" "Lily, I get it. That device could come in handy. But there's too much magic in the air at home or at Hogwarts, so it wouldn't last long. Times have changed, Dad. You can use it at Hogwarts now," cried Lily. "For some time now, students have been flocking to a certain place to use their phones." "Really?" said Harry in shock. But how?" "I haven't seen it in person, so I don't know the details, but it looks like they've modified the room of requirement for the purpose. I'm sure everyone from a Muggle family has one, since Professor McGonagall officially allowed us to bring them last term." As head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Harry was convinced that he would not let anything important go unnoticed within the wizarding community. But from what Lily was saying, it sounded like the tide of change had already begun to rise, soaking Harry's ankles without him even knowing it. "Okay, but I'll buy you one around Easter, not tomorrow." "Really? Thanks a lot, Dad." Lily held out her hands and cheered, but then she smacked one of them on the underside of the ceiling and cried out in pain. "I still can't believe you used to live here." "Neither can I." Father and daughter returned to the living room, where Ginny and Mary were talking about knitting and Dudley was sitting in a rocking chair looking at his phone. "Where's everybody else?" asked Lily. "Oh, Lily, are you okay?" "They're upstairs playing games," Mary said, taking her eyes off the wool scarf she was knitting. "We bought Jim a new PlayStation." After a moment's thought, Lily left the living room and ran up the stairs to find her brothers and second cousins. She seemed to have gained confidence from Harry's promise to buy her a smartphone. As Harry sat down on the sofa opposite him, Dudley muttered, "Where was she? She couldn't have been in the cupboard." "Of course you couldn't find her. She was in the cloak of invisibility." Dudley laughed and said, "I see. I'd like to use one of those at work. I've been so busy these days. Sometimes I wish I could just vanish from this world." "By the way, Big D, why did you put the bed in the cupboard?" Harry asked hastily, before the subject turned to the drilling industry, and Dudley stared up at him. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, we rented the room for the year. A waitress who used to live there only recently moved out." "Renting it? You mean that cupboard?" Getting up from his chair, Dudley collapsed next to Harry and said, "Let me show you." He took out his cell phone and fiddled with it for a while before showing it to Harry. On the left side of the screen were pictures of different houses, and on the right side were the rental prices. "This app is called Airbnb. Anyone can use it to rent out a part of their house." Dudley pressed a button, and a picture of number 4, Privet Drive, popped up. A series of pictures of the cupboard under the stairs, taken from different angles, came up as he moved his fingers. It looked slightly larger and cleaner than it actually was, but the images were certainly of the cupboard Harry was familiar with. £130 per week. Harry read out the weekly rent for the cupboard written below the pictures. Having been away from the Muggle world for the past 30 years, he had lost much of his understanding of its monetary value and asked his wife, "Ginny, can you tell me how much £130 is for us?" Ginny, who was learning to knit from Mary without the use of magic, raised her head. Harry had a feeling that his wife, the sports reporter for the Daily Prophet, would have a better idea of the exchange rate for Muggle money than he did. And he was right. "Well, their £5 is about a galleon to us, so—" Ginny replied after bending and unbending her fingers a few times and finished with about 26 galleons. Now it was Harry's turn to be shocked. 26 galleons. For 1 week's rent of that tiny cupboard. Perhaps because Harry had said it too loudly, Dudley blushed a little. "Yes, I know it's a bit expensive, but that's the current market price. Tenants come in at that rent." It occurred to Harry what he could do with 26 galleons. A long time ago, he had bought the Phoenix Feather Wand, his dear, lifelong companion now in his pocket, from Ollivanders for only 7 galleons, which meant that 3 such wands could be bought for the same amount. Moreover, a glass of butterbeer cost only 2 sickles at the 3 Brumsticks. And since 1 galleon was 17 sickles, that gold could buy more than 400 butterbeers. This neighborhood isn't the only one experiencing skyrocketing rents. In fact, the housing market nationwide seems to be a mess, Dudley further explained. "It wasn't unreasonable for my father to move the family back here. After all," Harry remembered his constant urging to get the Dursleys out of their home when Voldemort's threat was at its height. Uncle Vernon had then believed it was Harry's plan to take over the house, which had been rapidly increasing in value. As Harry considered the amount of galleons he would have to pay for the time he had spent in the cupboard, he had a bitter taste in his mouth. Perhaps his late aunt and uncle had shown him great kindness without ever knowing it. "Some Londoners are living in boats because the rents have gone up so much," said Mary. "Right. I've heard that too," Dudley said, turning the smartphone he was holding upside down. "As you can see from toys like this, our technology is getting better every day, but oddly enough, life has gotten harder for a lot of people." A sad smile spread across Mary's face as she added, "Some call it poverty in the midst of plenty. Maybe it's that our world needs a little magic too. Yes, we could really use some magic." While the 4 adults were lost in silence and thought, Albus came downstairs and rubbed his tired eyes. "Everyone's feeling sleepy now, Mom." "All right, Albus. I'll make you a bed." Rolling up their sleeves, the Potters climbed the stairs. It took several wand swings and spoken spells for them to create an extra comfortable bed in the smallest bedroom that had once been Harry's and was now occupied by Sherry. After clearing Jim's room of all the clutter, Harry then magically summoned a bunk bed for James and Albus, and it was decided that Harry and Ginny would stay in a spare bedroom for visitors. When Harry was satisfied that everything had gone smoothly in the end, Sherry ran up from downstairs. "Mom, I can't find Caroline anywhere." "Who's Caroline?" asked Harry. Dudley looked worried as he said, "Our family cat. Come to think of it, I haven't seen her for the last few hours." The 2 families searched the house for about an hour, looking in every nook and cranny. But unlike Lily, Caroline really seemed to have left the house. "Now I remember, I felt something brush against my leg when I came in here, and it must have been that cat," said Ginny thoughtfully. Sherry cried out, worried and grieving. "Poor Caroline, it's so cold outside. And how hungry would she be?" "Don't worry too much, dear. She's done it before," said Mary reassuringly. "But she came back before sunset back then." Sherry began to sniffle. "All the houses in this town look so alike. How would she find ours in the dark?" "Maybe we should leave the door open for Caroline to come in," said Jim, who had just returned from searching the front yard. "Absolutely not. The burglar alarm won't work if the door is left open," said Dudley sternly. "But we have Uncle Harry," said Jim. "Yes, burglars have no chance against him," Sherry said in agreement. With all eyes on him, Harry knew he had no choice. "Okay, I'll take some security precautions." Sherry, excited by his assurance, ran forward to open the front door, just enough for the cat to enter. Harry took out his wand and began casting all the defensive spells he knew at the entrance. Having done most of the work, Harry poked his head through the open door and looked around. The nearby streetlights lit up the snowy street, and it seemed as if a golden net had been woven over it. "Are you sure about this, Harry?" whispered Ginny uneasily. "Don't worry. I know just the right spell for the occasion." Harry stepped back and cast a final spell on the door, wrapping it in a silvery oval that was almost transparent. At the same time, the cold wind stopped blowing through the crack. "Minerva taught me this new spell. She had modified the one once used by the Death Eaters to suit her needs. When cast in an open passage, this spell allows only those with certain qualifications to pass. In this case, you have to be a cat to enter the house." "No wonder. I'm sure Professor McGonagall found it very useful," said Albus grumpily. "It's done." When Harry turned and announced it, Jim and Sherry rejoiced. "Magic is so amazing," Sherry exclaimed, causing a small smile to spread across Lily's face. The rest of the family had eventually gone up to their bedrooms. Harry, left alone on the first floor, took one last look around the hallway. The scenery inside the house, which he had once found painfully familiar, felt somehow alien in the dark. Harry stared at the quiet street beyond the open door, which showed no signs of anything strange, as he absent-mindedly touched the lightning scar on his forehead. It did not hurt at all. All was well. Harry climbed the stairs, reassured that nothing could possibly go wrong, at least for tonight. How very wrong he was. The birds on the wires chirped at the break of dawn. From the outside, number 4, Privet Drive looked as if it was going to have an uneventful morning. Harry, awakened by the birds, went down to the first floor, where Jim was happily opening his presents under the Christmas tree. Sherry was stroking a cat with a smile on her face. Caroline was licking milk from the bowl next to the front door, which was still slightly ajar. "Thank you, Uncle Harry," Sherry said happily. "Caroline's back." Harry replied with a grin. He undid his defensive spells one by one, so as not to accidentally hurt any muggles. Harry politely declined Dudley's invitation to join his family for lunch, seeing his children's impatience. With their presents already piled under their own Christmas tree at the Potters, they would be anxious to get home and open them. Besides, they were supposed to have dinner with Andromeda Tonks and Teddy Lupin that night. The Potters were about to leave when they encountered an unexpected problem. Harry and the rest of the family were sitting in the living room, packing the clothes they had brought and putting them in Ginny's bag. At that moment, Lily rushed into the living room and spilled the contents of her bag on the sofa. "Lily, you must be confused," said James importantly. "You're supposed to be packing, not the other way around." Ignoring this, Lily rifled through her various toys and accessories on the sofa, desperately trying to find something. After turning her bag upside down a few more times, she looked back at Harry with an alarmed expression on her face. "Dad, I can't find it. I don't see the invisibility cloak anywhere." "Why are you looking for the cloak here?" said James. "I must have left it at home. Sorry. I brought it without your permission. I'm pretty sure I left it in the cupboard, but I can't find it." Harry went straight to the cupboard under the stairs, leaving James, who was furious that Lily had carelessly touched his things. He brushed his hands over the small space inside the cupboard until dust flew everywhere. Even though the cloak should be visible when someone isn't wearing it, there was no trace of it when he lifted the bedclothes and blankets several times. Harry even used his wand to shine a light into the darkness under the bed. Convinced that it could not possibly be in the cupboard, Harry told Dudley and got everyone to search for the missing cloak. After a series of fruitless searches throughout the morning, and after Harry even used magic to see if anyone could remember seeing the cloak, Harry had no choice but to admit what he had never wanted to admit. The best of all the invisibility cloaks, the only thing Harry had inherited from his father, the most useful artifact that had saved him and his friends from countless dangers, had indeed been lost. The Controversial Law. Chapter 2. The Controversial Law. The melted, muddy snow on the street seen through the window of the Ministry of Magic had almost disappeared, replaced by the fallen green leaves of the trees. Harry would look out of his office window at the quiet streets whenever he wanted to regain his inner peace, even though he knew the scenery was just an illusion. Harry, however, felt nothing but frustration now at the sight of winter fading away and spring appearing, just as he had the previous 2 months. His instincts told him that he should be roaming the streets and alleyways right now. not sitting in his underground office. He glanced at today's Daily Prophet, thick reports, and a pile of neatly folded letters on his desk to resist the urge to run out. The front page of the Daily Prophet featured a wide-ranging controversy over the so-called Wand Act, which had been a major issue in the wizarding world for the past few weeks and was being aggressively pursued by Hermione Granger, one of his two best friends and the current Minister of Magic. Harry skipped over articles about the Wand Act and other minor events, focusing instead on the sports section, where his wife Ginny had written a thorough analysis of England's chances of hosting the upcoming Quidditch World Cup. Though he gave it a quick glance, Harry found that he was not interested in the rest of the paper and put it aside. Harry then reviewed the reports from the Auror office, whose agents had been dispatched to various regions of Britain and abroad to identify any suspicious activity. Nothing of interest had been reported, except that a chimera on the loose because of the union strike at the Greek Ministry of Magic had thrown downtown Athens into chaos. But even the rampaging chimeras were no longer of interest to Harry. Then there were about 10 letters piled up. Harry set aside a letter from his old friend Luna Lovegood, whose last name had been changed by her marriage to Rolf Scamander, decorated with a lion's mane, without even opening it. Despite being one of Harry's closest friends, Luna had been pestering him for months about protecting certain terrible creatures in the Forbidden Forest, and Harry had grown tired of her letters. Harry had repeatedly asked Luna to contact the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures instead of his department, but Luna had asked him to intervene himself, as she felt they wouldn't listen. The department's lack of interest actually made sense. Who cared if the giant cannibal spiders were being slaughtered in the depths of the forest or not? Especially considering that those spiders had once been very eager to eat Harry himself. The rest were either letters asking for Harry's signed photos, or letters from his mates in Dumbledore's army asking how he was. As he limped disappointedly into his chair after reading the last letter, with no income, a purple paper airplane whizzed through the small hole above the entrance to his office. Harry's heart pounded again with anticipation as he grabbed the tiny airplane and opened it. The letter from the improper use of Magic Office read, "Dear Mr. Potter, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Unfortunately, I must give you the same answer today as I have given you every day for the past 2 months. No, there are no criminal charges or allegations regarding the use of an invisibility cloak currently under investigation. Yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of Magic Office." Though the tone of the letter had started out with a great deal of respect for the most influential hero in the magical world, it was becoming more terse and curt with each passing day. More disappointed than ever, Harry bundled up the letter and threw it in the dustbin. The wretched plane sped away with its crumpled wings, and he stared blankly as it flew off, only to be crushed among the other garbage. The bin closed like a hungry, insectivorous plant, then swallowed its contents and burped loudly. Harry lay on the desk. With his eyes closed, he could almost feel the smooth, silky texture of his old cloak against his fingertips, rippling like the waves of a lake on a breezy, sunny day. Of course, there was nothing in his hands when he opened his eyes again. It was as if the thread connecting him to his joyful past had been severed with the loss of the invisibility cloak. In an effort to calm his feelings of loss and despondency, Harry straightened up, turned his head, and looked at the grandfather clock in the corner. The many hands of the clock, each labeled with the pictures of the Aurors working for Harry, were busy spinning without showing the correct time. His eyes narrowed as he searched for a familiar young face with sandy blonde hair, and he confirmed that the hand for Teddy Lupin was still pointing to Azkaban. He was still some time away from returning. Harry's godson, Teddy Lupin, had been sent to the notorious wizard prison to observe if there was any suspicious activity among the prisoners. But the reason Harry was eagerly awaiting Teddy had nothing to do with Azkaban. He had another motive today. Getting up from his seat, Harry searched through an antique bookcase and found a thin report. Since he had read the report every day for the past 2 months, the red cover with Teddy Lupin's name at the bottom had become smooth and faded. Harry returned to his desk and read the report carefully, word by word, to make sure he had not missed anything. Still, he could not find any connection between the loss of the invisibility cloak and the Christmas Eve rally of Death Eater sympathizers that Teddy had attended as an undercover agent. It's too early to be disappointed, I'm going to use this today, Harry muttered to himself as he pulled something covered in purple cloth from under the desk. He turned his head just in time to see the hand of the clock marking Teddy's face move from Azkaban to the Ministry of Magic. A short time later, Harry's godson burst into his office without knocking. "Good morning, boss." Through the crack in the door caused by his abrupt entrance, Harry spotted a few Aurors glaring at Teddy's back in displeasure, but they were soon hidden by the closing door. Thoroughly wet, Teddy's hair wasn't his usual sandy blonde, but a vivid shade of violet like that worn by his late mother, Nymphadora Tonks. His black trench coat was drenched in water, as if it had just come out of the washing machine, forming a large puddle under his feet. More drops of water splashed in all directions as Teddy shook them off vigorously. "Good morning, Teddy. What's with the new hair?" "I've been to Azkaban, Harry," said Teddy wide-eyed. "Blonde hair doesn't go well with the gloomy setting. The place is a lot better than it used to be, though. At least the Dementors are gone now." "Yeah, but the guards are look just as gloomy as the prisoners in that awful weather," said Teddy, shaking off the water again. Meanwhile, his pointed nose and chin, which had given the impression of depression, were gradually shrinking. This revealed his original handsome face, and his hair was almost back to its natural sandy color. "That's understandable. How is Kingsley, by the way?" asked Harry. Kingsley Shacklebolt was a longtime friend and co-worker of Harry's, and he also happened to be the former Minister of Magic. The only person who looked pleased was him. "If I were a retired Minister of Magic, I'd go to tidy and rest like forever. He's not in his right mind to volunteer to be the governor of Azkaban." Teddy shook his head as he pointed the wand at his still damp head, and his hair was instantly styled to perfection, as if he had used a hairdryer with the utmost care. "That's how Kingsley is. He just never rests. By the way, he asked me to give you this." Teddy took out a rolled piece of parchment from inside his coat and handed it to Harry. "This is a report on Rodolphus Lestrange, who escaped and was recently recaptured in Delphi Diggory, the latest prisoner to arrive. Rodolphus seems to have fallen ill after spending some time outside." "I'm glad to hear that. We had a hard time getting him back in." Harry carefully read Kingsley's neat handwriting on the report. The report concluded, to his dismay, that the two prisoners on watch had not shown any suspicious behavior in the past year and were serving their sentences properly. Kingsley had taken over as head of Azkaban after Rodolphus's escape and had promised to run the prison as thoroughly as possible. Harry had no reason to doubt the report, since Kingsley could not have neglected his guard. Harry was going over the report again to see if he had missed anything when Teddy yawned lazily and asked, "Can I go home now? Our bylaws say you can go on leave after a trip to Azkaban." "Wait a minute. I need you to do something for me." Having put Kingsley's report in a drawer, Harry handed Teddy another document with a red cover that he had placed on the corner of his desk. Teddy let out a deep sigh just looking at it. "I've said enough about that uneventful Christmas rally. Nothing happened that night. Sometimes it's the little details that slip your mind that hold the key to solving a case. But how can I remember something I can't?" "That's where magic comes in," Harry said, slowly removing the purple cloth from the object between him and Teddy. "Do you know what this is?" Some sort of iron wash bowl?" "Take a closer look. There's something written in runes on the outside." "But I've failed that subject. It's called a pensieve. It lets you go directly into someone's memory and experience it vividly. I managed to borrow one from the Department of Mysteries." "Wow, that's really cool," said Teddy unenthusiastically. "So the most boring memory of my life is what you want me to relive?" "We're going in together, so let's take a closer look to see if anything suspicious happened at the rally. Now, remember what happened that night. Could there be another way?" "Stay calm, Teddy. I don't want to empty your head any more than it already is." Harry raised his wand and pointed it at Teddy's head. Teddy winced, and at the same time a thin silver thread was pulled out of his head and hung from the wand. Harry carefully placed it on the silvery, white substance in the pensieve and shook it off a few times. Teddy's memory fragment fell onto the silvery substance, causing it to swirl. When the surface of the strange substance calmed down again, it gradually became clear, revealing a dark basement dimly lit by candles. "You first. I'll be right behind you." Harry beckoned, and his godson groaned audibly and thrust his face into the pensieve, Harry following. The moment the tip of Harry's nose touched the transparent material, a wave of dizziness swept over him. It was as if invisible hands had grabbed his legs, turned them upside down, and plunged his head into the bowl. Harry felt as if his body was being carried away by the treacherous currents of the deep sea. Suddenly, he found himself sitting in an empty chair in the basement. Teddy, who was sitting next to him, shivered and asked, "Is it always this cold? Once you get used to it, you'll feel better." Teddy looked around and gaped. "Wow, this is something. It's exactly like that night." He gestured to a man slumped in a chair a few seats away. "I guess that's me, right? Look at that idleness." Harry inspected the basement more closely. A high ceiling made it appear more spacious than it had from the outside of the pensive. Despite the bright candles hanging from the ceiling, reminiscent of the Great Hall at Hogwarts, he could feel absolutely no warmth in the room due to the twisted skeletons and snakes attached to the walls where the Earth's surface was exposed. Opposite Harry was a crude platform made of logs. About 100 dark wooden chairs, similar to the ones they were sitting in now, were arranged in a disorderly fashion facing the stage. It seemed that there was still some time before the rally began. Most of the seats were empty, except for those occupied by Teddy of the past in a black robe and a handful of ardent supporters seated in front. "I'm feeling sleepy already," said Teddy. A yawn escaped his mouth as he closed his eyes and rested his chin on the chair in front of him. "Teddy, what kind of people usually attend this rally?" "Almost all Slytherins, I think," Teddy said, opening his eyes slightly. After a moment, he raised his head before adding, "Come to think of it, that wasn't necessarily the case. Some of them were from other houses. I even saw Summers, my senior. I still can't believe Hufflepuff showed up at a Death Eater rally." "What? You didn't include that in your report?" "Yes, I did," Teddy insisted. "I remember writing something like this. The growing support at this rally is a source of concern. I'm telling you, Teddy, you need to learn more about writing, not magic," sighed Harry. He suddenly remembered the family gathering on Christmas Eve, the beginning of all this. "From what I understand, this phenomenon is not at all unlikely. Lily recently nagged me to buy a Muggle-made electronic device." "It's that smarty-pond thing, right?" said Teddy. "To tell you the truth, Victoire wants one too." "Yes, I've seen it work, and in some ways it was more magical than real magic. Maybe that's why our world is in such turmoil. Muggles are not as insignificant as they once were." As he spoke, more and more people filled the seats, and a long line of people continued to enter the narrow tunnel beside the stage. "Look at them. This is the result. Now not only Slytherins, but all witches and wizards want to prove their own superiority." Teddy nodded in agreement with Harry's words with a serious look that was rare for him. After about 10 minutes, most of the seats were filled except for a few rows in the back. Finally, the leader of the rally emerged from the tunnel with a few of his enthusiastic followers. Like the Death Eaters of old, he and his followers wore black robes and hoods, and their faces were covered with rusty metal masks. However, due to his fat body and dirty robes, their leader struggled and waddled through the tunnel, failing to achieve the dignity he sought even before the beginning of the event. The leader, who was to deliver the speech, removed his mask and wiped the sweat from his brow as others lined up like guards along the wall behind him. Even though Harry knew what the rally leader, who had once been a Death Eater, looked like from the photos his men had taken, his heart still pounded when he saw his face in person. "There he is, the mighty Crabbe Sr. He's the one who ruined my lovely Christmas date," said Teddy coolly. As Vincent Crabbe's father, he was often referred to as Crabbe Sr. to distinguish him from his son. But although he was much older, Crabbe Sr. looked just as young as Vincent Crabbe when he had been at Hogwarts. His round face and double chin were covered with pudding bowl hair, his very short neck continued beneath it, and both his long arms were outstretched like a gorilla. Crabbe Sr. glanced around the audience with a dull expression before pulling out his wand and pointing it at the ceiling. As he waved it, the orange glow of the candlelight turned an ominous green, creating an unholy, cemetery-like atmosphere in the basement. Crabbe nodded solemnly amidst the applause of his ardent followers. "How did he end up so free, spared life in Azkaban?" asked Teddy indignantly. "It's a complicated story. Have you heard about the time some of us in Dumbledore's army tried to break into the Ministry of Magic?" "Oh, yes. I remember now." Teddy nodded to show that he did not need any further explanation. Harry and his friends had played a significant role in the way that Crabbe Sr. had come to host this rally, just as they had done with so many other things in the wizarding world. Harry recalled a moment of comedy that had occurred on the same tragic day that Sirius Black, Harry's dear godfather, had died. To evade the Death Eaters in pursuit of the prophecy, Harry and his friends had taken refuge in the time room in the Department of Mysteries. In the midst of the fighting, Crabbe Sr., one of the pursuers and father of Vincent Crabbe, had accidentally dropped his head into a jar of glittering wind. The strange substance in the jar was obviously no ordinary thing, as it had only transformed Crabbe Sr.'s face into that of a baby, leaving the rest of his adult body intact. In the end, Crabbe Sr., who had been sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries in such a state, had been forgotten by both the Death Eaters and their opponents, and had remained in the hospital room, cooing and gurgling, until the end of the war. Then, just a few years ago, when Crabbe's baby face had finally grown into an adult, the Ministry of Magic had released him, believing the patient's claim that he had had no prior memories. That statement, however, had been a lie. As a result, Crabbe Sr., having retained his memories and his loyalty to the Dark Lord, had gained the reputation of being the only Death Eater allowed to roam the streets freely. Since then, his occasional rallies in memory of Voldemort and his fellow Death Eaters had made life difficult for Harry. You couldn't touch him because of his baby face. I just can't believe it, Teddy muttered discontentedly. How could he even look like a baby? If Hermione hadn't stopped you, you would have finished him off for good, wouldn't you? Harry smiled as he remembered the time Hermione had stopped him when he tried to attack the baby-faced Crabbe Sr. Yes, that's true. But then Crabbe looked as adorable as you as a toddler. Teddy pretended to be sick. Meanwhile, Crabbe Sr., who had turned away from the podium, was busy magically drawing something on the wall with his wand. At first glance, it appeared to be a Death Eater symbol, with a snake protruding from the skull's mouth. But due to his extremely poor drawing skills, the skull ended up looking like a perforated light bulb, and the snake like an earthworm. Crabbe nodded condescendingly at his own finished painting before taking his place at the podium. It is a pleasure to see you again, my dear comrades. Thank you for taking the time to sympathize with our cause at Christmas. I remember our last meeting was at Thanksgiving. Though it's only been a few months, it feels like years, as we groan painfully at the tyranny of the current ministry, said Crabbe. His voice was unexpectedly soft, unlike his enormous size and rugged appearance. The Mudblood Minister is trying to pass a ridiculous law. I'm sure everyone here knows that. Harry's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fist in anger at an insult directed at Hermione Granger, one of his closest friends. Despite Harry's anger, the people in Teddy's memory murmured their agreement with Crabbe Sr.'s words. Yes, it's a tyrannical law, commonly known as the Wand Act. Is there anyone who can give us more details about this nonsensical law? Hands rose one by one from the audience. Crabbe pointed out a young man about Teddy's age among those who raised their hands. He had jet black hair and a long, twisted face. Young man there, please explain. The ministerial decree on the prohibition of the possession of magic wands by adherents of disturbing ideas, or the Wand Act, prohibits those who sympathize with the ideas of the Dark Lord from acquiring a magic wand. In particular, the law's definition of sympathy is so broad that many purebloods see it as an attempt to outlaw all criticism of blood traders or muggles. Correct. It's a conspiracy to silence us old families who are still loyal to the wizarding world. Kingsley Shacklebolt, misled by that cunning mudblood Granger, has already repealed a number of pro-pureblood laws, but perhaps that wasn't enough for that wicked girl. There was another murmur of sympathy at Crabbe's words. When Harry turned his head to a pat on the shoulder, Teddy pointed to the young man who had just explained the Wand Act. The bastard's name is Marcus Dolohov. As you know, his late father, Anton Dolohov, killed my own father. I swear I'll bring him to justice sooner or later. The Teddy of the past, wearing a black hood and sitting a bit forward, also stared intently at Marcus Dolohov's back when Harry turned his head to check it out. Teddy's stiff back seemed to ooze hostility, even though his face was invisible from Harry's position. But don't be careless. People in corners can be dangerous, said Harry worriedly. Now that I've made it clear who the opponent is, it's time to shed some light on how we ended up in this shady underground. Crabbe Sr. went on as the crowd began to quiet down a bit. "Here we go again," said Teddy sulkily. "He says the same thing every time there's a rally. During the last war, the Dark Lord was on the verge of victory. Harry Potter, that accursed, insolent boy, was trapped like a rat in Hogwarts Castle, and his humble army was greatly outnumbered by the Death Eaters. The Muggleborns had done great damage to our world, but then we had the chance to fix everything. Damn right, long live the Dark Lord." Loud cheers erupted as Crabbe Sr. raised his arms. With the candlelight casting an eerie green hue over the audience from above, Crabbe waited for the ominous silence to return to the room and continued. But when victory was so close, the blades that would bring so much pain and sorrow to the magical world were already pointed at the Dark Lord's back. Moreover, it was our own kind who held those blades, not Muggle-loving Potter or his minions. There was a massive outburst of anger from his enthusiastic followers. Harry shuddered, wondering how long it had been since he had felt the madness of the Death Eaters so vividly. Crabbe resumed his speech. When the time came, the two blades pierced the Dark Lord's back, and so the last hope for our world was lost. That's right, folks. The first came from the blood traitor Malfoys, the second from Severus Snape, who had disguised his loyalty to the Dark Lord with false allegiance. All sorts of curses and shouts of outrage filled the cellar and rattled Harry's eardrums. It took almost 5 minutes for the noise to subside and for Crabbe to begin speaking again. Bellatrix, Rowling, Dolohov, and many others from the noble houses had fallen. On that tragic day, I also sent away my most precious one, my son, Vincent Crabbe. The brave child charged recklessly into the enemy line to kill Harry Potter, and almost succeeded. It would have been a very different world if the traitor Draco Malfoy hadn't intervened. In memory of my son Vincent, I want you to pray for his soul. The anger that had just dominated the place had vanished without a trace, and the people in the basement sobbed one by one in a somber atmosphere, bowing their heads in respect. But Harry, who knew better than anyone else that Vincent Crabbe had foolishly died in the devilish flames of his own making, found the sight of people mourning him as if he were a saintly martyr simply ridiculous. After his son's memorial, Crabbe Sr. continued to ramble on about the greatness of pure-blood wizards, alleged Muggle conspiracies, and his furious opposition to the Wand Act. About half an hour later, he finally concluded his speech. The tragedy of us pure-bloods must never be repeated. We, the true witches and wizards who are worthy of the privilege inherited from our revered ancestors, must unite as one against our enemies. Show no mercy to those inferior things, Muggles, their puppet offspring, and blood traitors. This is the only way to honor the legacy of he who must not be named, the noble one who gave his life for this cause. When Crabbe Sr. bowed his head, though his neck was so thick it was hard to tell when he did, thunderous applause erupted. The Teddy of the past, who had been dozing in front of Harry for a while, seemed to be surprised by the noise and tried to get up but sat down again. When Harry looked at the real Teddy sitting next to him, he scratched his head in shame. In appreciation of their enthusiastic support for Crabbe, he wept and raised his thick arms. He looked like a gorilla in the jungle standing under the green light. With the end of the rally, the people began to stream out, and the Teddy of the past joined the ranks as well. Crabbe Sr. gathered with his followers on the platform and secretly talked about something. The group was joined by Marcus Dolohov, the young man with the long, twisted face Teddy had just pointed at. To see if anything suspicious was going on, Harry focused his attention in that direction. The platform, however, had begun to fog as the source of the memory seemed to be dozing off. Clunk! Then a sound from above caught Harry's ear. Clunk! Clunk! Harry looked up quickly. The ceiling above his head vibrated slightly with each sound, causing some dust to fall. Long ago, Mad-Eye Moody's wooden leg had made similar sounds, but the step coming from above was disciplined rather than limping. The strange footsteps continued upstairs. They sounded like chunks of metal hitting the hardwood floor repeatedly, as if someone was wearing heavy steel boots. Harry tried his best to focus on the sound, but his vision dimmed as darkness crept in from all sides. Suddenly, his feet lifted off the ground, and his body did a slow somersault of its own accord. The next moment he was back in his office with Teddy. This is something. Next time, let's go into more pleasant memories, said Teddy, stroking the pensive gently. Did you just hear that noise? Harry asked, trying to make sense of the strange footsteps he had just heard. What sound? That metallic sound. I heard someone walking over my head. What was up there on the first floor? Crab's residence. But anyone attending a rally operates directly to the basement entrance, not the house, Teddy said, frowning. Anyway, what's there to see in a house where a widower lives alone? Just some rotting food and garbage, I guess. That makes me even more curious about who is above us. Maybe that person wanted to meet with Crab and his men in secret. Harry glanced wistfully at Pensive, wanting to go back inside and take a closer look. Perhaps this stranger came there to discuss a plan to steal someone's invisibility cloak. Who would discuss such a plan with a total idiot like Crab? Besides, even if you want to go back to my memory, it won't work. That's all I remember before I disapparated, snapped Teddy. He seemed to realize that his godfather was about to get back into the Pensive. Harry slumped into the chair, regretting that there were no more clues to the strange footsteps, and motioned for Teddy to sit across from him. Did you notice anything other than the sound of footsteps, Harry? Teddy asked, loosening the top of his shirt. Well, at least now I know how much opposition there is to the Wand Act, said Harry thoughtfully. I thought it was just one of Hermione's usual reforms, but it seems to have upset a lot of people. You know how important Wand is to us wizards. But as long as this law can temper the petty pride of those at the rally, I'm all for it. I wish I could see Marcus Dolohov crying and sobbing without his wand. Harry nodded as he felt his hands around his waist, as was his habit, to make sure his cherished phoenix feather wand was in place. Thinking back to the shock and heartache he had experienced when Hermione's misdirected spell caused the shattering of his own wand, Harry could understand the fervent opposition to the Wand Act by Crabbe Sr. and his supporters. Wands mean a lot to us, but I doubt everything will go as Hermione hopes. I need to talk to her later. As you wish. I'm off for now. Teddy yawned and got up. As he was about to grab the doorknob, a knock came. It's Edmund, sir. I came to see you in a hurry. When Teddy heard the voice outside the door, he jumped back in surprise, as if he had stepped on a rat trap. Come in, said Harry. As Harry spoke, the door burst open and Edmund Slughorn entered with a flushed face. He was the nephew of the late Horace Slughorn, Harry's old potions master, but he looked the opposite of his uncle. Unlike Horace, who had been fat and bald, Edmund was slim with dark hair, and his delicate features and sharp chin gave him a somber air. Edmund walked straight up to Harry and stopped when he saw Teddy standing in the doorway, his guard up. Teddy was also alert, staring at the intruder with a sharp stare, and his shoulders, which had been slumped with fatigue, were now straight. They were the same age, but they had never been close. The two of them had a relationship similar to that of Harry and Draco Malfoy when they had been at Hogwarts, for example. Simply put, they were each other's archenemies. Mr. Potter, I need to talk to you alone, Edmund said, ignoring Teddy. What's the big deal, Slughorn? Snorted Teddy, who was standing next to him. Weren't you just leaving, Lupin? If you can't do it without my help, I'll open the door for you, said Edmund. Teddy, be polite to your colleagues. Edmund, you can talk about anything in front of Teddy. Maybe it's related to what we've been discussing. Edmund's face was flushed, but he did his best to ignore Teddy as he sneered at him. It's about the mission you gave me, sir. I overheard 3 of Crabbe's followers talking in the Leaky Cauldron while I was working undercover. They were discussing a plan to rob a certain shop in Diagon Alley tonight. Were they really Death Eaters? You didn't overhear some kids trying to steal some candy, did you? Said Teddy casually. Harry gave Teddy a stern look and turned back to Edmund. Even before he spoke, Harry felt he knew what the answer would be. Which shop, Edmund? Mr. Ollivander's wand shop, sir. Crabbe and a dozen of his men are planning to raid it tonight. Was there any talk of wearing an invisibility cloak? Asked Harry. Edmund shook his head firmly and said, there was no mention of that. I see, Harry said, trying not to show his disappointment. Well done, Edmund. With any luck, we might get Crabbe and his men this time. I hope Marcus is among them, said Teddy, looking sideways at Edmund. Even if you find it depressing, Slughorn, you're from the same house as Marcus, aren't you? Being a Slytherin doesn't necessarily mean you have to hold the wrong beliefs. Marcus has been my enemy since the moment he swore allegiance to Crabbe, said Edmund coldly. He's right. His late uncle, Horace Slughorn, Gave us crucial help during the Battle of Hogwarts, even when he was head of Slytherin House," Harry said as he flicked his wand at the bookshelf and a roll of parchment floated to his desk and unfolded. He looked at the map of Diagon Alley and pointed his wand at the bottom. The name, Edmund Slughorn, appeared in a square building marked as the Leaky Cauldron. "Edmund, take the Aurors to the Leaky Cauldron. Evacuate the place first, then get an upper room with a clear view of Diagon Alley." Harry pointed his wand at the center of the map this time. The name Teddy Lupin appeared on the main street of the map. "Teddy, you should change your appearance and keep an eye out for any suspicious activity around the wand shop. I'll ask the head of the Auro office to prepare for the operation, so go with her. Before I join you, I need to make a report to the minister." "Very well, Mr. Potter," said Edmund. Sir." Teddy quickly corrected the title, as if he'd done it by mistake, but judging by his grin, it didn't seem like one. Taking advantage of his rival's longing for Harry's approval, Teddy dropped vague hints that he and Harry Potter were on a first-name basis. Judging by Edmund's darkened face, it seemed that the attempt had worked again. Harry sighed and waved them out, took a closer look at the map of Diagon Alley, and then left his office. The Aura headquarters just outside his office was already busy preparing for deployment, with Edmund leading his fellow Slytherins and Teddy leading the rest of the Aurors out the nearby door. Susan Bones, head of the Auro office and one of the fellow members of Dumbledore's army, approached Harry as she gave instructions aloud to her Aurors. She had taken over Harry's former role as head of the Auro office after he had been promoted to head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She was so skilled and experienced as an Auror that Harry could not have found a more suitable candidate. "Harry, I heard about the operation. It's been a while since the Dark Forces have been so openly active," said Susan gravely. "Yes, it's inevitable that the peace will break one day, no matter how long it takes," Harry said with a nod. "Does this have anything to do with your lost invisibility cloak?" asked Susan. "I hope so. I wish I could find some clues to its whereabouts tonight," said Harry hopefully. "And Susan, tell the Aurors not to put too much pressure on Crabbe and his men. If their retreat is blocked, things could get ugly. All they need is 1 or 2 captives to testify to their crimes." "Okay, Harry." Crabbe's men might even trip over themselves, considering how stupid they are. Harry left the empty office and said goodbye to Susan. He followed the silent marble corridor to the lifts and pushed the button for the floor with the minister's office. Even after 2 decades had passed, Harry felt a strange sense of tension and thirst whenever he climbed to the top floor where the minister's office was located. Harry's heart still sank at the memory of those risky moments when he, Ron and Hermione, had explored the Ministry of Magic in disguise, searching for the Horcrux in Dolores Umbridge's possession. When the lift stopped with a cheerful chime, Harry stepped out into a quiet, purple-carpeted corridor. He followed the familiar path, turning a few corners before coming to a wide, open area that led to the personal office of the senior undersecretary to the minister. Harry was stunned for a moment as he didn't understand what he was seeing. It was as if he had returned to the ministry of the past, under Umbridge's cruel reign, using a time-turner. About 10 witches and wizards sat in a row in front of polished desks. The white squares of paper floated around and clumped together as they waved and twisted their wands in the same way. After being magically folded, bound, and transformed into pamphlets, they were piled on top of each other next to each worker. The scene was remarkably similar to the production of pamphlets promoting pure blood supremacy under Umbridge's direction when Harry had infiltrated the Ministry of Magic many years ago. Harry pulled out a piece of paper from the nearest bundle. "Oh, hello, Mr. Potter." Only then, led by a young secretary who had found Harry first, did the assembled people recognize him and greet him in unison. Harry replied half-heartedly and began to read the newly created pamphlet. The following words were written on the white cover in an ominous shade of red. "The Wand Act, and a healthy, ideal society that it could make a reality." Below these words was a skeleton with empty eye holes, and just above it was a dead snake and a wand forming an X. Harry laughed at his stupidity, wondering if Hermione had designed the cover herself, as the faded mahogany door on the front opened. A small witch stepped out, who smiled and approached Harry. "Hello, Harry," said Ethel, the senior undersecretary to the minister. "Hi, Ethel. I have a report to make to the minister." Ethel glanced at her watch as she said, The minister has a meeting with the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. There were no hours, minutes, seconds, or even dials on her watch. Instead, several planets were orbiting the sun, one overlapping it and another slowly approaching it. Looks like it's going to end soon. Let me show you to her office. Harry followed Ethel down the corridor. A loud, familiar voice came from a large mahogany door not far away. Try everything. Next time, bring your resignation if you have any more excuses. After a moment's silence, the door burst open and a red-faced man rushed out. It turned out to be Barry Ryan, a former keeper for the Irish national Quidditch team and current head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Harry and Ethel watched as Barry slipped between them without a word and disappeared around the corner, looking rather offended. Oh dear, she must be in a foul mood. Ethel went in alone, leaving Harry behind. When Harry had waited outside for some time, she came back out and opened the door for him. The minister says she can see you now. Come in. Hermione's office looked like a miniature library. It was almost impossible to see the dull-colored wallpaper because it was hidden by the tall bookshelves that lined the wall on all sides, and a variety of books filled them in many colors. Hermione Granger pulled her hair down in frustration, making it look even bushier than usual. Hello, Harry. I hope you have some good news, she said in a hollow voice, slowly raising her head. Depending on how you look at it, it could be both good and bad, Harry said, pulling up the chair that Barry Ryan had just used and sitting across from Hermione. You fought with Barry about hosting the Quidditch World Cup, didn't you? Several hairs flew from Hermione's face as she sighed. I had no idea it would be so difficult to host a World Cup when I first became minister. The Quidditch Committee is currently weighing us against the United States, and it seems Americans have gathered slightly more votes than we have. Hermione glared at the American continent from the globe on her desk. Harry then noticed that the figure dozing in the portrait behind her had changed. The portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black that had originally been placed there was of a cunning-looking wizard with a pointed beard, black hair, dark eyes, and thin eyebrows. However, the old man dozing in Phineas Nigellus's place in the new portrait looked friendly, almost bald and plump. What happened to Phineas's portrait? Asked Harry. It's been a while since I put it in the warehouse. He kept insisting that he had done a great deal during the last war, and that he should be honored in my office. But in every meeting, he'd interrupt to give his so-called advice whenever he had the chance. Phineas Nigellus had also told Harry to get his hair done every time he came to the minister's office, so he was secretly pleased to hear that his portrait had been removed. Then whose picture is this? Harry asked. That's Nobby Leach, Hermione replied respectfully. She raised her eyes in disbelief as Harry gave her a confused look. Shouldn't you know the name just by hearing it? I'm afraid I can't ask you to retake history of magic. Hermione, I failed that subject, remember? All right, then listen up. Nobby Leach was the first Muggle-born minister of magic, and the only one of his kind to hold the position before me. During his tenure in the 1960s, England hosted the Quidditch World Cup and even won it. I suppose you want to follow his example. Of course I do. Mr. Leach was a popular minister, but then fell victim to the conspiracy of the early Death Eaters, including Lucius Malfoy's father, Abraxas Malfoy, and was forced to resign. Muggle-born witches and wizards have not served as Minister of Magic for over 50 years since then. Now that I have a second chance, I cannot fail Mr. Leach at any cost. Hermione stared in awe at the picture of Nobby Leach behind her. Harry could swear that Mr. Leach's eyes had flitted open and winked at them. He seemed to give Hermione a lot of advice when others weren't around. I'm glad I found this great man. While I was exploring downstairs, I stumbled upon this treasure. Pious Thickness and Umbridge wouldn't have put a portrait of a Muggle-born minister in the right place. When we won the war, we burned all of Umbridge's portraits ourselves. Don't mention it. The toad-like scream of those terrible portraits still echoes in my ears, Hermione said, taking a deep, shuddering breath. What brings you here, by the way? We have information about the raid plan for tonight. Crabbe Sr. and his followers are planning to rob Ollivander's wand shop. Really? Aren't they aware that we're trying to get them in at the first opportunity? They're either brave enough to know and act anyway, or stupid enough not to know. I'd bet on the latter, if you say so. My only concern is that once you have Crabbe in Azkaban, your Aurors might get bored. Hermione, I saw Crabbe's last rally with the pensive. Of course, Crabbe is a non-threatening idiot, just like his dead son, but I didn't expect so many witches and wizards to show up at the rally. Many people seem to be against your new law. So, are you asking me to withdraw the law now? Hermione raised her eyebrows. We all know how dangerous Voldemort's ideas are. In the very Ministry of Magic where we are now, innocent people have been tried and imprisoned, all because they came from Muggle families. I'm well aware of that. But that doesn't justify us taking wands from Voldemort's sympathizers. Would someone with such twisted beliefs use a wand for anything worthwhile? No, they'll just use it to bully others. Hermione, look. We all know that the Death Eaters have done a lot of harm. But my concern is that banning their ideas in public might make young people more attracted to them. Good for them. Such fools deserve to lose their wands. It's not just fools who fall for it. Remember when Umbridge was High Inquisitor at Hogwarts? She stupidly banned the possession of the Quibbler, just to make sure the whole school read it. Young people are often attracted to forbidden things. There's a certain thrill in it. Hermione smiled bitterly at Harry's words. Yes, you have a point. But suppose I withdraw the Wand Act now. It will only serve to brand me as an indecisive and incompetent politician for the media. Leave it to me. If I catch Crabbe and put him on trial, people will lose interest in the law and you'll have a reason to abandon it. Thank you, Harry. I knew I could always count on you. Have a cup of tea before you go. Hermione conjured a kettle and brought it to a boil, then took some biscuits from the tin. Dawn Mark. Over tea, they discussed their respective marriages. As the sun sank toward the metropolitan horizon, Hermione followed Harry into the shadows of passers as he started to leave. On Charing Cross Harry, you got to admit, you're getting older. Harry slipped out of the alley. Please don't be so reckless tonight. Okay. And blended Hermione asked in a worried tone. There was still a chill of winter in the air. Don't worry, Hermione. So people walked with their collars pulled tight. Compared to all the challenges we've faced, and no one seemed to care about it. This is a walk in the park. Harry stood between a huge smartphone shop with a picture of a bitten apple on the front and an old video game shop. He then entered the Leaky Cauldron when no one was around. As usual, the interior of the pub was dark and dingy, and people in dark robes and cloaks greeted Harry as he entered. Since Rudolphus Lestrange's last escape, the more experienced Aurors had been reassigned to guard Azkaban. Therefore, Teddy and Edmund would have been among the senior members of the group gathered there, as most of the Aurors in the pub were very young. The landlady of the Leaky Cauldron, Hannah Abbott, who had changed her surname after marrying Neville Longbottom, smiled when she found Harry. She was wiping a beer glass with a napkin, her blonde hair was braided, and her face was flushed as if she had just been drinking. Want something to drink, Harry? Not right now, Hannah. Got some arrests to make. But wouldn't a glass of butterbeer be all right? Asked Hannah, picking up a bottle and putting it on the bar. Well, I guess a drink can't hurt. Harry gulped down the butterbeer from the cold glass and wiped the foam from his lips. How's Neville? He's fine, I'm sure. He's busy flirting with the pretty plants, Hannah replied sulkily, shaking her head. Neville was currently teaching herbology at Hogwarts and was very passionate about his subject. But Hannah, there's no kinder husband than Neville. He even took care of his unfashionable toad with such love, said Harry, and Hannah laughed. Just then, Teddy brought an old man from the backyard through the door behind the bar. Garrick Ollivander looked around the bar in the dark, his mysterious silver eyes shining like the moon, just as Harry remembered them from his childhood. He stared at Harry with pale eyes as they shook hands. Thanks for your cooperation, Mr. Ollivander, said Harry. I'm the one who's grateful, Mr. Potter. This time you came to my rescue even before I was kidnapped, said Ollivander heartily. Susan, please take Mr. Ollivander to the private parlor and keep him safe overnight. It'll be all right if he's with you and two of your Aurors, Harry said to Susan, who was standing beside them. But Harry, who will lead the attack? Asked Susan. I will. You had a hard time arresting Rudolphus last time, said Harry. And Hannah, take these people into the parlor and stay with them. You'll be safe there for the night. Hannah emerged from the bar with a lamp, lit a narrow passageway behind it, and led Ollivander, Susan, and two Aurors into the parlor. I've still got work to do, haven't I? Asked Teddy grumpily. Harry nodded and walked over to the window and looked out into the backyard where darkness had already fallen. Teddy, take the Aurors and put them in the alleys and on the rooftops around the wand shop, and disguise yourself as Mr. Ollivander in front of the shop and signal if anyone approaches. Right, Harry? Green sparks if nothing happens, red sparks if Crabbe or his men get close, right? Even as Teddy said this, his hair grew long and white. His face turned yellow and lined when he frowned, as if desperately trying to remember something, and he soon looked like Mr. Ollivander's twin brother. Exactly. Now go. They could be here any minute. I'll watch the street with Edmund to see if the Death Eaters show up. If they do, we'll join you and help arrest them. Teddy stepped out into the courtyard again, and all the oars at the tables followed him. The empty bar was lit by a faint gaslight, and Harry headed for the stairs. On his way to the designated room, Harry climbed a staircase with intricate patterns carved into the banister, giving the illusion of antiquity. He knocked 3 times on the door with a brass plate bearing the number 11. "Who is it?" Edmund's voice came from behind the door. "You know who." When Harry answered with a prearranged countersign, the door opened and Edmund's face was revealed. "Good evening, Mr. Potter. Please come in." Harry walked straight to the window and across the room with a fluffy bed and some elegant oak furniture. As he passed, 2 of his aurors, Baddock and Bulstrode, who were enjoying the warmth of the fireplace, murmured a greeting. However, they spoke with far less awe and respect than those on the first floor, perhaps because they were both from Slytherin House. Harry pulled a chair from nearby, placed it by the window, and sat down in it. The reason for choosing this room to hide in tonight was obvious. Harry had spent 2 weeks in this room during one of his summer vacations once, and he knew that there was no better place to keep an eye on Diagon Alley than here. By the time Harry had his eyes on Diagon Alley, the sun was going down. The sky had turned from a dark pink flecked with gold, to a steely gray, to a deep navy blue, and finally to pure black. The average person would not have noticed any movement on a street in total darkness. But Harry, whose eyes had been trained on the Auror's life for so long, was able to make out his men hiding on the roofs of several buildings or in the dark streets. "Anything strange going on?" Edmund asked, sitting on the edge of the bed behind him. "Not yet. Teddy will alert us if anything happens. Only if you can trust him." Edmund sighed and added, "Last week I saw Lupin out with his girlfriend when he was supposed to be working undercover. Thanks for the tip-off. I'll give him a reprimand later." "Lupin won't take you seriously, sir," said Edmund darkly. When Harry turned, Edmund's shadowy face was hard to read because he was facing away from the bright fireplace. "You're a great man, Mr. Potter. Much as I hate to admit it, I envy Teddy Lupin for being so fortunate to have met his mentor at such a young age. You flatter me, but I must say this, sir. Sometimes you are too soft on those close to you. An attitude you should avoid as an Auror. Edmund, the aftermath of war never leaves you the same. With so much death everywhere, surviving alone feels more like a curse than a blessing. I had known the Lupins for a number of years. They both died on the same day, less than a year after they were married, having come to help me in the battle I had begun. And what right do I have to separate their only son from his beloved?" Harry tried to erase the pale faces of Remus and Tonks from his mind, lying together, holding cold hands as if they were sleeping peacefully. Not wanting to show his grief, he cleared his throat and turned his eyes back to the window. "I'm sorry, sir. I shouldn't have said that," said Edmund somberly. The scenery outside the window remained unchanged for about half an hour, and Harry began to think that Diagon Alley might be in for another day following another uneventful night. When Harry was finally convinced that Edmund's information was wrong from the start, he heard a call from one of the Aurors behind him. "I see a signal, sir." Even before he had finished speaking, Harry saw a small red flame rising through the night sky. "Everyone, take your positions and capture the fugitives coming this way." Harry's words sent everyone except Edmund running for the door. As Harry tried to follow them, Edmund pointed out the window. "There's another signal coming, sir." Harry turned and looked out the window. There was a much brighter and larger green orb rising faster than before into the dark sky, not far from the red sparks already there. "Teddy didn't do this," Harry said as he walked closer to the window. "It seems to be a Morse Mordred spell used by the Death Eaters. Crabbe and his men are much bolder than I thought," said Edmund thoughtfully. "I never expected them to launch a dark mark in the middle of an urban area. Good for us. Now we have a perfect excuse to arrest Crabbe, even if he doesn't break into the shop." Harry stood up and pulled out his wand. But just as they turned, the room was suddenly filled with blinding light, and Edmund pointed to the window again. "Sir, there's something different about the dark mark. It's changing color." Harry stood facing the window. The green sphere in the sky gradually faded and brightened, then turned orange and then yellow. This strange mark had a sense of the rising sun. Suddenly the orb swelled and emitted an intense flash of light. Harry raised his hand, just in time to cover his eyes. Diagon Alley had become bright as day, as the darkness vanished in an instant. "What do you think that is?" asked Edmund, looking baffled. "It's definitely not a dark mark," Harry replied, still in awe of the untimely dawn created by magic. "I've never seen anything like it." Watching the small sun rise in the middle of the night, Harry felt very uneasy. He had seen the dark mark twice before, but neither experience had been as threatening as the bright orb before him. Lord Voldemort was known to move in the shadows, and even he had never declared such a bold attack on the Ministry. Harry felt an uncomfortable sensation creep up his spine when he realized that tonight's operation would not be as simple as he had thought. "There's only one way to find out. I've got to find the person who started it and interrogate him." He walked down the stairs with Edmund. Susan stood worriedly at the window, overlooking the backyard, and turned to Harry. "Harry, something's wrong. I'm coming with you." "No, just take care of Mr. Ollivander," said Harry as he tried to put a smile on his tense face. "Crabbe must have mixed up the spells and cast the wrong one." "No big deal." Harry tried to comfort himself with these words, but his voice sounded uncertain even to himself. Edmund had already gone into the backyard and transformed the stone wall into an arched passageway by tapping it with his wand. The two of them entered Diagon Alley. Across the sky, the mysterious bright sign lost its light and was shrouded in darkness. It seemed as if a colorless mist had descended upon Diagon Alley, illuminated by sparsely placed gas lamps. Still, Harry felt more at home in the darkness, and the various wizarding shops felt like old friends to him. "Sir, I see Lupin over there," said Edmund. Harry and Edmund climbed the white steps of Gringotts' wizarding bank and hid behind the marble pillars near the entrance. From the higher ground, he could now see his subordinates at a glance, hiding in the narrow alleys between the shops. All eyes were on Harry, and he motioned for them to wait. Teddy was the only one of the group completely exposed. He was peering through the sign of the wand shop, still disguised as Ollivander. Harry couldn't see the front of the wand shop from his side, but if he closed his eyes, he could still make it out. Above the entrance to the shabby, cramped shop, the peeling gold letters would form the words Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. But Teddy wasn't just reading. He was holding his wand and pointing it at the sign. Letters rattled as they fell and stuck with each movement of his wand, and his chuckle was faintly audible. "Lupin seems to be making the signs more interesting. He must think this is a joke," whispered Edmund discontentedly. Harry, who had always stood by his godson, had to admit that this time Edmund was right. Then a piece of metal fell onto the pavement on Teddy's side of the street, and a creaking sound filled the still night air. Teddy seemed to have accidentally dropped one of the gold letters. What was that noise? A harsh, alarmed voice called from Nocturne Alley, just around the corner from the end of the cobbled street. "Surely it's just a stray cat." "Everyone seems to have gathered by now," another voice said. It was clearly Crabbe Sr. speaking in that soft, dull voice. "Let's all take off our masks so we know who is here." Marcus, our newcomer, eager to learn. "Your father must be proud of you." Harry looked at Teddy in response to Crabbe's words. His godson was clenching his fists and looking toward Nocturne Alley. Harry reached into his robes and crossed his fingers, wishing Teddy would stop being a fool and just stay where he was. Suddenly, there was the sound of a cork being popped, followed by the pouring of liquid into the cup. "Now let's have a drink and get to work." "Cheers for the Dark Lord," said Crabbe Sr. in a low voice. "For the Dark Lord," people muttered in response, followed by the sound of sipping and swallowing. Soon Harry could see a group of men in black cloaks and hoods leaving Nocturne Alley. All wore iron masks so that their faces were hidden. However, Crabbe Sr. was clearly leading them, his bulky size and thick arms making him easily identifiable. "Then let's face this, Ollivander. One thing will be certain for all witches and wizards in England at sunrise tomorrow. The right to a wand is innate," exclaimed Crabbe. "It is an innate right, an inviolable right. It is as pure as the blood that flows through our veins. We cannot be forced to give up our rights, especially not by a mudblood minister." Crab and his followers were within easy reach of Ollivander's wand shop at the time. Despite their similar ideological stance, the Death Eaters of the modern era seemed far less organized than their counterparts under Lord Voldemort, largely due to the plotting gait of their leader, Crabbe Sr. Crabbe, lost in his own voice, finally noticed Teddy standing in front of the shop and stopped. "And look who it is! Ollivander himself has come out to meet us," Crabbe said with his arms wide open, laughing out loud. Being the imposter of Mr. Ollivander, Teddy walked out into the middle of the boulevard and faced Crabbe and his group. Mr. Crabbe, is this fellow really Garrick Ollivander?" A man standing next to Crabbe asked in a doubtful voice. "Definitely. He's not exactly new to me," said Crabbe confidently, then raised his wand and pointed it at Teddy. "Now, step aside to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. We're looking for your wands, not you. I've heard that you suffered a lot when you were held by the Dark Lord before. I hope you learned a good lesson then." Some of his followers giggled and laughed at these words. Watching the idiots who had no idea they were surrounded, Harry wondered if he had been overly concerned. Was it really possible that the strange sign that had just lit up the dark sky was the result of Crabbe's failed Morse Mortar spell? Just then, a tall man standing beside Crabbe tossed his mask on the ground and stepped forward. "He's no more an Ollivander than I am. The real Ollivander is slimmer," the man said. His long, twisted, pale face, reflected in the light of the nearby gas lamps, looked somehow familiar. In an instant, Harry realized that he was Marcus, son of Annan and Dolohov. One of the crowd said in a loud, angry voice, "Does this newcomer dare to challenge Mr. Crabbe?" "There's an easy way to prove it, you see," said Marcus, raising his wand. "Ollivander, tell me the material of this wand you've made yourself. If you were a real one, you could surely tell me." Teddy could change his face at will, but he couldn't change his voice. So whether he knew the right answer or not, his identity would be revealed the moment he spoke. 3 of Harry's fingers were extended to each of the Aurors, watching him, before they were slowly folded one by one. However, as soon as he had folded only one finger, Teddy pulled out his wand and pointed it at Marcus. Stupefied, a jet of fiery red light flashed across Teddy's face, distorted with rage. But Marcus blocked the spell in time, having been prepared for it. "Now, attack!" shouted Harry. Aurors shot out of the alleys everywhere, casting stunning and disarming spells with their wands. The Death Eaters were quick to flee. They scattered, some heading for the Leaky Cauldron, others for Nocturne Alley. "Man, keep them from going that way." "I'll take care of Nocturne Alley," Harry said as he ran down the stairs. Harry and his Aurors entered the steep, winding passageway of Nocturne Alley. He fired a stunning spell at Crabbe's broad back, which was the easiest target due to its enormous size. But, as if blown by the wind, the blinding flash of red light barely missed him and struck the wall behind him. With a flick of his wand, Crabbe smashed the door of the nearest shop and stepped inside. Harry had just reached the entrance when emerald green flames shot from the fireplace and Crabbe vanished, apparently using the flue powder he had prepared in advance. "Go after the others," Harry shouted to the Aurors who had followed him into the shop. The small and large bones on the shelves fell and rattled in the chaos. Crabbe's men were getting further and further away from him as Harry returned to the main street of Nocturne Alley. Many of them were breaking into shops on both sides of the street to use their fireplaces. Harry cast a spell every time he saw a black figure, but they all missed. The sight reminded him of something he'd seen before. It looked like they used Felix Felicis or something. "Why can't we ever hit them?" One of the Aurors following Harry said, gasping for breath. It was just as Harry had thought. Could Crabbe and his men have just drunk liquid luck before coming out of Nocturne Alley? "Spread out and look for the broken doors," shouted Harry. "Someone may not have escaped because there is no fireplace." The Aurors dispersed at Harry's command. He turned to see what was left of Nocturne Alley and saw a black figure turn the corner and disappear. A man with a familiar build then disappeared into the narrow street in pursuit. "Teddy!" Harry ran after them, realizing who they were. It was the first time even Harry, who had endured every hardship imaginable, had been this deep inside Nocturne Alley. The narrow space between the crowded buildings was slippery with moss and puddles of rainwater on the ground. Above his head was a jagged roof and gutter, giving him the impression that he had entered an overgrown forest. He thought not a single ray of light could penetrate the place, even in the middle of the day. Harry nearly fell as he tried to descend the narrow stairs, so he cast a spell on his feet to increase friction. He stumbled several more times in pursuit of the fugitive and the tracker, the two of them almost hidden by the shroud of darkness. Teddy's voice made Harry stop as he ran forward where the road suddenly widened. "Dolahav, face me!" Teddy's exclamation sounded far away. Going back the way he had come, Harry discovered that the road had split at the point where the passage had widened. This time he took the left path, which was so narrow that only cats could squeeze through. Harry had just managed to get through the section by walking like a crab and then resumed the chase. But Marcus and Teddy were nowhere in sight. Lumos, lighting his wand, Harry searched all directions for their tracks and found footprints from stepping on dirty water along the road. In the never-ending darkness, Harry followed the faint traces of their footsteps until he came to a halt in front of an ancient building where the trails had ended. A plank had been placed over the door, its paint nearly peeled off, and a thick layer of dust caked the window beside it, blocking any view inside. Harry stepped back and shone the light from his wand on the sign above his head, which read Potage Cauldron Shop in rusty letters. Near the leaky cauldron was another shop with the same name, and the one before Harry looked like its closed branch in Nocturne Alley. Harry carefully pushed the blocked entrance, and to his surprise, the boards crumbled and the door opened silently inward. He flicked his wand around, trying to figure out how the dark storeroom was laid out. There were large and small pots all over the place, making it difficult to move without making a lot of noise, and dust fell from the low wooden ceiling every time he walked, landing on his glasses. Harry was about to wipe the dust off them when a thin, elongated object rattled under his feet. Carefully, he picked it up and examined it. The wand, with its handle shaped like a blunt bud, looked very familiar. Made of cypress wood, it had once belonged to Remus Lupin and was now being used by his son, Teddy Lupin. "Please, not Teddy," Harry whispered, thinking of the worst-case scenario. It made Harry's heart ache to imagine what Teddy might have suffered in his proximity. Then he heard a voice above his head. Harry slipped Teddy's wand into his pocket and hurried to the wooden stairs on the opposite wall. To keep his footsteps from creaking on the steep and narrow stairs, Harry had to cast another Muffliato charm on himself. Through the crack of the slightly open door on the second floor, the faint light of a candle and a flickering shadow could be seen halfway up the stairs. "I'm ready to face you now, Lupin, but I'm not sure you are," Marcus said in a harsh, sarcastic tone. "You coward! Ambush someone without a wand?" said Teddy, and Harry could breathe a sigh of relief to find him safe. Leaning his face against the crack in the door, Harry peered inside. The small attic was lit by a few candles. Floating with them was Teddy, hanging upside down in the air, waving his fists in vain at his opponent. Marcus stood a few steps away, looking down at his prey with a relaxed expression. "It was foolish of you to follow me without a wand. At least you showed some fight to avenge that werewolf. My father's name is Remus Lupin, but how do you know this part human is your father? How can you be so sure that your mother didn't go out with another wolf?" Teddy roared in anger and struggled even harder. Hearing the insults directed at the deceased Lupins, Harry almost impulsively kicked in the door. But his experience as a seasoned orar stopped him. He needed to get information now, not fight. From Marcus's position, he might see the eavesdropper if he looked just a little to the left, so Harry descended the stairs and hid in the shadows. Harry rummaged through his pockets for the extendable ears he had gotten from Weasley's joke shop, but none were found. Lacking an alternative, he pricked up his own ears and concentrated on the conversation in the attic. "I don't even need a wand," cried Teddy. "I'll scalp you with my bare hands." Like father, like son, the same brutality. Marcus bent down in front of Teddy, who was hanging upside down, and pulled out his wand. A faint purple flame rose from its tip as he flicked it into the air. "Killing you is such an easy job. With this curse, I could damage your internal organs without leaving a single wound on the outside. Did you know that your father died under the same spell?" Harry could hear Teddy's enraged screams, and his own wand hand twitched in anger and worry. He could not stay still if Marcus really wanted to harm his godson, But fortunately, Marcus lowered his wand and stood up again. Keep screaming, Lupin. Emotional outbursts will not help you in any way. Just like you, there was a time when I couldn't control my emotions. For 7 years, I had to learn spells from my father's murderer, and every time I learned a dangerous spell, I wanted to give it back to Flitwick. Yes, Lupin. In the final battle, that dirty half-goblin killed my father. Now I understand why Professor Flitwick seems so nice. Antonin Dolohov deserved the worst kind of death. My father was a noble man who sacrificed his life for a worthy cause. He must have been happy to take your father with him. Teddy swore and struggled again at Marcus's words. Wiggle as much as you want. I used to run wild like you, but those days are gone. The new savior has come, and everything has changed. The new savior? That fat crap. Teddy's loud laughter echoed through the room. You're gonna make me laugh to death, aren't you? Of course it's not Crab, you idiot. Marcus snapped in an annoyed voice. I saw you sneaking into our Christmas meeting. I recognized you at a glance with your poor disguise. Too bad you left so early. The real show started right after that. Harry pressed his face against the wall to hear better. Teddy said after a short silence, Does it have anything to do with those metallic footsteps? Not as thick as I thought, are you? Yes. After the meeting, when only Crab's most ardent followers and I were left in the basement, a stranger came down with those strange steps. Despite the cloak covering his face, I felt a strong dark energy emanating from the man. Though I've never seen the Dark Lord in person, I'd have felt the same way if I had. The stranger declared that he would take over Crab's gang, and when we all scoffed at him, he subdued everyone present in an instant. He was the only one left with a wand in his hand after only a few seconds. So who the hell was that? No name? Asked Teddy, and Harry was grateful that his godson had asked the same question he wanted answered. Eisenbein. He told us to call him that, said Marcus reluctantly. He tried to speak calmly, but Harry noticed that his voice trembled slightly as he said the name. Eisenbein claimed that he was the only one with the right to lead the Death Eaters, because he was the Dark Lord's closest friend and heir. And you just believed him? What idiots! No, of course not at first. But Eisenbein answered every single question Crab asked about the secrets that only the closest followers of He Who Must Not Be Named would know. He also knew, to Crab's surprise, all the information that only the Dark Lord himself could know. Our long-awaited successor to the Dark Lord has finally arrived. Listening to Marcus's testimony, Harry wondered who Eisenbein could be. The more he thought about it, the more doubts he developed. Voldemort couldn't have had any real friends, and all of his loyal men were either dead or in Azkaban, except for Crabbe Sr. Let's say you're right. But what has changed? Even Voldemort himself was no match for the Chosen One. Successor or not, there's nothing to fear, said Teddy triumphantly. I ask myself the same question as you. How can we defeat Harry Potter and his friends now that they control the entire wizarding world? Eisenbein, however, can learn from past mistakes. That's why he's superior to the Dark Lord in some respects. There was a creaking sound, as if Marcus had sat on a chair, and the light shining through the doorway was slightly blocked by his movement. He tried to rule in darkness, the Dark Lord. But at dawn he found himself surrounded by enemies everywhere, and his fall was already inevitable. Eisenbein was different. He told us to fight for our people under the bright light. Yes? In any case, you remaining rats are mere shadows of the old Death Eaters. Even if you shoot up the dark mark as before, no one will be frightened. That wasn't a dark mark, said Marcus patiently. The bright light you saw was the dawn mark, announcing the coming of a bright, pure sun. And we are no longer Death Eaters. Eisenbein has renamed us the Dawn Breakers, under his leadership, and you're just thieving some wands under that grand name? Mocked Teddy. But even that was unsuccessful. You failed to steal a single wooden stick. How naive of you. Did you really think Eisenbein would accomplish anything significant with a blockhead like Crabbe? Except me, Crabbe and his men were only there to draw attention and run away. I was the key to this mission. So, the most important part of this mission is basically talking to me. How very impressive. No, I have to give the necessary information to Harry Potter, said Marcus softly. He stood up, the aged floor creaking under his feet. Then it's my job to get caught by him. A grand plan, but it has one big flaw, sneered Teddy. that Harry Potter isn't in this rotten place. No, he's right here with us. Harry's heart sank at Marcus's words. Did you really think he would let you get hurt? He's listening to our conversation right now outside this door. Harry had no time to react before the door that had been covering him slid open, revealing the inside of the attic. Teddy struggled to turn around, still hanging upside down, and gaped at his godfather. Marcus walked past him and stood in front of Harry, throwing his wand to the floor. Half of his long, twisted face gleamed in an amber candle, the rest shrouded in shadow. "Harry Potter, I surrender to you," Marcus said, the smile on his face cold and sinister. As they left Nocturne Alley, Harry handed the bound Marcus Dolohov to the Aurors waiting at the entrance. "Take this suspect to the Ministry and put him in the interrogation room." Marcus's mysterious intention to surrender made Harry feel uneasy. Still, it was doubtful that he would be able to do anything dangerous without his wand in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, guarded by dozens of Aurors. Marcus followed the Aurors into the fireplace of the nearest shop and disappeared into a green flame, his face expressionless. Then Harry shot Teddy, who looked dejected. He took Teddy's wand from his pocket and waved it in his face. "What were you thinking? Fighting a dark wizard with your bare hands? My apologies, but I couldn't bear to miss that bastard right in front of me." "Then put a stop to that temper, Teddy. Your parents sacrificed themselves so that you could live in a better world. It would be wrong to repay them with something as reckless as this." Teddy had gone very pale, and his eyes were watering. Harry was about to reprimand him further when a memory suddenly flashed through his mind. It was a vivid image of him being reprimanded by Professor Remus Lupin in his office, holding the Marauder's map he had just confiscated. "Why are you smiling, Harry?" said Teddy, looking confused. "It reminds me of something that happened a long time ago," said Harry quietly. "Your father told me the same thing once." The soft spot he had for Remus Lupin led him to return the wand to Teddy instead of scolding him more. As Harry turned to go back to Leaky Cauldron, he found Edmund watching them with his arms crossed. "Looks like you've been messing around again, Lupin. I'd have brought an extra wand if I were you." Edmund lifted the hem of his pants a bit, revealing a spare wand hidden in his right sock. "If you want to be a skilled Auror, you should." "You want to brag about your socks? Then do it to your mother, Slughorn," said Teddy coolly. "Stop fighting, you two," said Harry. "Edmund, has anyone else been arrested besides Marcus Dolohov?" "Not a single man, Mr. Potter. I think they were preparing the flu powder and setting up fireplaces to escape in advance," said Edmund uneasily. "It seems they had no intention of stealing the wands in the first place, but only of escaping. So many excuses all the time, Slughorn." "Maybe you were just too slow," sneered Teddy. "Look at me. I caught Marcus without a wand." "You caught him? But I heard you were the one who got caught." "Enough. You're both on probation if you fight again," Harry warned them. "Let's get back to the Leaky Cauldron. Mr. Ollivander and Susan have been waiting for some time." The three of them walked along an empty street toward the pub, while the other Aurors sprinkled various magical powders here and there to examine any evidence left by the intruders. The stone wall turned into an arch as they approached, opening a passageway. Feeling exhausted, Harry decided to take a nap in room 11 after leaving Susan to clean up. But when he opened the door to the pub, the sight he saw immediately blew away his fatigue. The chairs were all smashed, their pieces scattered all over the floor, and none of the tables were standing, either broken or overturned. "Slughorn, what happened?" cried Teddy. "You were the one who searched this side. How could you not know until now?" "I heard nothing from my side. And look, the attackers didn't break in from where we were." On the side Edmund pointed to, the door to the Muggle world was slammed wide open with broken hinges, swaying in the wind. "Edmund, get some help and check upstairs. The suspects may still be hiding." "Teddy, follow me." A rustling wind came through the broken door as they passed the bar, stepping on shards of broken bottles on the floor. A wall of auburn planks was revealed under the light of Harry's wand as he stared down the narrow, empty corridor. In certain areas of the wall, Harry noticed that the color was darker than in others. When he placed his fingertip on that side, it felt scratchy and soot had come off it. Suddenly, Teddy's feet were hit by what sounded like a tin can. Harry stepped over, picked up the strange object, and examined it carefully. The small thing was made of dark metal, Its original shape must have been cylindrical, but only a part of it was left. His hands were smeared with more soot as he touched the surface. What is it? Do you sense any dark magic? No, Harry said, carefully placing the object back on the ground. It looks like some kind of bomb that muggles use. But why is it here? Teddy wondered. He stood up and looked at the parlor a few steps away. The door was slightly ajar, but the room seen through the gap was pitch black. I have no idea. I can only hope there are eyewitnesses in there. Harry kicked open the door. He and Teddy entered the room with their wands raised, their tips shining like beacons, illuminating the dark space. Merlin's beard, muttered Teddy. There are people down there. In one swift motion, Harry turned the nearest Auror over and took his pulse. Still alive. This one too, said Teddy, who had just checked the other Auror's pulse. The light from Harry's wand glowed in the room as he raised it higher. A little further in, two smaller people were lying on the floor. Susan, Hannah, Harry shouted as he ran up to them. Thankfully, he felt a faint pulse on Hannah's wrist. As he was about to check Susan's pulse, she jumped up, coughing. It's okay, Susan. It's Harry. Susan, who had been struggling, calmed down at Harry's words. Panting, she staggered up but fell back down again. Then there was the sound of urgent footsteps in the hallway. Edmund and the Aurors rushed into the room. Sir, we've searched the upper floors and there's no one. It seems the intruders have already left. Well done, Edmund. Now take the wounded in this room to St. Mungo's. Edmund and the other Aurors lifted the two fallen Aurors and Hannah into the air as if they were on an invisible stretcher. Harry leaned Susan against a nearby wall and knelt before her. Susan, can you hear me? Harry asked. While she nodded almost invisibly, Susan frowned as if still uncomfortable with the lights. What happened? There was an explosion. A small, raspy voice escaped her cracked lips. Then she opened her eyes wide and grabbed Harry's wrist. Ollivander! They were here for Ollivander. With those words, she lost consciousness and lowered her head, leaving the room in complete silence. Madam Bones is right, said Edmund. We can't find Mr. Ollivander anywhere. The Declining Business. Chapter 4. The Declining Business. Once Edmund had evacuated the wounded, Harry led the Aurors on a thorough inspection of the ruins of the Leaky Cauldron, leaving Teddy and a few of them to keep watch from room 11 on the street below overnight. Harry sat at the window overlooking the backyard and watched the sun brighten and recolor the faded world. Harry was not very eager to return to the Ministry of Magic, even though Hermione would be anxiously awaiting his report. He was too ashamed to face her after this fiasco, and the thought of meeting the reporters from the Daily Prophet, especially Rita Skeeter, made him shudder. He waited until the sun was high in the sky, desperately trying to justify his absence from the ministry. Putting his hand in his pocket by chance, he remembered overhearing Marcus's conversation the night before and realized that he needed to buy some extendable ears. Besides, meeting Ron Weasley, his dearest friend, would undoubtedly ease his restlessness. Feeling more relaxed, Harry walked out into the garden and entered Diagon Alley. Though it was early in the morning, most of the shops were open and ready to welcome customers. Despite the mayhem caused by Crabbe and his followers a few hours earlier, his Aurors had already finished repairing the broken parts, so that Diagon Alley would wake up to a quiet morning like any other. Good morning, Mr. Potter. Madame Malkin, dressed in purple robes, looked up at him as she stood in front of her shop, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. It's a pleasure to meet you, Madame Malkin, Harry replied with a smile. He was now middle-aged with 3 children, but Madame Malkin's pink, plump face looked the same as it had when he was a child. What brings you here at this early hour? Has something happened? Asked Madame Malkin anxiously. Nothing to worry about. I'm just here to see the Weasley brothers, said Harry, hoping against hope that this morning's Daily Prophet would not reveal the disastrous results of last night's operation. Knowing that one of Diagon Alley's shopkeepers had been kidnapped would surely come as a shock to them. As Harry continued down the street, people began to arrive at the fireplaces of nearby shops, and the streets became crowded. He made his way through the people who approached him to say hello or ask for his signature. Harry slowed down and began to check the numbers on the surrounding buildings. Number 90, 91, 92. Finally, a shop that stood out from the small, monotonous shops around it came into view. But Weasley's wizard wheezes seemed to have gone into decline since Harry's last visit a year ago. The shelf that had once been filled with a variety of roaring and clapping products now held only a few crying dolls, barely visible through the dust that covered the windows. Above the window on the right was a flyer advertising a newly released joke item. The paper was torn and faded, and the date on it was from last year. Harry wondered if the shop was closed, but when he pushed the door, it opened gently. "Ron? George?" Harry called loudly into the empty building, but no one answered. On his last visit, the shelves had been crowded with customers and hard to reach, but now they were filled with unopened boxes. A wooden barrel full of fake wands for trickery had fallen over, spilling some of its contents onto the floor. When Harry picked one up, the fake wand turned into a rubber chicken, and dust flew everywhere, making him sneeze. It occurred to him that now that Garrick Ollivander had been taken away, the swindlers would want to sell these fake wands at a very high price. Harry walked over to the counter. With half of the candles that were supposed to light the shop out, it was dim inside. The items that seemed to be the most popular were displayed near the center of the store. Only love potions and acne removers were almost sold out, with only a few left, which was natural since Valentine's Day had just passed. Harry almost tripped when something caught in his foot as he walked past. He looked down and found a rusty cage with large pieces of dust in it. "Ron, you've got to learn how to clean," Harry muttered as he tried to shake off the dust in the cage. To his surprise, they all fled around the bottom of the cage with high-pitched squeaks as soon as he touched the clumps of dust. "What the hell are you doing?" A voice came from the counter, and a man with red hair and a blue sweater, one ear missing, appeared in the hallway. "Oh, Harry, it was you." George Weasley yawned and came over. "Hello, George. I just noticed those dust balls are alive." "Dust balls? No, they're pygmy puffs." With a wave of his wand, George blew a strong gust of wind into the cage. The pygmy puffs' original pink and purple fur and tiny black faces emerged from behind the dust. Squawking happily, they rolled around in the freshly cleaned cage. "By the way, why would the fabulous Mr. Potter have traveled to such a shabby place as this?" George asked with a mischievous smile and a deep bow. Though he had wrinkles around those playful, twinkling eyes now, when he smiled like that, he seemed to have returned to the naughty boy who had roamed every secret passage of Hogwarts with his twin brother Fred. "I stayed here all night. I heard Crabbe's gang was going to raid the wand shop," Harry explained. "No big deal," said George, taking the cage full of pygmy puffs from Harry. "Crabbe's no match for you. Things are a little complicated. The dark wizards tricked us into going down the wrong path and kidnapped Ollivander." "What?" Trying to put the cage down, George almost dropped it, causing the pygmy puffs to let out high-pitched squeals and run everywhere. "You just heard it. I don't know the details yet, but it looks like the work of a new dark wizard." With a serious expression on his face, George thought for a moment, then brushed the dust off his hands and smiled. "Don't worry, Harry. You can always save Ollivander again. It's not the first time he's been in the hands of those bastards." "Thanks, George. You make it sound so easy." The sound of the bell at the shop entrance interrupted their conversation. A tall, lanky man with bright red hair, just like George, trudged toward them as Harry turned to look. It was Ron Weasley, Harry's first and best friend, wearing a frayed robe and a dirty apron. "Hello, Harry," said Ron brightly. "It's been a while since you stopped by." "Hey, Ron, what's the apron for?" "Oh, this? I forgot to take it off." He removed his apron, crumpling it in his pocket. "I had to do the dishes and clean up the kitchen before I got here. When you're married to a minister of magic, you have a lot on your plate. Balancing home and work can be a challenge, you know." "Stop whining, Ron. There's not much to do around here when business is so slow," snapped George, his words rekindling Harry's interest in the poor state of the place. "Why aren't there any customers?" asked Harry. "When I first visited, I thought there was no joke shop in the world as crowded as yours." Harry remembered the early days of the Weasleys' Wizarding Wheezes. It had looked like there were little fireworks going off inside, with all the noisy and wonderful toys displayed everywhere. And the war was raging then. Yet this shop remained popular even as other shops were closed. Yes, it seemed that our business would boom forever. Unfortunately, Voldy wasn't the only one to go moldy when the war was over, sighed George. When peacetime came, Our unsold items made for protection against the dark wizards began to pile up in storage and eventually rotted. I lost a lot of money back then, but that was a long time ago, said Harry. I remember seeing a lot of people buying your products just last year. True. Lately, though, sales have taken a dive due to the popularity of those little Muggle-invented machines, said Ron. Dust splattered on an unopened box in the display case beside him as he touched the top, and he frowned. These days, kids think these magical joke items are outdated. They need smaller, more functional Muggle devices to look cool. That's right. As of last fall, Hogwarts allowed its students to use smartphones, which was the final blow for us. Even our regular customers have stopped coming since then. George let out an exaggerated sigh. If I hadn't known McGonagall was so strict, I would have lobbied her to ban those things again. You know what's funny, said Ron Riley. Most of our remaining customers are Slytherins. The Muggle devices are terrorizing parents of so-called pure-blood families because they might defile their children. In summary, this joke shop, which we once thought would be a goldmine, is now a declining business. Despite our best efforts to escape poverty, it has gotten the better of us again, said George. It's been eating Weasleys for so long. Don't you think it's a pleasure to see it again, brother? It gives me such pleasure that I want to twist its pretty neck, said Ron, stroking the patched shoulders of his shabby robes. Wait, what's this about Ollivander? People were just talking about him on the street. Rumors fly around here, Harry, said George, winking. Harry reluctantly told them about Ollivander's kidnapping and the rise of a new dark wizard named Eisenbein who claimed to be Voldemort's successor, information he had heard from Marcus Dolohov. Well, it's not the first time someone has claimed to be, you know. Whose successor? Said Ron casually. Do you remember when Albus misused an illegal time-turner with Malfoy's son, and we suffered a lot? The same thing happened then. We faced and defeated a powerful enemy again. Of course I remember that, but the timing is what matters. There seems to be a growing animosity against Muggles in our world these days. Harry pointed to a nearby dusty shelf. Look at this, our tradition is losing ground fast. Even Lily insisted I get her a Muggle phone. George patted Harry on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry about us. We are very tolerant people. Muggles are not to blame." I agree. At least there's not much work to do now. Ron leaned against the wall and let out a long yawn. What are you doing here, by the way? Hermione must be looking for you. Oh, that reminds me. I came by to buy some extendable ears. Hearing those words, George went to a nearby shelf and brought out a bunch of flesh-colored strings. George stopped Harry as he took out his wallet to pay. Did you forget? Everything here's free for you. Besides, nobody's going to buy them anyway. Muggle devices do a better job, I've heard. Harry, if you're going to the Ministry, say hello to Hermione for me, said Ron sulkily. Why do I have to say hello to your wife? Now that she goes to work before sunrise and comes home after dark, it's hard to see her face, said Ron, shaking his head. She sees the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports more often than she sees me this year. Since when did she like Quidditch so much? Hermione likes Quidditch. She was with us at every match we went to. Her favorite thing was being with us, not watching Quidditch. In fact, she wouldn't even let me hang the Chudley Cannons poster in our bedroom, grunted Ron. There's no point in pretending she's a Quidditch fan now. I don't think Britain can host the World Cup during her term. I hope things work out. It's Hermione. She can handle almost anything, said Harry confidently. Then he pointed to the fireplace next to the counter and asked, by the way, does that thing work? I think so. But you'd better hold your breath when you go in. We haven't cleaned it in a while, said George. He lit a fire in the fireplace and handed Harry some Floo powder. Call me if you need anything, Harry, said Ron. As you know, I'm a former Auror and a special advisor to the minister. Isn't that just a job title you get paid for? Said George mockingly. And to get a free lunch at the Ministry cafeteria. Ron slapped his brother hard on the shoulder. See you soon, friends. After shaking hands with the Weasleys, Harry threw Floo powder into the fire, turning it emerald green, and yelled, "To the Ministry of Magic!" Harry opened his eyes to find himself in the fireplace of the atrium. Stepping out of the emerald fire, Harry wiped the ash from his glasses on his robes. The atrium was almost deserted after the rush hour. He got off the lift on the level that housed his department and quickly made his way to Aura headquarters. As he turned the corner of the red carpeted corridor, he saw a heavy oak door closed tightly. He lifted his wand closer, and the door opened gently, revealing a large area divided into cubicles. The office was unusually crowded and busy. Memos were constantly flying over his head, and Susan Bones was giving instructions in the hallway between the partitions. Though her arm was bandaged, she didn't look like someone who had been injured only hours before. "Susan, you should be in the hospital resting. Why did you come to work?" Harry asked worriedly as he walked up to her. "I drank some potion there, and I feel perfectly fine," said Susan reassuringly, but she looked extremely tired and her eyes were bloodshot. "Besides, the press is looking into what happened last night. I cannot lie in bed while rumors of Ollivander's kidnapping spread. You have my full confidence and that of the minister, Susan. What happened last night was not your fault. I'm the one responsible for not providing you with more orders." "Thank you, Harry." Susan nodded before grabbing her neck and grimacing. "I'm glad we caught at least one suspect, though. Rita, Skeeter would love to write a scoop about the incompetence of the Oro office. She'd blame us anyway. By the way, did you interrogate Marcus Dolokhov?" "I tried, but he said he wouldn't open his mouth except under one condition." "And what is that?" "He said he would only talk to you." "Here's some research we did on him," said Susan, handing Harry a thin folder. Harry looked at the second set of oak doors just past the last cubicle. Out in the hall was an interrogation room where Marcus Dolokhov would be waiting with unknown intentions and motives. "All right, I'll see him right away." Harry pushed open the door and turned left to walk along another corridor, then right into a dark, shabby hallway and reached its dead end. To his left was a small cupboard for storing brooms used by Aurors, and to his right was an interrogation room blocked by a thick iron door. The narrow space behind the iron door had once been the misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, where Arthur Weasley had worked, but the office had recently been expanded and moved to a larger, more prominent location, and the room had been converted into an interrogation room. Edmund, who had been sitting in the chair next to the interrogation room, stood up as Harry arrived. "I tried to get him to open his mouth, but he wouldn't, sir. A different situation would have allowed me to get the information by giving him a few drops of Veritaserum, but the law has changed, as you know. Yes, we used to put suspects in Azkaban without trial, but now their rights are protected to some extent. It's controversial, but at least no one is unjustly imprisoned," said Harry. A bitter thought crossed his mind as he thought of his poor godfather, who had lost all his youth after being imprisoned in Azkaban for over 10 years on false charges. Harry cleared his throat and slowly tapped various parts of the iron gate with his wand. Numerous cogs inside turned with a creaking sound, and suddenly the door slid open with a roar, creating a space for one person to squeeze inside. Harry had trouble seeing in the interrogation room, which was much darker than the dimly lit corridor outside. Edmund said to his back, "Good luck, Mr. Potter." Harry nodded as he walked slowly into the room, and the door slowly closed behind him. He sat down in the plain iron chair in front of the prisoner before the light that had come through the crack in the door disappeared. At first, Marcus Dolokhov, who sat across from him in another chair, appeared only as a dim black figure, lit only by the candle above their heads. With time, Harry's eyes adjusted to the darkness, and he began to recognize the young man's twisted, pale face and a smirk. Unbuttoning the top of his shirt, Harry leaned back in his chair, hoping that his opponent would feel more like a petty criminal than an important person. Then he opened the folder in his hand and began to read leisurely. "Marcus Dolokhov, after graduating from Hogwarts 10 years ago, you worked as a clerk at the Owl Post Office for 3 years, then changed several part-time jobs. And last night you tried to rob a wand shop with some surviving Voldemort sympathizers, but failed and were caught in the act." He looked at Marcus, whose sneer remained on his face. "Is there something special about you that interests me? Why do you insist on talking to me only?" "If we want to talk properly, Mr. Potter, we shouldn't lie to each other," said Marcus casually. "Even if I hadn't mentioned your name, we would still be sitting here. That's the way you are. You can never leave a question unanswered. Even before I graduated from Hogwarts, I defeated the Dark Lord you worship so dearly. But why should I be curious about a common Death Eater? As you may have overheard me talking to Lupin last night, I am a Dawnbreaker, not a Death Eater. Then I repeat what my godson said yesterday. The name isn't important. Does it matter what you call yourselves if you're going to claim the same disgusting pure blood supremacy? It's the difference in execution, you know. The Dark Lord did not put in the effort it would take to make his dreams come true. Rather, he was obsessed with the prophecy of an old fraud and used all his power to kill an ordinary boy. And he even failed at that, said Harry coolly, and Marcus chuckled and clapped as if he had heard a very funny joke. The rattling of the chains that bound his hands echoed through the narrow chamber. You're right, Mr. Potter. The Dark Lord could not achieve even this modest goal. Still, we had to rise from our failure and move on, Marcus said, the dim candlelight above their heads flickering over his dark pupils. We are not at all interested in the boy who lived. Our first priority is to make sure the world is the way we want it to be. For a moment, Harry stared at Marcus in silence. Normally, Harry would get the desired testimony by leaving the inexperienced first, timers in overwhelming darkness. But there was something different about Marcus. As if the quiet gloom was just right for his nature, he looked straight at Harry without being intimidated. It's kind of you to allow me to live in peace. Just when I was about to feel burdened by people's attention, Harry finally gave up and spoke first. You dream of the world that many dark wizards dreamed of even before Voldemort and Grindelwald. Muggles to be treated as slaves and wizards, especially purebloods, to be given special treatment. All their efforts have failed for the same reason. The world you see so distorted is full of good people, and they would not submit to such agitation. No matter how powerful your new master is, he's doomed to lose again. If what you just said is sincere, I cannot help but think that your intelligence is far inferior to what I expected, sneered Marcus. I have done some research on your life and the people you were trying to protect. Would you mind telling me how many have betrayed you or been swayed by even the smallest instigations and rumors? They eventually came back to our side and fought with us for what was right. It is proof that ordinary people can become heroes. You are wrong. The masses are foolish enough to simply follow the strong. They become infinitely docile when confronted with an unbreakable will. Did you see who attacked the leaky cauldron? Harry didn't answer, but he couldn't help remembering the black powder on the walls of the parlor and the hallway. Aurors who had investigated the scene later confirmed that the substance was gunpowder, and the metal fragments on the floor turned out to be the remains of a flash grenade, a common Muggle weapon. He looked into Marcus's eyes, but immediately regretted it. You also saw the remains of the bomb, Marcus said in a cheerful tone. As it turned out, Harry's momentary suspicion that the suspect could read the minds of others was correct. So far, Harry had not quite mastered how to close his mind properly. He had never been a good occlumency. Marcus went on, Eisenbien is not only followed by pure-blood wizards. Half-bloods, mudbloods, and even squibs and muggles are included in our organization. They all play their part in a strict hierarchy. There is no justice in slavery, though some slaves willingly serve their masters. Exactly what Granger says about house elves. How about this? Does the name Nobby Leach ring a bell? Yes, I know of him, said Harry confidently. If Harry hadn't heard about Nobby Leach from Hermione, he might have been treated like a fool by Marcus. He was the first Muggle-born minister of magic, and he did his job as well as any pure-blood minister. It's only natural that you know about Leach. He's the one your mongrel friend admires the most. It was something she said in an interview without embarrassment or shame. Don't insult Hermione Granger while I'm listening, unless you want to add an additional charge. Marcus continued, ignoring Harry's warning. Little-known fact. Nobby Leach had a granddaughter named Roberta, or Robbie Leach. She hid in fear for a long time when her grandfather had returned from his exalted position to his humble place after being evicted. Robbie didn't even go to Hogwarts, even though she had the ability to use magic. I'm sorry to hear that. But what does that have to do with you? For this woman, Roberta Leach, or Robbie Leach as we call her, now works for the Dawnbreakers. She swore allegiance to Eisenbien when she realized that accepting her innate inferiority would make her life much easier. As you can see, our organization is highly expandable. Your ideas are fundamentally flawed. You shouldn't divide classes based on bloodline, and being able to use magic doesn't mean you're better than those who can't. It's time to be more honest, Mr. Potter. Are you and your friends in any way different from us? The Ministry of Magic itself was created to hide the existence of the wizarding community from the Muggle world. To prevent petty Muggles from asking for help, we do not wish to live among them. So, whether you admit it or not. Treating muggles as an endangered species and isolating them from magic is also part of wizard supremacy. Despite the noble words of Hermione Granger, in your hearts you all look down on muggles as much as we do. Don't say that because my friends and I don't think so. Then are you prepared to go out and help the muggles? Will you magically enlarge their houses and increase their food supply to make their lives easier? Or will you continue to be an outspoken person and sit here in the cozy underground and offer absolutely nothing? Sitting speechless, Harry fought back his anger. Despite your unfounded slander, Mr. Potter, Eisenbien is at least more honest than you, and only those of upright faith can be honest. I believe that following him will eventually lead us all to a whole new world. Marcus leaned closer to Harry and continued, "A brighter, purer world, Mr. Potter. A world where everyone knows their place and submits to the purity of our blood." "Shut up. I don't care what he says. He's nothing but a lunatic." Harry finally lost control and shouted. Marcus tilted his head sideways and narrowed his eyes, while Harry huffed in anger. Harry did his best not to draw his wand out of hatred. In order for him to reach the world they lived in now, he had had to watch many loved ones die. But now the boy before him was challenging him to destroy that world and fulfill Voldemort's failed dream. Taking a deep breath, Harry closed his eyes. He calmed his fury by recalling the most comforting memories, just like when he had summoned a Patronus. He opened his eyes again and stared at Marcus, trying his best to block out all thoughts. "I don't care what you have to say. You will rot in Azkaban no matter what your master does outside. I'm here to tell you the story you need to hear. Rotting in Azkaban is not what I am here for." "Yeah? Then you could try to escape from here. There are skilled Aurors at the Ministry of Magic all around you. Escape is not my goal either. I will leave this place in a fair and legal way." Marcus's smile turned to a frown as he looked at Harry with pity. "When that time comes, Mr. Potter, you will be the one rotting alone in this dark underground, the symbol of outdated practices. I'm going to see the minister right now. We'll discuss how to make the law more flexible for uncooperative suspects like you." Harry closed the file and stood up. He dragged his chair across the stone floor, making an unpleasant, shrill noise. "My next task is to arrest Eisenbien, your new Dark Lord you're so proud of. Then we will see if your arrogance can be cured." "No problem," said Marcus flatly. "After all sensitive information about our organization has already been erased from my mind." Harry moved to the entrance, and the iron door opened by itself, letting in a bright light. The glare reminded Harry of the dawn mark he had seen the night before, rising in the night sky and illuminating all of Diagon Alley. Harry remembered something he had overheard Marcus say about Eisenbien and turned around. "You told Teddy that Eisenbien wore a cloak," Harry said, and Marcus nodded slowly. "Describe this cloak." "Its color was silvery gray, the fabric was smooth like water, and it glowed faintly in the dark with constellation patterns," said Marcus. Harry's expression hardened, and Marcus grinned as if he had expected it to be. "That's right, Mr. Potter. It's the cloak of invisibility that once belonged to you." Moratorium and Shutdown. Chapter 5. Moratorium and Shutdown. "What did he tell you, sir?" asked Edmund as Harry emerged from the interrogation room. Later, Harry hurried past Edmund and down the corridor. He waved his wand in the air before entering the lift and shouted, "Expecto Patronum!" A silver stag erupted from the tip of his wand, glided away, and disappeared through the wall toward Ron and Diagon Alley. "Level 1 Minister of Magic and Support Staff," a cool female voice called from the lift. The golden grill slid apart, and Harry stepped out. There were many large windows in the hallway, and the pale sunlight from the windows stroked Harry's cheek as he walked through. Ethel, the minister's senior undersecretary, looked up as Harry burst into the staff room. "Where have you been, Mr. Potter? The minister has been looking for you all morning." "Well, here I am, and I need to see Hermione right away." "You're late." She called the reporters into the reception room after they had attempted to break down her office door. "This is important, Ethel. I need to meet Hermione face to face." "But not now," she said firmly. "There must be a lot of cameras at the conference, and you don't want to run into the reception room. Unless you want to get a lot of attention from those reporters." Having been hounded by the press's entire life, Harry had no choice but to admit that she had a point. "Fine. Then I'll wait for her in the minister's office." Please tell Hermione there's something urgent as soon as the press conference is over. I've just called Ron, and I'd appreciate it if you could take him there. Gladly, Mr. Potter. Ethel escorted Harry to the minister's office and left him there. The wall of Hermione's office was lined with bookshelves, except for the back of the desk, which had a grandfather clock and a portrait on the wall. As he sat down at the huge mahogany desk, Harry checked the time on the clock in front of him. Even though it was almost noon, he wasn't hungry from the excitement of what he had just learned in the interrogation room. Nobby Leach was dozing as usual in his comfortable chair in the portrait above. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Leach," said Harry politely. Slowly, the figure in the portrait opened one eye, looked down into the office, and corrected his posture. "Harry, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard all about you. You can just call me Nobby," said Nobby warmly, wrapping his hands around his bald head. "In case your eyes get dazzled. Don't worry, Nobby. I like them bright," Harry said with a grin. "Hermione seems very busy these days, doesn't she?" "Yes, especially these days." Nobby pointed to the pile of books on the desk. "She's been taking short lessons in Quidditch from me lately." Harry leaned over and looked at the titles of the books. They were all related to Quidditch, from the very old ones like the noble sport of warlocks to the relatively new Quidditch through the ages, which Harry had also read. A sudden feeling of pity for Hermione washed over Harry. As if organizing the World Cup wasn't difficult enough, he had messed things up in Diagon Alley and made life even more difficult for her. "Nobby, Hermione is softer than she looks. Please take good care of her." "Of course, Harry. I'll do my best to help," Nobby replied with a bow. Harry felt some of his anger and frustration at Marcus subside when he saw the old man's beaming smile. Having taken note of Marcus's comments about Robbie Leach, Harry asked, "Hey, Nobby, do you have any family?" "My son died young in a car accident." "Yes, he and his wife were squibs, leaving a daughter named Roberta. I then took care of my granddaughter, and unlike her parents, she turned out to be a witch. No child could have been so kind and loving." At the thought of his granddaughter, Nobby's face brightened, but then darkened again as he asked, "Is there any news of her? Had the circumstances been different, I would have gone looking for her myself. But as you can see, I am now trapped in this frame." "Nothing at all," said Harry quickly. It would be a cruel thing to reveal that his granddaughter was now following the dark wizards who had harmed Nobby Leach himself. Just curious. It turned out, however, that Nobby was more quick-witted than he seemed, his mouth open to inquire further. Just then, Ron entered the office without knocking. "Ma, are you hungry?" Ron said as he took a big bite out of the sandwich he was holding and handed him something wrapped in paper. Yeah. Thanks, Ron." When Harry turned his head, Nobby Leach was asleep again, his eyes closed. Harry opened the package to find some fish finger sandwiches cut into small triangular pieces. Once he had finished the sandwich in his hand, Ron picked up another and began to eat it. "By the way, Harry, why did you call me? To have lunch with me?" "No, it's more important than that. I'll let you know when Hermione arrives." "Wow, the three of us getting together again? It brings back memories of the good old days." He sat down in Hermione's seat and put his feet up on the desk. "This is a great office, but how can there be no windows? Then there won't be enough room for all those bookshelves. There's no way Hermione's going to tolerate that." Harry waved his wand on the desk, and 2 glasses of iced pumpkin juice materialized with a pop. Ron took a quick sip of the juice and mumbled, "Thanks, I was just feeling a bit choked up." It happened when they were almost finished with their sandwiches and pumpkin juice. Hermione threw open the door just as they heard the clicking of heels outside. She was dressed in her favorite robes of floaty periwinkle blue fabric. She wore them whenever she went out in public, her usually bushy hair tied into an elegant knot at the back of her head. A few strands of sleek, shiny hair ran down both cheeks, perhaps because she had run to get here. She watched them in turn as Ron munched on his sandwich with his feet up on her desk and Harry choked on his pumpkin juice. The hardened expression on Hermione's face made Harry and Ron freeze. "What are you two doing here? I've been dealing with reporters trying to eat me alive all morning, and you're partying in my office." "It's not that, dear. I'm only here because Harry called me," cried Ron. Hermione then turned her anger on Harry. "And Harry, what on earth has happened? Yesterday, you told me I didn't have to worry about anything. Then I came to work today and found out that Mr. Ollivander had been kidnapped. The two Oris and Susan had been hospitalized, and you were nowhere to be found. Please calm down, Hermione. I have some very important information to share with you. The moment Harry looked Ron in the eye, he quickly got up, pulled the red couch from the wall, and sat down on it instead. As Hermione sat at her desk, strewn with food and paper towels, she waved her wand irritably and muttered Evanesco to clear up the mess. Let me begin by apologizing for the events of last night, said Harry. I was too careless. What did I say? Time to admit you're getting older, Hermione said, running a hand through her increasingly bushy hair. But okay. To be honest, I never thought you'd have a problem dealing with Crabbe Sr. It's not Crabbe, Hermione. Marcus Dolohov, who we arrested last night, says there's more to it. Marcus Dolohov? Is he related to Annan and Dolohov? Hermione grimaced as she spoke. In addition to killing Remus Lupin, Annan Dolohov had once cast a curse on her during the battle at the Ministry of Magic in her 5th year, seriously injuring her. That's right, he's the son of that wicked man. Marcus told me that the followers of the dark side now have a new leader named Eisenbein, and that the former Death Eaters have renamed themselves the Dawnbreakers. Eisenbein? I've never heard of him, said Hermione doubtfully. Neither have I. According to Harry, he was close to who, said Ron. I'm not sure how credible that is, though. Ron, call him Voldemort for once, said Hermione. After the battle at Hogwarts, you helped put that brute's body in an empty chamber. Why are you afraid of him now? It's not fear. It's just that the name could bring us bad luck, like before. I won't risk you getting hurt again, said Ron warmly. His gaze drifted to Hermione's wrist, where Bellatrix Lestrange had once engraved an insulting inscription, Mud Blood, with a dagger during their brief incarceration at Malfoy Manor. Hearing these words from her husband, Hermione seemed to feel better. Now let's get down to business, said Harry urgently. This Eisenbein is the one who stole my cloak of invisibility. Not only did he kidnap Ollivander, he's up to something big, and we don't know what yet. Your invisibility cloak? But how do you know that? Ron asked with a confused look on his face. I learned it from Marcus. According to his description, the appearance of Eisenbein's cloak matches mine, Harry explained. When Ron heard the answer, his expression became even more confused. Are you saying that Eisenbein is wearing the invisibility cloak and that others can still see it? Then why would you even call it an invisibility cloak? Harry felt like he had been hit over the head. It was almost unbelievable that he had missed this simple point, even though it was a question he should have asked. Still, Harry thought that this fact alone could not acquit Eisenbein of his charges. He could have worked it out somehow. It's possible he's cast a new spell to limit the cloak's transparency only when necessary, Harry insisted. But the explanation he offered sounded far-fetched even to him. Harry, even if that's true, it doesn't prove that Eisenbein is planning another great deception, said Hermione wisely. He was probably motivated to steal the invisibility cloak because he wanted to steal Ollivander's wands. I told you. On Christmas Day, I threw every protective enchantment I knew at the Dursleys' house. One of them couldn't be penetrated even by Voldemort himself, Harry said, frustrated by his friends' indifference. It makes no sense to break through all those barriers just to commit a single robbery with the cloak. Eisenbein is an extremely dangerous dark wizard, and we must issue an order to arrest him immediately. Embarrassed, Ron rubbed his nose, smearing it with fish oil, and exchanged glances with Hermione. Stop it. I know what you two are thinking. We weren't thinking anything, Harry, exclaimed Ron. He's right. We just happened to be looking at each other, Hermione agreed. You're lying. There's something very familiar about that expression. Yes, that's right. Whenever I accuse Malfoy in my 6th year at Hogwarts, you made that look. But who was right in the end? Said Harry, who used to say that every time two of his friends didn't take him seriously. It worked so well this time, too, that it immediately made Ron and Hermione look guilty. Hermione, please do as I say. You need to issue an alert in the name of the minister and mobilize as many personnel as possible to track down Eisenbein. But Harry, as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, you have the authority to issue a nationwide wanted notice. Why do you need my name? Because it wouldn't be nationwide. I want to put out a worldwide warrant for him. Hermione and Ron exchanged uncomfortable glances again, but quickly turned away before Harry could reprimand them. Hermione took a parchment scroll from her desk drawer and scribbled something on it. Her spell transformed the purple note into an airplane, and it escaped through the small vent in the ceiling. I understand, Harry, but first we should discuss this with the Department of International Magical Cooperation. I'll just ask the head of the department to come here. Who, by the way, runs that department? Percy Weasley, said Hermione flatly. Oh dear. Brace yourself, Harry, Ron said with a smirk. Since when has Percy been the head there? He used to work in the Department of Magical Transportation. Harry, pay attention to what's going on inside as well as outside, Hermione told him. Late last year, there was a staff reassignment at the Mystry. Everyone was surprised when Percy applied for the post in the Department of International Magical Cooperation, which is considered a relatively trivial post. Why would an ambitious person like Percy go there? Harry asked, but was interrupted by a knock at the door. Come in, said Hermione. A man wearing horn-rimmed glasses and a perfectly starched dark robe entered the room respectfully. Like his father, Percy Weasley's once fiery red hair was bald from the front. Can I help you in any way, Madam Granger? Percy asked politely, but then spotted Ron and froze. Just call her Hermione. You make me flush, said Ron teasingly. We have to keep work and life separate. Would you please explain why my brother is here, madam? Have you forgotten? I'm the special advisor to her. I can come in whenever I want, Ron replied without giving Hermione a chance to answer. Ron, I don't have time for this. Harry swung his wand to make a chair and motioned for Percy to sit down. As Percy listened intently, Harry recounted in turn the loss of his own cloak of invisibility, Ollivander's abduction, and Marcus's statement about Eisenbein. Let me summarize for you, said Percy sternly. Now you're telling me to send an official letter to the magical governments of the world just to catch a cloak thief. Not just a cloak thief, he's Voldemort's heir, Harry retorted. He must be an imposter. You've lost your touch, Harry sighed. Percy, how would Mr. Crouch react if he saw this? He'd just laugh it off. The only reason I put up with this is because it's you. Percy, I now understand why you wanted to join the Department of International Magical Cooperation, said Harry thickly. You wanted to follow in Barty Crouch's footsteps, didn't you? I always thought you had a bigger dream. Don't say like that. Mr. Crouch was the best wizard that ever set foot in the Ministry. Percy raised both his eyebrows and his voice, and his face turned pink. Percy, Barty Crouch imprisoned innocent people without trial. That practice wasn't fully abandoned until I became minister. Hermione's rebuke caused Percy to look away and remove his already clean glasses, wiping them with a handkerchief. When you work for Crouch, you whine about even smaller things than this. Remember when you acted like the world would end if the cauldrons got thinner, said Ron helpfully. Harry was grateful to his two friends for helping him when he needed it, no matter what they would be thinking at the moment. Standardizing the thickness of the cauldrons was an extremely important matter. Without my intervention, disastrous things might have happened. Percy, let's get down to business, began Harry. Voldemort was able to travel throughout Europe unchallenged, while Grindelwald was able to apparate to America in his prime. In order to capture Eisenbein, we will have to issue a worldwide wanted order. These allegations are not serious enough to justify such an action. There must be more than your intuition. I need proof. Percy remained stubborn. Frustrated, Harry tapped his fingers on the desk, unsure of how to convince him. His intuition told him that Eisenbein was a dangerous man and that he should get his invisibility cloak back before it was misused. As for Percy, if he wanted proof, then... Harry glanced aimlessly at Hermione's bookshelves until he noticed something. Each department's report was displayed next to the grandfather clock in the middle of the front wall. His eyes scanned the labels on each bookshelf, sorting the reports by year. In the column with the number 2 years ago, he finally found the folder he was looking for. I want you to read this, Percy, said Harry, slamming the stack of papers he had brought in front of him. Percy put on his glasses and began to read. There are mountain trolls riding graphorns through Hungary, giants wailing through the Greek seas, and the werewolves have gone entirely underground. The report ended with Percy raising his eyebrows. Something's wrong here. Harry, this is the report I gave you to read some years ago. You didn't read it then because you hated paperwork, said Hermione in a disapproving voice. I wasn't sure what it meant then. Now I understand. Those dark creatures served Voldemort in previous wars. Eisenbein now claims to be Voldemort's heir and calls them from all over the world. Apparently, this conspiracy is still going on because yesterday a chimera escaped from Greece and went on a rampage. Is that proof enough, Percy? Percy gave a long sigh after thinking for a moment. If the Chosen One says so, there's nothing I can do about it. Mr. Crouch would have said there was still a lack of evidence, though. I'll send an official letter to every country to let them know if anyone is operating under the name Eisenbein. Weeks passed with no results, even after Eisenbein's wanted notices were sent around the world, as Harry had ordered. He now knew who had stolen his cherished invisibility cloak, but the faint hope that had sprung from the elusive clues was quickly fading. He spent his time in his office as before, watching Crabbe Sr.'s Christmas gatherings through Teddy's memories in the pensive, or reading reports of suspicious trends from Aurors around the world. Easter was 2 weeks away and spring had returned to the outside world, but there was still no news of Eisenbein. In Marcus's case, powerful magic had indeed erased all of his important memories, and Harry had been unable to restore them. Furthermore, after the first questioning, Marcus would say nothing more. One day, Harry was reading the report when the office door suddenly slammed open. "Teddy, what's going on?" he asked without lifting his head. Only his godson would enter his office without knocking. Seeing the door close again, Teddy pointed his wand at it and cast a sound-concealing charm. "Muffliato. What's all the fuss about? You're going to frame another one of your Slytherin colleagues, aren't you?" "You're right, Harry, it's about Slytherins." Teddy sat down in a chair beside Harry. "But I'm not going to falsely accuse them. We can call it reasonable suspicion based on facts." "Teddy, please. If you're going to dismiss all your Slytherin colleagues as dark wizards just because they're as fat and ugly as Crabbe, or friendly to snakes, or ambitious in their careers, I'd have to dismiss half of my Aurors. Not for any of those reasons this time. You know I was staying at the Leaky Cauldron, like you told me, don't you? Just in case you forgot." "Of course I know. Is Hannah doing well?" "It seems she's been drinking more since she got out of St. Mungo's, but she's fine. Anyway, I happened to overhear the two Slytherin, Aurors, Baddock and Bulstrode, talking in secret once while I was there." "Go on. Let's see how trivial a thing you're going to denigrate your fellow Aurors with." "Just listen." Bulstrode agreed with Baddock that Eisenbein's pure blood superiority had some merit. "You see, Slytherins are never to be trusted. The most faithful man I ever knew was a Slytherin. People shouldn't be judged by their house. What do you think of this, anyway?" "I don't know. It's no secret that many Slytherins still cling to pure blood supremacy. It's unlikely that we can do anything with this information alone. But that's not all," Teddy continued. "After I overheard that conversation, I kept my eyes on the interrogation room, wondering if Marcus was up to something. Guess what I saw? The Aurors from Slytherin House, during their shifts on guard duty, were wrapping their right hand around their left wrist. It took Harry a while to comprehend this. So my Aurors put some sort of a dark mark on their wrists? If that's really the case, it's a serious matter. But they didn't actually engrave the mark there, of course. It's just a secret signal between them, to show that they are not loyal to the Ministry of Magic, but to the Dark Lord and his heir. How could such an accusation be made based on holding one's wrist? One could have accidentally injured that part. Isn't it unlikely that two people would have wrist injuries on the same side at the same time? I see your point, Teddy. I'll keep an eye on my Aurors. Now get back to Diagon Alley. You never know who might have been kidnapped by now." Harry said this to get Teddy out of his office, but he couldn't help but watch his men's wrists for the next few days. There was some truth to Teddy's words. In fact, the more he watched, the more convinced he became that his godson was right. Harry's Aurors were about half Slytherins, who usually excelled in their schoolwork and were keen on the dark arts. And again, Harry noticed that about half of his Slytherin Aurors clasped their left wrists briefly as they passed each other. Now Marcus Dollahov's disturbing warning came to Harry's mind. In the interrogation room, he had said that he would walk out of the ministry himself. If his sympathizers were growing that fast, it was only a matter of time before an Auror would remove the suspect's restraints and leave the door wide open. Hermione called Harry on Thursday afternoon, just as Harry was considering bringing this alarming sign to the attention of his friends the week before Easter. On the paper airplane Harry received was written, "Harry, come to my office as soon as you see this." Ron is with me. The note ended there, but if the information had to be shared by the three of them alone, Eisenbien would be the only possible subject. Leaving his office, Harry dashed through the narrow corridor between the cubicle walls, ignoring the surprise of the Aurors, and headed for the upper floor. During the lift ride, his mind was filled with all sorts of ideas and possibilities. In which country had Eisenbien been discovered? How many Aurors would it take to catch him? It was finally time to go get his invisibility cloak back. Then he could overcome the feeling of helplessness that had held him back since last Christmas. He entered Hermione's office with excitement, but then froze as the unexpected sight unfolded before him. The interior had originally looked like a quiet library, but flowers and pink ribbons now decorated the shelves like a party hall. The once tidy desk was overflowing with boxes of chocolates, bottles of butterbeer, and all sorts of snacks like eclairs and cream cakes. Upon Harry's entry, Hermione and Ron, who were dancing hand in hand and giggling like children, looked at him. They were wearing bright orange robes over their clothes, making them look like overgrown, bouncing oranges. "Join us, mate," Ron shouted, pulling Harry in. There was even laughter and clapping from Nobby Leach in the portrait, who usually pretended to be asleep. "Is there a reason for all this?" asked Harry, stunned. "Have you caught Eisenbien already?" "Eisen who?" Ron frowned, forcing Harry to put on a spare orange robe from the desk. "It's not some boring aura duty we called you here for. There's something to celebrate." Red petals spewed from Hermione's wand, embroidering the floor as she rushed madly toward him. "Harry, we did it! England is going to host the Quidditch World Cup." Hermione screamed happily as she hugged Harry, and with the orange robes still binding his arms, he almost fell backward. "Wow, brilliant! Unbelievable!" shouted Harry. Despite his best efforts, the voice sounded too hearty to be his. The news should have made him glad, but he was disappointed, since he had hoped so much to capture Eisenbien and retrieve the invisibility cloak. "You should have seen those Americans," cried Hermione with delight. "When they found out we were hosting the World Cup, their faces looked like they had been hit with a frying pan. When we shook hands to say goodbye, the president of Makusa seemed to want to break my hand." "Hermione, don't forget my contribution. Who put the Chudley Cannons posters in our bedroom? Who told you to pray in that orange uniform every time you went to bed?" All right. Superstition or not, the result was positive anyway. Hermione smiled and kissed her husband on the cheek. "You all did a great job. It worked out really well." "The World Cup is next year, right?" asked Harry. "That's true, but there's still a long way to go," said Hermione, who seemed to have calmed down a bit. "First we have to build the stadium, and then we have to make sure that our national team wins the upcoming World Cup." "I agree 100 times. The sight of the English national team being crushed by Transylvania in the 1994 World Cup still haunts me," Ron said with a shudder. "Mr. Leach can give us some advice on that." Hermione looked back at the portrait, her eyes glistening. "Wasn't it in your term that the English Quidditch team won the World Cup, Nobby?" "Of course, Hermione. I'll give you any advice you want," laughed Nobby. Despite everyone's joy, however, somewhere deep in Harry's heart, a heavy lump of lead seemed to have settled. The utter horror of the Death Eaters came flooding back to him as he vividly remembered the night of the Quidditch World Cup final, just before his 4th year at Hogwarts. The burning tents, the smoky, dark sky, and the Muggle families being lynched hanging upside down in the air. "Hermione, Ron, I'm really glad to hear things are going well," Harry said, and both friends nodded enthusiastically. "But as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, security is my #1 concern." "Oh, Harry, what could possibly be bothering you?" Ron asked with a grin. "Well, for example, a Death Eater who's locked up in this building right now," Harry said, wiping an awkward smile from his face. "Hermione, I want to take Marcus Dolohov to Azkaban. I think he is trying to mislead my Aurors by making small talk with them." "Give him a break, Harry. I want to talk to someone if I was locked in a dark room all day." His concern is not entirely unfounded, however. According to the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century, Gellert Grindelwald once managed to convince a guard to join him using nothing more than his tongue and escape from prison, said Hermione seriously. "But Harry, Marcus Dolohov isn't as prominent a figure as Grindelwald, is he? We would look intimidated by his presence here, if we made an exception for him. It's still better than letting him get away, said Harry. Have some faith, mate, said Ron. Who's in charge of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement now? It's Harry Potter, the greatest Oru of our time. Besides, there's another reason why we couldn't just lock young Dolohov up in Azkaban. There are many things to learn from Muggles, especially the presumption of innocence. The purpose of adding this principle to our law was to prevent people like Hagrid and Sirius from being unfairly sent to Azkaban in the first place. Harry winced slightly when he heard his late godfather's name from Hermione. To prevent another case like Sirius Black, Harry had actively supported her in introducing the principle of innocent until proven guilty into the Ministry of Magic's decree. However, it seemed unfair that a criminal like Marcus could abuse the law that was meant for the innocent. There's a big difference between Azkaban now and then. There are no more Dementors, Harry protested, his voice less confident than before. But according to Kingsley, there are still many of them in its underground cavern. Very angry and hungry, aren't they? Said Hermione firmly. Imagine some of them escaping and kissing. Someone who hasn't been tried yet, things are going to get out of hand. Remember what happened to the imposter Mad-Eye Moody? We went to all that trouble in 5th year because he got kissed by a Dementor. Harry had to agree, since he had almost been kissed by a Dementor himself when he had done nothing wrong. Now that we've got that out of the way, let's move on to something really important, Hermione said, clearing her desk of cake slices and empty butterbeer bottles. Few people know that we are hosting the World Cup. We'll hold a press conference tomorrow morning and keep it quiet until an official announcement is made. I'm so glad. It's almost Easter. What does Easter have to do with this? Asked Ron, looking confused. To call yourself an advisor with that much political sense, Ron? Hogwarts will be on Easter break for 2 weeks from next Monday. Did you know that? Of course I did, said Ron sheepishly. Once the Christmas holidays were over at Hogwarts, I always looked forward to the Easter holidays. Then hear me out, Ron. All relatives tend to gather when children return home. And it's natural for adults to discuss politics when they're together. That is how public opinion is formed around Easter, explained Hermione calmly. We will get positive words about our regime if I announce the World Cup just before the holidays. That will give me a better chance of being re-elected. The election is years away, and you're already worried about re-election? Said Ron, shaking his head. You used to worry about exams right after the start of term at Hogwarts. Now that they no longer exist, you worry about elections. You're such a worrier. Hermione, stop it, Ron, and help me rehearse. Hermione had already taken out several quills and a long roll of parchment. Harry and Ron stayed late to help Hermione with her speech, trapped in her office. In the end, when she couldn't find a single word she didn't like in the script of her speech, Hermione sat them both down in front of her and asked them to evaluate her voice. Harry could barely resist the urge to cover his ears as her voice echoed and boomed because of the amplifying charm. At almost midnight, Hermione folded the parchment with the speech on it, and Harry's tap on Ron's shoulder woke him up. Well, I think that's it for now, though it's not perfect yet, Hermione finally declared. It's tomorrow morning at 10 in the grand meeting room at the Ministry of Magic. You'd better be there, both of you. Harry arrived at the grand meeting room the next morning to find reporters and photographers from the Wizarding Wireless Network News and Daily Prophet lined up at the front, while wizards and witches of all ages took their seats. In the corner of the hall, Harry stood still, out of sight, when he heard a large beetle buzzing and fluttering near his ears. As he panicked and tried to move, he bumped into a white-haired man wearing bright yellow robes. "Look who it is, Harry Potter!" shouted Xenophilius Lovegood. At his words, the people around them began to gather around them. "Have you read any of our articles lately? My Luna has written touching stories about the giant spiders of the Forbidden Forest, whose very existence is threatened." "Yes, of course, Mr. Lovegood. My department is taking the matter very seriously," Harry murmured. "Then you'd better act fast. Let's not lose any more of these poor friends with many legs." After many nods, Harry looked for a familiar face in the crowd. Finally, he saw Ron's flaming red hair rise and squeezed over to stand next to him. "A stranger might think people are here to see you, Harry," Ron grinned at Harry. "True enough. I was avoiding Rita Skeeter when I ran into Xenophilius. It's been a while since he's been fighting for acromantula rights," said Harry, sighing. Acromantulas. You mean those horrible man-eating spiders? Ron said in disgust. The idea of him getting weirder than he already was never crossed my mind. In the grand meeting room, almost everyone had taken their seats by now, and the reporters had also returned to their seats after giving up on interviewing Harry. Hermione stepped up to the podium as Harry and Ron stood against the wall. Her hair was sleek and shiny, and she was wearing a floaty, lilac-colored dress, typical of her special occasion attire. Hermione stared solemnly at the audience below. In awe of her improved acting skills, Harry gasped. You would have thought she had some tragic news if you didn't know. Hermione took out her wand, pointed it at her neck, and said, sonorous, magically amplifying her voice. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic, my fellow witches and wizards. It must have been a surprise to receive such a sudden summons, but as minister, I am honored to have so many of you here. Hermione's booming voice echoed throughout the hall, and she received a polite round of applause from the assembled crowd. The last 2 decades of peace have been a precious time for the wizarding community, as everyone here knows. The last war was a time of division and the tragic loss of many of your loved ones. But in the end, we prevailed. Harry Potter, the Chosen One, defeated the most fearsome dark wizard in history. And let me ask you, citizens, whose choices made him the Chosen One? Those choices were yours. On that day, we celebrated a glorious victory, thanks to the ordinary people who had stood up for Harry and believed in his noble cause. The applause was louder than before, and many people turned to clap for Harry. In response, Harry bowed slightly and squinted at the intense flash from the press photographers at the front of the room. Picturing his distorted face on the front page of the Daily Prophet the next day, Harry felt somber. Please allow me to explain why I have called you all here. The room fell silent when Hermione paused for a moment. I am pleased to announce that England will host the Quidditch World Cup next year. After a few seconds of silence, the room erupted in deafening cheers. Almost everyone in the audience, young and old alike, cheered wildly, giving Hermione a standing ovation and waving their pointy hats. Hermione grinned, despite her best efforts to appear solemn. Yesterday's effort was worth it, wasn't it? Ron asked, nudging Harry with his elbow. Yes, it was, Harry replied with a smile. It was the first time Hermione had received such an enthusiastic reaction during her tenure. Several minutes passed before the shouting finally stopped. Hermione waited patiently for everyone to calm down before continuing without using the silencing charm. England's last 2 previous World Cups were held in dark times. Until then, Voldemort, a few middle-aged men and women shuddered at his name, and his followers were at the height of their power. And especially in the last World Cup held in our country, the glory of Ireland's victory was tarnished by the attack of the Death Eaters. This time, however, it's different. The upcoming World Cup will serve as an announcement to the world that British wizarding is fully recovered and united after the war. Another thunderous round of applause swept through the crowd, and excitement and happiness reigned. It was then that Harry noticed a small but persistent movement at the entrance to the room. A group of goblins, about half his height, were squeezing through the gaps between the people standing there. They grunted in their own harsh, unintelligible language as they passed through the chairs, but their diminutive stature kept them from attracting much attention. With Hermione holding most of the crowd's interest, Harry seemed to be the only one watching the goblins, and even Ron seemed unaware of them. He was about to tell Ron about their little march when one of the reporters in the front row raised her hand, silencing the crowd. Your speech was quite pleasant, Minister. It wasn't easy to see the reporter's face from Harry's side, as he could only see one of her arms wrapped in a yellow robe, but her sharp voice clearly belonged to Rita Skeeter. There is one thing I would like to make clear, however. Hosting the Quidditch World Cup requires a large budget. During the last World Cup, Cornelius Fudge levied special taxes on cauldrons by standardizing their thickness and increased taxes on citizens purchasing Quidditch equipment. Wouldn't it be nice if you could tell the voters how much the event will cost? Her words dampened the excitement and enthusiasm, and voices murmured low with added anxiety. Harry turned to Hermione, wondering how she would answer the uncomfortable question. To his surprise, however, Hermione smiled relaxedly, as if she had been expecting the question. Rita, you made a good point. "It was about time I brought up the financial issue," began Hermione. "Since I took office, you have published several articles criticizing my mismanagement of the budget. You also kindly suggested that I was personally misusing precious taxpayers' money by taking in more than I spend each year." There were little laughs everywhere. Although Harry couldn't see clearly, he could easily picture Rita Skeeter's square jaw hardening with her faded smile. "I'm going to address these accusations directly. The Quidditch World Cup has been a dream of mine ever since I became Minister of Magic, and I have secretly prepared a special budget to facilitate a smooth event at no cost to our citizens." The people stood and applauded even louder and more enthusiastically than before, with intermittent cheers. Harry said, "Ron, I think it's our turn." In a moment, they exchanged glances, coordinated their timing, and shouted, "Granger! Granger! Granger!" The slogan quickly spread from Harry and Ron to the others, and soon almost everyone in the grand meeting room was chanting it. Hermione smiled shyly, as if she didn't know what to do, and lowered her head so as not to look arrogant. This moment would surely be mentioned in Hermione's memoirs, and her polite but confident voice was already filling Harry's head. The thunderous applause that day led to my re-election several years later. The fervent support of the citizens enabled the magical community to take another step toward reform. Then Ron nudged him with his elbow, bringing him back to reality. "Harry, did you see those goblins? What could they be doing here?" The goblins were already halfway up the vast spiral staircase leading to the podium above when Harry turned to look at the stage. Given the situation, Harry did not think the goblins would cause any problems. "It must be part of the event, I suppose. Maybe Hermione will be announcing bonuses for Ministry employees along with the goblins," suggested Harry. But his predictions soon turned out to be wrong, because Hermione certainly wasn't expecting them to show up. She stepped back from the podium, looking quite appalled, led by one of the goblins who pulled at her hem. She was then surrounded by all the goblins, who quickly uttered something with angry faces. It was impossible for them to hear what was being said, but the more she listened, the whiter her face became. The audience sat back and whispered worriedly to each other. Only the reporters, including Rita Skeeter, stood up and stared intently at the podium, looking as if an early Christmas had just been declared. "Oh dear, I hope this isn't bad news," Ron whispered to Harry. But his wish seemed to be in vain. A tremor ran through Hermione's hands as she returned to the podium, her face drained of all color. "I have just received unfortunate news from Mr. Ragnarok, the head goblin of Gringotts Wizarding Bank," Hermione said in a thin voice. She took a sip from the water-filled goblet on the podium and continued in a trembling voice. "Several unidentified clients of Gringotts Bank have withdrawn all the gold from the vault containing the Ministry of Magic's budget over the past week. Due to these unfavorable circumstances, the British Ministry of Magic is now declaring a moratorium along with its shutdown, as strongly recommended by Mr. Ragnarok, with all employees on indefinite unpaid leave, except for essential personnel, as of today." The House Most Desirable. Chapter 6. The House Most Desirable. In the basement kitchen of number 12 Grimmauld Place, Harry sat in front of the blazing fireplace, staring into the burning wood on the grate. Picking up the poker, he carefully moved the large chunks of wood from one side to the other, checking to see if a familiar face had appeared among them. "How long are you going to stare at that fireplace, dear?" asked Ginny. She handed Harry a newspaper and a bundle of letters in her arms as her husband turned around. "No letter from Hermione yet?" Harry asked after confirming that all the letters were either flyers or his fan letters. Ginny shook her head and sat down across from him at the long wooden table. "That's why you keep looking at the grate, isn't it? In case she shows up and tells us something?" "Yeah, but I don't think she's in a position to answer right now," said Harry. "Hermione's not home, and even Ron has no idea where she is. At this point, it's best to wait until there's more news about her in the Daily Prophet and letters." Despite his reluctance, Harry flattened the rolled-up newspaper and read the front page. The article was topped by a picture of Hermione on the podium, looking restless and surrounded by angry goblins. An ambitious announcement by the Minister of Magic ends in disaster. On Friday, Minister of Magic Hermione Granger drew enthusiastic cheers from her supporters when she announced that England would host the upcoming Quidditch World Cup. This unexpected statement suggested that the minister was planning to run for re-election in the next polls, given her usual comments about considering decades-long effects when making policy changes. As it turned out, the minister was incapable of seeing 5 minutes ahead, let alone decades. The Gringotts goblins who broke into the grand meeting room revealed that the ministry's vault was empty, with no gold to pay the salaries of its employees, let alone host the Quidditch World Cup. As a result of the incident, the minister immediately announced a moratorium and shutdown of the Ministry of Magic, and has since refused to comment on the matter. Most of the ministry's employees are currently on indefinite unpaid leave, making it difficult for them to earn a living. For a full account of Madame Granger's alarmingly poor performance in Hogwarts divination class, turn to page 12. As Harry finished reading, he took a deep breath and tried his best not to throw the newspapers into the fireplace. While he had expected to find many condemning articles, it was even worse to see them in person. Harry had done his part to ruin Hermione's flawless plan, which made him feel even more miserable. This incident might not have happened if he had not been obsessed with Eisenbein and instead focused on watching Diagon Alley, where a kidnapping had just recently occurred. "Harry, don't be too hard on yourself," said Ginny softly, as though she had read Harry's mind. "This would have happened if someone else had been in your place." Gringotts goblins were very reluctant to entrust the security of the bank to the Ministry of Magic. It's possible that their unsupportive behavior created loopholes. Also, we're still not sure exactly how the situation came about. Perhaps the goblins are blaming us for their own mistakes. "Thanks, Ginny. That's comforting," Harry said, giving her a weak smile. The Potters were silently watching the fireplace for any news when a loud noise like a bursting firecracker rang out from the hallway above. As Harry turned, a tiny creature with a snow-white towel draped over its body walked into the kitchen. Creature, the house elf who belonged to this house and the Potters, bowed deeply and announced to Harry, "Master Harry, Creature has returned." "Welcome back, Creature," said Harry. "Is there any news? I mean about the Gringotts incident." The elf approached Harry and Ginny and nodded. Master said he wanted to know what happened to Gringotts Wizarding Bank, so Creature has been visiting the house elves of other families to gather rumors. Creature looked around to make sure no one else was listening and whispered, "Creature doesn't know many details, Master Harry, but they say Muggles were involved in this crime. But how could they? Even some of the most powerful wizards wouldn't dare rob Gringotts," said Ginny, looking confused. "Creature, what's the basis of this rumor? Have you heard anything?" asked Harry. Creature continued in his bullfrog voice. "Creature heard it from a house elf whose master works at Gringotts. The goblins have identified those who stole gold from the ministry, but Creature has heard that their faces are unknown to us. If at least their faces have been identified, does that mean the culprits didn't break into the vault secretly?" asked Harry. A dark expression appeared on Creature's face as he nodded. "Master is right. Muggles have repeatedly taken money from the bank and put it back by asking the goblins at the counters. Creature doesn't know how, but after many such attempts, not a single Canute was left in the Ministry vault." Harry searched for answers to this strange case, but found none. His first thought was to visit Gringotts Bank himself, or perhaps even meet Bill Weasley, one of its employees, to find out exactly what had happened. However, the media would probably accuse Hermione of incompetence if he intervened in such a political crisis. Besides, it was hard for him to instruct his subordinates, who were on unpaid leave, to find out what was going on. "So, Master Harry, what should Creature serve for dinner tonight? Would Master prefer the steak and kidney pie for the main course, followed by the treacle tart for dessert that Master and his children are so partial to?" Harry snapped out of his deep thoughts when he heard this. "Dinner, Creature? But we haven't even had lunch yet." "Good gracious, dear." Ginny slapped Harry's arm. "Easter vacation starts today. Have you forgotten our children are coming home? That's why I took the day off to be with you." "Mistress Ginny is right, Master. Creature went shopping in Diagon Alley yesterday and spent all day to feed Master's children." The elf snapped his finger and meat, vegetables and bread appeared on the table, piled high on top of each other. Harry felt a pang of shame. It had slipped his mind that James, Albus, and Lily were returning home today in the midst of his efforts to contact Hermione or find out what had happened to Gringotts. "Well, I didn't forget. I just couldn't remember for a moment, said Harry vaguely. Doesn't that mean you forgot? Ginny said, crossing her arms and frowning. Every time she did that, Harry thought that Molly Weasley would have looked a lot like her if she had been a lot thinner. Then remember this? Scorpius Malfoy is also coming today. His father sent us a letter last week. That's very good indeed, said Harry. Albus would certainly enjoy having a Slytherin friend in our house. Ginny sat down and made eye contact with Harry with a more serious expression on her face. Starting tomorrow, Teddy will be here as well. Harry, we're going to need a new bedroom to accommodate so many people. Is that really necessary? James can sleep with Albus and give Teddy his room as before. And where will Scorpius sleep? Our family and the Malfoys have had an unhappy relationship for decades, and we're finally getting along. Besides, someone will have to sleep in the kitchen when Victoire and Ron's children come to visit, said Ginny pleadingly. If there's anything you've been thinking about and haven't been able to put into action, now's the time. Without a word, Harry turned his eyes to the fireplace. It suddenly dawned on him that Hermione's was not the only face he wanted to see in the blazing fire. I need some time to think. I'll go upstairs in the afternoon to collect my thoughts. It hadn't changed much since Harry had first visited Sirius Black's bedroom on the top floor over 2 decades ago. Due to the numerous posters and photographs hanging on the walls, it was difficult to see the original silvery gray silk of the walls. The room had a large bed with elaborate patterns, a huge wooden wardrobe opposite it, and a chandelier with dirty, burnt candle stumps above it. The room was dark, even though the sun was shining outside, for a thick velvet curtain was blocking the tall window. To let in more light, Harry pulled back the curtains and walked over to Sirius's bed to sit down. Whenever Harry was upset or had something serious on his mind, he would sit alone in this room ever since he moved into this house 20 years ago. It was in this room that he had decided to marry Ginny, and it was in this room that he had spent time alone when his relationship with Albus, the only Slytherin in his family, had become estranged. It had been a long time since Harry's godfather had vanished behind the veil. He never came back, but in this room, he felt like Sirius was sitting right next to him. During his time in the room, his mind was calm, clear, and focused, almost as if his godfather had come back to life and was giving him advice. And Harry went into the godfather's bedroom that afternoon, perhaps for the last time, to consider whether it was time to let Sirius go. Losing the cloak of invisibility had caused many depressing days, but none as depressing as today. He felt as if part of his heart had to be ripped out. He sat on the soft bed as the sun shone through a partially exposed window, warming the room. An entire wall was covered with several faded Gryffindor banners, with a large golden lion standing and roaring in the scarlet background, and he studied them carefully. A rebellious Gryffindor child, raised in a household full of Slytherins, this lonely boy had found happiness in finding refuge in school and friends, rather than in his home and family. Harry realized how similar his childhood had been to Sirius Black's. Having made his decision, Harry sat still for a long time before getting up until the sun set and darkness returned. Opening the door, Harry was surprised to see Kreacher sitting on the landing. Through the slightly open door behind the slouching house elf, Harry could see a room that had remained untouched for decades after the death of its previous owner. Unlike his older brother's room, Regulus Black's was decorated in the green and silver that symbolized Slytherin House. Master Harry, Kreacher understood what Mistress Ginny was asking for in the kitchen. So Kreacher came here with the same concerns as his master. The elf staggered and stood up as he spoke. Regulus's locket, given to him by Harry a long time ago, bounced weakly on the white towel wrapped around his skinny body. Kreacher knows why Master Harry and Mistress Ginny leave this place untouched. Whenever Kreacher thinks of Master Regulus, he comes into this room and sits down, and Master knows that. Kreacher still cherishes his old master. For Kreacher's sake, Master, Harry has left Master Regulus's old room without saying anything, even when there are not enough bedrooms for guests. Kreacher is an awful elf, Master. A foul and shameful elf indeed. Don't blame yourself, Kreacher. I left Sirius's bedroom just the way it was, and I'd sit in it whenever I remembered him, just like you. Harry sat down on one knee, eye level with the elf. The tennis ball-sized eyes were watery. Creature has made his decision to clean this bedroom for the next person to use. As long as Creature lives, Master Regulus will always be dear to him. But now he serves Master Harry. Master Harry is the defender of the house elves and the kindest of wizards. The time has come for Creature to say goodbye to his brave Master Regulus. Creature struggled to speak, tears streaming down his cheeks. Harry went over and embraced the elf. Creature, I made the same decision. It's time to let Sirius go. Streams of tears flowed from Creature's face onto Harry's shoulder, making his clothes damp and warm. Harry realized he was crying as well when he felt a similar sensation on his cheek. As the Potters returned home from King's Cross Station with their children, the smell of freshly baked pies aroused their appetites. Wow, isn't that the treacle tart? That's my favorite, James shouted as he ran into the kitchen. You pig, leave mine be, yelled Lily as she followed him with Ginny. Left behind, Harry, Albus, and Scorpius walked more leisurely toward the basement kitchen. A chandelier overhead and gas lamps hanging on the wall cast a warm glow down the hallway. This place is lively. It would be nice to have more people in our house like this, Mr. Potter, Scorpius said, admiring the bright, clean passage, free of the decay of the past. You'll change your mind once more guests arrive, Harry said with a smile. The noise is unbearable when Teddy and James are together. Scorpius Malfoy's gentle and polite manner struck Harry as somewhat awkward, as cynicism and rudeness would seem more appropriate on his young face. The boy's pale, pointed face and sleek, white blonde hair resembled that of Draco Malfoy, Harry's childhood nemesis, in all but a softer impression. Every time Harry saw Scorpius, he felt a strange feeling at his familiar appearance and unfamiliar personality. He was a bookworm of a kind and shy nature, a stark contrast to his childhood father, who had ridiculed and bullied Harry and his friends at every opportunity. Wow, an umbrella stand made out of a troll's leg? Cool, Scorpius said just before entering the kitchen. But Albus, why does this side of the wall seem hollow? Ah, for removing a portrait. I heard there was a permanent, sticking charm on the back of the canvas, so part of the wall had to be torn down, Albus explained, then turned to Harry, frowning. But what was wrong with the portrait, Dad? Well, you'll find out soon enough, Harry told the boys as their curious eyes focused on him. Let's go upstairs together after dinner. We have some work to do. Everyone enjoyed the welcome feast. Scorpius was treated with particular kindness by Creature, perhaps because his now deceased grandmother, Narcissa Malfoy, had once been a member of the Black family. Would you like some more pies, Master Scorpius? Creature asked, placing the pies on top of a mountain of juicy steaks before Scorpius could answer. Thank you, Creature, Scorpius muttered, his mouth full of hamburger. If you keep gaining weight at this rate, your father may not recognize you, Albus said, and the rest of the family laughed together. I wish we had a house elf too. Cooking was never my father's strong point, said Scorpius regretfully. His mother, Astoria Malfoy, had died of an illness a few years ago, leaving him to live with his father at Malfoy Manor. I actually do most of the cooking, and the Malfoys used to have a house elf. His name was Dobby, and he was very close to me, Harry recalled. With this mention, the topic of the dinner turned to the history between Harry and Dobby. Upon hearing that the poor elf had died from a silver knife thrown by Bellatrix Lestrange, the tender-hearted Scorpius shed tears. Bad lady, Miss Bellatrix. She treated Creature well as a child. Creature also wiped away his tears and muttered in his bullfrog's voice. It was that accursed Dark Lord who infected her with his vile nature. Well said, Creature. It's very important to us who we get along with, Harry said, smiling at Albus and Scorpius in turn. With that in mind, my son, it looks like you have a great friend. The pale face of Scorpius turned slightly pink as he replied. I do indeed appreciate your kind words, Mr. Potter. Harry was the first to stand up after everyone had drunk butterbeer served with custard tarts. Albus, Scorpius, come with me. Like I said, I have something to do with you today. Yawning, James asked his father sleepily. What is it, Dad? To give Albus a new room, Harry said, and James's drowsy eyes opened wide in an instant. What? What about me then? You and Albus will move into the 2 rooms on the top floor, said Harry patiently. They will be much larger and more comfortable than your original ones. Then Lily can move into James's old room, and the remaining bedrooms will be converted into spare bedrooms for visitors. That would be great, Dad. Lily cheered, throwing her arms up in excitement. Your father and Creature have been cleaning the upstairs room for you all afternoon, said Ginny. And what's the magic word, children? Thanks, Dad, shouted James, Albus, and Lily at the same time. Then we'll go upstairs and finish cleaning up, said Harry. Move your things when it's convenient for you, James. And Creature, have you said your final goodbyes? Yes, Master Harry, Creature replied somewhat sadly. Leaving the restaurant, Harry led Albus and Scorpius up the stairs. What do you mean by the final goodbyes? Asked Albus curiously. I've wanted to get rid of a portrait for a long time, but Creature was attached to it, so I kept it until now, said Harry. The time has finally come to remove the thing. But first we have to find something. Harry's first stop before climbing the stairs to the top landing was the third-floor storeroom. The uncarpeted floor creaked as he opened the door and stepped inside, and there was a smell of foul, musty air. When he turned on a gas lamp on the ceiling, the dim light revealed old furniture and broken playthings stacked against the dull gray walls. The next step is to find 3 earmuffs, Harry told the boys. There's something under the ceiling over there. Let's have a look. He was unable to find anything useful under the moldy blanket, however. Scorpius and Albus also spread out to help with his search, putting away old textbooks and rummaging through crates of toys. Harry was putting aside the old black family books that promoted pure-blood supremacy when Albus opened a tarnished silver box and examined the bottle inside. What do you think this is, Dad? Asked Albus. He was holding a dusty crystal bottle with a large opal set on top, filled with a thick crimson liquid. Could this be blood? A look of disgust crossed Albus's face, and he wrinkled his nose. Yes, I think so. I remember seeing it before, said Harry thoughtfully. We found that crystal bottle when I was cleaning this house with the Weasleys a long time ago. We were about to throw it away, but then it occurred to Molly that it might contain some unknown curse, so it ended up being here. Hand it over, Albus. Scorpius took the bottle and examined the elaborate pattern. A pattern like that was used by medieval vampires. An ancient ancestor of the Blacks may have taken this from them. Really, ruddy vampires? Albus frowned at the blood-filled bottle, even more disgustedly than before. But how do you know that? Well, my grandmother used to tell me stories about the history of the Blacks. She was part of the Black family tree as well, remember? Placing the crystal bottle back in the silver box, Scorpius shrugged. There were several famous vampire hunters from the Black family a long time ago, I've heard. One of them was said to have killed the infamous vampire Squib, and this bottle was probably plundered at the time, a souvenir of sorts, I suppose. The vampire Squib? Does that bottle hold the children's blood that he drained, you mean? Albus retreated from the chest in horror. That vampire must have given me dozens of nightmares. Creature would tell me of his horrors when I had trouble sleeping. Yeah, I remember, said Harry. It made him smile to recall the younger Albus coming into their bedroom, crying and wiping away his tears. That's why I told Creature not to tell you scary stories before bedtime. The silver box was tightly sealed and moved further down the shelf than it should have been, and the search continued. With a rattling sound, Albus opened a sack and discovered a better yield. Dad, I found some gold coins. Indeed, a pair of glittering galleons lay on the palm Albus had just taken out of the sack. Can I keep them, please? But why are there gold coins? Let me see. Harry took one and brought the galleon into the light. At first, the gold coin looked genuine, but upon closer inspection, the serial number engraved around its edge revealed the truth. Ah, it's one of the fake galleons from Dumbledore's army. We used to send messages to each other on them. Harry smiled, held the gold coin up to his face, and whispered the numbers. Now take a good look at your coin. Albus, wow, the numbers are changing, cried Albus, carefully inspecting the other gold coin in his hand, but then a sudden wave of his hand caused him to drop the galleon. Ouch! It got very hot. That's how we communicated. To inform our members of the change, in meeting time, we heated the coin and let them know. Harry quickly waved the gold coin several times, releasing the heat from the surface. This pair of coins was once used by your mother and me, and they must have made their way up here somehow. Dad, can we have the fake galleons? Albus asked, picking up the gold coin that had fallen to the floor. I reckon they'd be useful for keeping in touch with Scorpius. Sure, it'd be better than letting them rot here. As Harry handed Scorpius his gold coin, he examined it carefully. It seems to have a protean charm on it, which is quite a sophisticated enchantment. After all, you've been a genius since childhood, Mr. Potter. Actually, it was Hermione who came up with that, Harry said, waving his hand in denial. You might become a minister of magic like her, if you study as hard as she did. They eventually found the 3 earmuffs in the moldy bag, along with Harry and Ginny's old Quidditch robes and an old golden snitch, and headed upstairs. Harry had Albus and Scorpius put on the earmuffs and then entered Regulus Black's old bedroom. There was an ominous square object leaning against the wall behind the canopy bed in the middle. It gave the dark room a gloomy, temple-like feel because of the life-size portrait that looked like an object of insidious worship, the cutout wall still attached to the back of its frame. Is this my new bedroom? I'm going to have nightmares if I sleep here, Albus said, looking annoyed. With a wave of his wand, Harry lit the candles in the chandelier, revealing the Slytherin banners hanging on the walls. The Slytherin coats of arms at the Potters. That's fantastic, Mr. Potter, exclaimed Scorpius in awe. This room used to belong to a Slytherin, Harry said. His name was Regulus Black, and he was one of the noblest people I've ever known. Well, the air in this room will be much improved once this ugly picture is removed. Approaching slowly, Harry pointed his wand at the pair of long, moth-eaten curtains covering the portrait and tore them apart. Behind them, a drooling old woman in a black cap opened her mouth wide and let out a horrible, blood-curdling scream. Filth! Vile scums! Half-breeds, mudbloods, animals! Leave this place at once! How dare you disgrace the house where my ancestors lived? Despite the thick earmuffs, Harry was dazed by the deafening noise that came through them. It felt like someone was beating a loud drum in Harry's head. Though Harry had hoped she would look better in the bright light, the old woman's wrinkled face appeared yellower and more frightening under the candlelight. Her rolling eyes finally stopped on Harry, and she howled, You who deceived my son and robbed our home. Blood traitor, Muggle's petty minion. Shame on our kind. With the help of his earmuffs, Harry was able to withstand the old woman's harsh words for quite some time. Finally, Harry pointed his wand at her as she gasped for breath. Mrs. Black, no one will protect you anymore. It's over for you. If only I were still alive. You bastard. A weed without roots. How dare you threaten the mistress of this house? The Dark Lord will not allow it. Mrs. Black screamed, her bloodshot eyes bulging. Taking a few steps back, Scorpius and Albus covered their ears, clutching their earmuffs in both hands. Voldemort is dead. I'll put an end to him forever, shouted Harry. The old woman made a gasping sound as if something had caught in her throat and immediately stopped cursing. You lie. The Dark Lord is unbeatable. And how dare you speak his name out of a filthy mouth? Her eyes narrowed as she whispered. Taking a step forward to stand beside Harry, Scorpius said, You're late with the news, Mrs. Black. It's been a while since Voldemort died. Even before I was born, perhaps? Harry tried to stand between Scorpius and the portrait to keep him from being startled by her sudden shout, but Mrs. Black's mad face softened and her hazy eyes seemed to clear a little. Aren't you the Malfoy boy? What are you doing next to that blood traitor? I'm sorry, ma'am, but young Malfoy is right, said Harry. Times have changed. Now you're nothing more than a relic of the past. Abomination. Filthy murderer. Her voice was still venomous, but now she looked a little dejected. Help me, Malfoy. Stop this madman. Harry pointed his wand at the frame and shouted, Incendio. Flames erupted from the tip of his wand and spread across the picture. A terrible scream followed, clearly audible even through their earmuffs. In an instant, the fire devoured the parched portrait, then moved to the frame and ignited it. Harry opened the window behind the burning picture, and his vision gradually improved as the smoke cleared and the flame subsided. After being reduced to a mass of soot, the portrait of the Black family's last hostess was now charred beyond recognition. Is it all over now? Albus asked, his voice shaking. She's not coming back, is she? Have you been concentrating on your transfiguration classes, Albus? Asked Scorpius accusingly. An enchanted portrait will never return to its original state if you damage the people in it beyond repair. This woman has been completely destroyed. I hope you're right, Scorpius. Frankly, I think you know more about transfiguration than I do, Harry said with a grin. Although Scorpius looked as much like his father as Albus looked like Harry, his know-it-all attitude reminded him more of Hermione than Draco. Now it's time to clean up this mess. Would you like to try, Scorpius? It's a great honor to be asked a favor from you, Mr. Potter. Scorpius stepped forward and drew his wand. Though I'm not yet familiar with the vanishing spell, I'll give it a try. It soon turned out, however, that Scorpius was very good at that spell. The grimy black remnant of the portrait in front of them began to shrink, getting smaller and smaller, until it was gone altogether after he muttered Evanesco. From then on, everything went smoothly. Since Creature had already cleared the dust and removed the webs, Albus and James were able to move their things into Regulus's and Sirius's old rooms. Aside from the bitter feeling of losing the last traces of Sirius, Harry also felt that removing Mrs. Black's picture was indeed a good thing. Thinking of how much Sirius had hated his mother in that portrait, where she had cursed and hurled the most obscene insults at anyone who passed by, Harry could vividly imagine his godfather's warm and sincere smile. It had been a while since Harry had enjoyed such a peaceful and relaxing time as the next few days. At first, it hadn't felt right not to get up at the crack of dawn, but after a few days, he couldn't remember how he had managed to work so hard every day for the past 20 years. As for Teddy, he had come to stay in one of the newly added guest rooms and went out with Victoire Weasley or took James and Lily to see the Muggle world. Despite getting along well with the rest of the household, Albus and Scorpius were not naturally very active people. Most of their time was spent practicing various charms and spells or studying for their upcoming OWLS. There was only one thing that bothered Harry. Hermione had not contacted him yet. The accusations against the minister grew more radical by the day, and the complaints grew louder as Gringotts' Wizarding Bank now prohibited their customers from withdrawing their gold until the current situation was resolved. At one dinner, Teddy said solemnly, "I've never seen Diagon Alley so empty. People cannot get money out of their vaults, even if they want to use it. If this goes on, there will be riots." In his interview published Thursday in the Daily Prophet, Gringotts Bank's head goblin, Ragnock, revealed some details about this strange robbery. According to Ragnock, several Muggles withdrew galleons from the bank in exchange for their world's money, emptying the Ministry of Magic's vault in the process, in keeping with the rumors Creature had heard. It was the goblins' contention that the wizards were entirely to blame for the situation. "It was once the responsibility of us goblins to guard and maintain the vaults of Gringotts, including those of the Ministry," Ragnock had said, according to the newspaper. During the reign of the Death Eaters, the goblin guards at Gringotts were replaced by wizards. But even after the demise of the Dark Lord, this wrong practice continued. Now you can see the outcome. The wizard guards were completely unaware of what was going on, while these Muggles were free to come and go through the front door and steal all of the Ministry's wealth. On Friday morning, Harry sat cross-legged in the kitchen, reading today's Daily Prophet. Scorpius and Albus sat across from him, working on their homework, occasionally pulling out their wands and waving them. There was an interview in the paper with a wizard, whose name was hidden, but Harry could swear it was Crabbe or one of his men. The anonymous contributor claimed that Hermione Granger, a well-known traitor to the wizarding world, had sold off the fortune of their world to Muggles for her own benefit. In addition, this unnamed person suggested that the wand act she had been promoting was actually intended to hinder the legitimate and heroic struggles of wizards and witches against the Muggle invasion of their community. The article that followed the interview also mentioned that more people, regardless of blood status, agreed with the above statement and that pure blood should once again lead the Ministry of Magic. Harry stared thoughtfully at the fireplace as he closed the newspaper. The demands that had been dismissed as nonsense in the past now seemed quite intimidating. Whether it was unpaid leave or not, he felt he had to get back to work after the weekend. Hermione's refusal to answer, let alone meet him, was frustrating, but there seemed to be no other option. "Albus, Scorpius," Harry called out, and the two boys raised their heads. "I'm sure you've heard about what happened at Gringotts. How did Hogwarts react to the news?" There was a lot of upset, especially in our house, said Albus bleakly. With a look of discomfort, he exchanged glances with Scorpius. Last Saturday, news spread that Gringotts had been stolen, and the next day rumors began to spread that Muggles were responsible for the theft. At first we thought it was just another rumor, but Elijah Zabini and the others were serious, Scorpius added. A Zabini, you said? Is Blaise Zabini his father? Asked Harry. Blaise Zabini, who had been a Slytherin the same year as Harry, was generally disliked by Harry and his friends for his excessive vanity and arrogance. Must be Mr. Potter. It doesn't seem like a very common name. Elijah has been the prefect of our house for 2 years now. Scorpius hesitated before continuing. Since the original prefect, Craig Boker, had died. Albus and Scorpius exchanged another uncomfortable look. Delphi Diggory, now imprisoned in Azkaban, was the one responsible for the murder of the former Slytherin prefect, and Albus and Scorpius were reluctant to mention it, since they had also inadvertently been involved in her evil plot. As a general rule, Slytherins are not allowed to use MP3 players, smartphones, tablets, or any other Muggle devices. The reason for this is that Muggles could use these tools to infiltrate our world, Albus went on. Furthermore, after the Gringotts incident, Elijah insisted that these measures be extended to the entire school. So he and his close friends made the whole house stand in front of the willow tree and bring out all the confiscated Muggle machines to hold a rally. You mean the Whomping Willow? It's no coincidence that the tree is called that. When Harry thought of the tree and the bumps and scratches it had caused him, he still felt a throbbing. The willow did its best to crush us, of course. But because of the good distance we kept, the tree decided to smash the Muggle machines floating around it instead, said Scorpius gravely. His body mildly shook as he remembered what had happened. When the willow smashed those Muggle devices like a mad troll, we were forced to stand around with torches and watch. In Elijah's words, it was a purification ceremony, and it felt strange and solemn at the same time. Perhaps he was born with a sense for directing a stage. Albus and I thought it was just silly at first, but watching it at night turned it into a terrifying scene. What did the other house students say about it? Or the professors? Here's the thing, Mr. Potter. There was something strange going on. Scorpius paused with a grim expression on his face and turned to Albus. Many pureblood students from other houses also came to see us, and shockingly, they applauded us, Dad, said Albus. According to them, the new generation has a responsibility to drive out the evil Muggle technologies. Then they said they regretted not going to Slytherin, which came as quite a surprise to us. Slytherins are usually rejected by other houses, as you may know. We also saw several professors in the distance, but they left us alone. Perhaps they had the same thoughts as Elijah. Muggles and their technology are generally viewed with suspicion these days, said Scorpius gloomily. I know it sounds absurd, Mr. Potter, but that night I thought that perhaps, for the first time in the history of Hogwarts, Slytherin could become the most desirable house. Their conversation was then interrupted by the sound of the front door slamming open and a chattering noise coming from outside. Carrying paper bags and boxes, Teddy, Victoire, James, and Lily entered the kitchen. Lily kissed Harry on the cheek as she ran to him. Thank you so much for the present, Dad. It's so good to have a smartphone. She took a small tin box out of the shopping bag and shook it in front of Harry. All right, but that doesn't mean you can neglect your studies, said Harry. Although he spoke cheerfully, he felt uneasy after hearing about the radical anti-Muggle campaign the Slytherins had undertaken. But won't it break if you keep it here? There's so much magic around. Oh, come on, Harry. Teddy, arm in arm with Victoire, shook his head. It's in a Faraday cage. A Faraday cage? Harry asked, confused. Teddy pointed to the metal box in Lily's hand. It had an unusual structure, all sides except the top and bottom tightly wrapped in wire mesh. This thing, I don't know exactly how it works, but I heard a certain squib invented it, and now it's for sale in Diagon Alley. As long as you put your electronics in it, magic won't damage them. When are you going to use these Muggle toys if you always have to put them in a box? Said Harry in disbelief. Uncle Harry, you really need to catch up with the new century, said Victoire sulkily. Like her mother, she was willowy and beautiful, but unlike Fleur, her English was flawless. At Hogwarts, a certain spell lets you use such things safely. If you say so. One more thing. These machines can take pictures and record, but what if information about Hogwarts leaks out? Harry asked worriedly, but Teddy just smiled at him. It's happened once or twice. Someone took a video clip of Hogwarts Castle and posted it on YouTube or something. But Muggles just thought the video was a crude fake, so no one really believed it. Teddy's absolutely right, Uncle Harry, Victoire agreed, nodding gracefully. Muggles are so technologically advanced that now they cannot tell the real from the fake, which is a good thing for us. As you kindly pointed out, I really must be behind the times. Harry sighed as he looked back at the fireplace, which he had considered a state-of-the-art means of communication as a child. I'll have to check out Hogwarts soon. It sounds like a lot has changed in that place. Teddy sat lopsidedly in the middle of the table, tripping over the stacks of books that Albus and Scorpius had piled up. Ready, bookworms, you too. I suggest we pass a law forbidding studying on holidays. And you expect Hermione to make such a law? Albus grumbled and put his books back in their place. Teddy, we are in the 5th year of Hogwarts. There are only a few months left before we take our O.W.L.S. That's right, Mr. Lupin, said Scorpius seriously. These exams will determine our futures and our careers. Exams play an important role in your life, do you think? But look at me. I failed half of these exams, and I'm still an Auror, said Teddy, laughing at them. For once, Teddy, be humble. You're a metamorphagus, and you came in as a special offer, said Harry. An average person could never become an Auror with your exam results. I've got something to say, too, if you play it that way. Kingsley skipped the test for you because you beat Voldemort, snapped Teddy. I'd rather take the test, Mr. Lupin. Studying all of a sudden seems so easy, Scorpius said gloomily, causing a round of laughter in the kitchen. Teddy nudged Albus with his elbow and said, Nothing's going to change if you play one more day. Let's go to the movies tonight. It's so much fun watching Muggle movies these days. You mean those movies where heroes and villains fight and then destroy the world together? Their plot sounds so absurd, even by our standards, said Scorpius coolly. Still, getting some fresh air outside sounds like a great idea. When I was young, it was too dangerous to leave the house at all, said Harry. When all was said and done, my regret was not that I couldn't study more, but that I couldn't spend more time with my friends. Hearing this, Albus and Scorpius followed the others upstairs to change, grinning despite their hesitation. And Teddy, who was about to leave the kitchen, stopped when Harry said, Stay a moment, young man. Did you do what I asked? A daily check on Marcus Dolohov. As a matter of fact, I check on him twice a day. There's still no sign of trouble, said Teddy regretfully. Any trouble he caused would have cost him dearly, though. Were there any other Aurors around his cell? I hear the purebloods have been on edge since the Gringotts incident last week. Quite understandable. Who would have thought that Muggles would robe Gringotts one day, said Teddy. He looked at the paper bags on the table, took a cookie out of one, and had a bite. Slytherins in our department would be upset too. Still, I've seen Slughorn alone in the office, even when he wasn't getting paid, making sure nothing fishy was going on. It's a shame he's no fun at all, but at least he's loyal to you. You should really try to get along with Edmund. It's only your prejudice against Slytherins that stops you. He's such a decent young man, said Harry. Now go and make sure the children don't use magic. With the Ministry of Magic closed right now, any accidents could be a big deal. With the chirping of people on the porch and the sound of the door closing, Harry was left alone in the large house. Since the Daily Prophet was open for business, as opposed to the Ministry, Ginny was at work and Creature had gone out to buy groceries to properly serve the guests. Harry read the rest of the paper, resting his feet on a chair before his eyelids began to close. The light from the stove reflected off the heavy iron pots and pans hanging from the ceiling, and then the kitchen seemed to grow darker. A moment later, Harry fell asleep. Harry's dream was very weird indeed. Hagrid smashed Gringotts Bank with a fire-breathing dragon he rode, and giggling Muggles came in and took the gold coins without restraint. When Harry tried to run away from the burning bank, the goblins grabbed his legs and wouldn't let him go. Hermione stood on the podium across the hall and screamed at him. Harry! Wake up, Harry! Cried Hermione desperately. It's me, Hermione. I know who you are, Harry yelled. But what about the dragon? Harry was then engulfed in the dragon's fire. He coughed as he awoke to the smell of acrid smoke in his nose. Swinging his wand in the air, he sucked in the thick black smoke like a vacuum cleaner. billowing from the fireplace and filling the kitchen. Harry approached the fireplace to see if anything was wrong, and was startled to see a familiar face sitting in the fire. "You're finally awake, Harry," Hermione said as her mouth moved in the fire. "Sorry about the smoke. You kept talking in your sleep despite my shouts, so I had to do something." "Hermione, why haven't you been in touch?" asked Harry quickly, crouching down in front of the fire. "I've written you at least a dozen letters." "I know, Harry, but until now, there was no way to avoid the media and still reach you," said Hermione. "I've tried to resolve this matter myself, but I couldn't. I'm going to need some help from you and Ron." "Absolutely." Harry picked up the cloak hanging from the chair and began to put it on. "What really happened to Gringotts to get it into this mess?" "Sorry, I can't talk here." Hermione twitched her lips. She glanced left and right and hissed, "I'm on my way to Shell Cottage now. Get there as soon as you can and take Ron with you." A Work at Home, Chapter 7. A Work at Home, Shell Cottage, where Bill Weasley and his family lived, was a tiny but beautiful house perched on a cliff overlooking the sea. Since the walls were painted white and covered with shells, the cottage blended into the landscape as if it had been there all along. Harry could only hear the chirping of seagulls and the soft sound of seawater caressing the smooth surface of the cliff below as he walked on the grass with Ron. Hermione was only visible as a black silhouette because of the dark sky and the late hour, sitting on the low stone wall surrounding the house. The shadows they cast overlapped as Ron ran and hugged her, casting a wider shadow on the grass. Harry slowed down so the two of them could spend some time alone. "Hermione, why didn't you contact us sooner? You had me worried to death," Ron said, finally letting her go. "The reporters thought I was hiding you, but I was actually the one looking for you the most. My secretaries and I were in a hotel in the Muggle world. The reporters prevented me from contacting you. They would have intercepted the owl if I had sent you a letter." The wind blew Hermione's hair behind her back as she said this. She looked years older in the setting sun, with wrinkles and deep shadows under her eyes. "We've tried to find out what's going on by checking the Gringotts account, but to no avail. The goblins claim they have never shared their ledgers with wizards." "How are we supposed to know what happened when they act like this?" said Harry indignantly. "Even if the goblins claim that the muggles took the galleons, how can we be sure that they didn't do it themselves through their own play?" "We said exactly the same thing," Hermione said as she leaned against the stone wall. "And they got very upset. They said the goblins had been carefully protecting the magical world's property for hundreds of years. But how could we suspect them now? That's why Ragnarok broke his promise to me and agreed to the interview with the Daily Prophet in a rage. He had agreed not to reveal that the Muggles had done this at first." "So is it really true that Muggles did this?" said Ron, his mouth hanging open. "As always, I assumed it was one of Rita Skeeter's tall tales." "I'm not sure either, to be honest," said Hermione uneasily. "The Ministry keeps the gold in the old Lestrange's vault that we broke into a while back. Voldemort himself put some very powerful defensive charms on it. Something terrible will happen to anyone who rashly touches it." "All we have now is the word of the goblins," said Harry firmly. "It's too early to be sure until we see their ledger. There's no way we can solve this case without securing it somehow. That's why I brought us here. Bill has a better understanding of goblins than anyone we know," said Hermione. "Besides, since Bill's children aren't here, I think we can stay here for a few nights. Shall we go in now?" They straightened their clothes, which had been ruffled by the sea breeze, walked past the stone wall and through the small garden, and stood in front of the cottage. Hermione knocked on the door, and the bustling footsteps inside grew louder. The door opened soon after, revealing Bill Weasley, with deep pink scars across a good part of his face. "Come in. We've been waiting for you." "My apologies, Bill. We've arrived on such short notice," said Hermione sheepishly. "I'm always glad to see the three of you." "Feel free to drop by any time," Bill said, smiling broadly and opening the door wide. "Hello, Bill. Good to see you, brother." Harry and Ron also greeted Bill and followed him into the house with Hermione. In the small hallway leading to the kitchen, they could already smell the delicious smell of grilled meat. When the kitchen door opened, Fleur, wearing a white apron and setting cutlery and forks on the table, raised her aged but still beautiful face. "It's been too long, Harry." "And Ron and Hermione too," said Fleur pleasantly. Having led them to their seats, she put on thick dragonskin gloves and took a large piece of meat out of the oven and placed it on the table. Meanwhile, Bill poured the wine into their glasses. These days, Hermione eats all about YEA in newspapers, Fleur said as she cut her roast beef into a mouthful. Where have you been? I've been hiding out in several cities to avoid reporters, said Hermione. Meanwhile, I tried to contact the goblins to resolve the current situation, but things didn't go well. It was about the ledger, wasn't it? Said Bill, frowning slightly, and Hermione nodded. Yeah, I thought so too. Gringotts goblins have employed me for 30 years, but I've never really looked at their books. Bill, why are the goblins acting like this? Asked Harry. What right do they have to prevent the Minister of Magic herself from seeing the ledger of the Ministry's vault? It's a complicated matter, sighed Bill. You may have heard of these goblin rebellions over the last few hundred years in history class. It was always their reaction to wizards invading their professional domains. We'll eventually drive the goblins out if we take over their jobs, they say. Well, then they should have done their job properly, snapped Ron, angrily slicing the tendon from his steak. Now that we have been robbed of our gold on their watch, what could they possibly complain about? According to the goblins, Ron, it was the Ministry's wizard guards who failed to stop the intruders from entering Gringotts and its main hall, not their own, Hermione explained. Also, while the goblins are responsible for maintaining the vaults, the galleons were withdrawn strictly in accordance with our laws. In other words, the Muggles only robbed the Ministry of Magic because there were loopholes in our legislation. Therefore, no ledger could be shared, since there was no wrongdoing on their part. Then, how are you going to find out there was a loophole if you don't have access to YEA ledger? Fleur wondered, shaking her beautiful head and then gently stroking Bill's arm with her hand. Ah, these creatures are so awful. I admire the way you deal with them, Bill. Bill, things are serious now, said Harry. Hostility to Muggles in our world is growing rapidly from all sides. More radical measures are being actively demanded not only by purebloods, but also by half-bloods and even some of the Muggleborns. That's right, Bill, Ron muttered, chewing on his steak. Swallowing what was left in his mouth, he continued, I've also heard rumors that the shopkeepers of Nocturne Alley are planning a vote of no confidence in Hermione. They think the Ministry needs a pure blood to run it again. How did you find out about this? Said Hermione sulkily. As your advisor, I was just doing my job, Ron replied. Bill, if we don't solve this problem soon, all the reforms we've made in the last 20 years since we defeated Voldemort will be for nothing, said Harry sternly. Is there any way to convince the goblins to show us their ledger? Well, let me think for a moment, Bill said, his nose wrinkled as he thought. There are only two possible solutions, it seems. Which are? Asked Hermione excitedly. The first way is to offer a reward equivalent to borrowing the book. The goblins' greatest desire at the moment is to regain full control of Gringotts. Their constant complaint is that we restrict their freedom. Yes, I saw it in the paper too. Ragnarok said something similar, Harry said. Ragnarok, the head goblin, had insisted in yesterday's Daily Prophet on replacing the wizard guards at Gringotts with goblins again. There are still security measures in place at Gringotts that were put in place during the Death Eaters regime, said Bill. The goblins have suppressed their discontent until now, fearing your mighty power which had defeated Voldemort. But now they've realized something. And what exactly is that? Asked Ron. Bill nodded to Harry, Hermione, and Ron. That you can never be as cruel as the Dark Lord. And I think they're sure by now that there will be no retribution for raising their voices. Those slimy gits? Let's take them by force, Harry, said Ron indignantly. We need to show them we can be tough. What makes us different from the Death Eaters if we do that? Hermione said coolly, turning to Bill. I'd like to hear about the second option, Bill. The second option is somewhat similar to what Ron just said, though less violent, Bill said, nodding again at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. You three have broken into the Gringotts vault before. Just like then, you could sneak in and steal the ledger. But we can't, Bill. My policy is to treat all magical creatures fairly, and you're suggesting we do such a mean thing, snapped Hermione. It won't matter if we don't get caught, said Ron casually. We infiltrated there under worse conditions, didn't we? The beginning is the hardest. No way, yelled Hermione. They glared at each other, then turned to Harry. Harry's instinct told him that he would have the deciding vote on the matter, as he always did in arguments between them. The others had almost finished eating when Harry looked around the table without saying anything prematurely. "I'll have to think about it some more," said Harry. "Bill, Fleur, thanks for the dinner. Please let us clean up." When Bill and Fleur had left the kitchen, Hermione tossed the empty plates into the sink and cleaned them with a wave of her wand. Ron opened the oven and cleaned it, and Harry wiped the table. The clatter of the dishes echoed in the background as everyone was deep in thought. Once they'd finished their work and returned to the table, Hermione finally said, "My resolve remains firm, and I'll give the goblins what they want in exchange for the ledger." "I know you were the best student at Hogwarts, Hermione," said Ron seriously, "but the reality of society is different from that of Hogwarts. Playing by the rules doesn't necessarily make you a good politician." "Sorry, but I know what makes you a bad politician," snapped Hermione. "Bullying, deceiving, and exploiting weaker creatures surely makes you one. Goblins are different from house elves. We have a give-and-take relationship with them, so they are not one-sided victims," said Ron. "Besides, I'm not sure sneaking in and stealing a book is such a terrible thing. Tricks can be used to gain people's support. Your admired hero, Nobby Leach, is also believed to have fixed Quidditch matches to help the English national team win." "Really?" Hermione said with a perplexed look on her face. "That wasn't in the books I read." "That's probably because you only read the books Mr. Leach recommended," said Harry. "Based on my recent research, what Ron said is true. At least we know more about Quidditch than you do." "Spit out your thoughts, Harry," Ron went on. "Last week in Diagon Alley, I heard a lot of people complaining that wizards were losing prestige. It seems absurd to give in to the goblins at this point." "I know there is a lot of political pressure," said Hermione with dignity. "What good is knowledge without action?" Ron slammed his fist down on the table. "Do you want to see a Slytherin take your place? Imagine Malfoy abusing all the power you have now. Compared to when we were young, Malfoy is very different. He's matured a lot since becoming a father. He's doing a fine job raising his son," Harry said, keeping Scorpius's ingrained good manners in mind. "And we need to make cool, unbiased decisions for the good of all wizards and witches. So, Harry, what do you think?" Hermione said desperately as she leaned over to him. "I'll do whatever you say." "Ron, do you agree?" Ron looked unhappy, but nodded anyway. "The first thing I need to do is get some fresh air." With a swing of his wand, Harry sent 2 jugs of iced pumpkin juice flying in front of Ron and Hermione. "Wait here for a while." The flowers in the front yard had lost their color under the night sky. Harry's cheeks were chilled by the salty wind blowing off the calm sea, which stretched out like a vast black blanket. However, Harry did not notice the cold at that moment as he walked past the flower beds and toward the small mound. Dobby's grave, originally covered only with red earth, was now, after many years, overflowing with beautiful flowers, through which a flat, white gravestone could be seen. The faded inscription on the gravestone had been engraved by Harry himself many years ago, and he read it aloud. "Here lies Dobby, a free elf." Harry's eyes filled with tears as he looked at the white stone shimmering in the moonlight. It was here at Shell Cottage that he had lost a dear friend, Dobby, and gained a new one by becoming Teddy Lupin's godfather. Standing on the cliff where death and birth intertwined and land and sea met, his mind was confused and disoriented. In the deepest vaults of Gringotts Bank, he and his friends had nearly died because of Griphook's treachery, but he also knew that it had been caused by his attempt to deceive the goblin in the first place. In his memory, good and evil had been clearer when he and his friends had fought Voldemort long ago. Yet the Muggles, once considered the ones to be protected, were now a threat to the wizarding world, and Harry's good-natured neighbors were leaning ever more toward the pure-blood supremacy that had once plagued them so terribly. He lived in a different world now, and how should he react? Was he capable of changing to fit into today's world? If not, would he remain in the shadow of his old glory, forgotten like his old enemies? For a long time, Harry stood by the grave, missing Dobby, the purest being he had ever known. "Thank you, Dobby. I made my decision." A wreath of white roses bloomed on Dobby's gravestone as Harry drew a circle with his wand. Ron and Hermione were already standing together in the garden when Harry stood up and turned around. "The decision is made," said Harry quietly. "A sincere approach is what I'm looking for. Let's give in to the goblin and get the book. I call it political suicide. Perhaps Rita Skeeter would come up with a more creative term, though. Ron grumbled for the 10th time that morning. Hermione and Bill had gone to Gringotts together, and Fleur had gone to visit a friend, leaving Harry and Ron alone in the cottage, who were sitting in the living room. By this time, Hermione should be standing on the steps of Gringotts, preparing to present the results of her negotiations with the goblins to the reporters and citizens gathered there. The two of them should stay at Shell Cottage, check the morning paper, and then leave to meet her elsewhere. A press conference like this is bound to have some political repercussions, Harry said, glancing out the window. The sun had just risen, illuminating the dazzling ocean far below, which seemed to be littered with thousands of sparkling glass grains. But there was still no sign of an owl in the clear sky, where bits of cloud floated leisurely. That's why you and I are staying here. This decision has to be Hermione's alone. So if there are any problems, I can always step forward and fix them. Maybe you should run for the Minister of Magic, Ron said as he lay down on the sofa. You'd be 100 times better as one than Malfoy. Isn't it silly to worry about Malfoy being the minister, Ron, when he's probably not even considering it? Harry pointed out. He turned his head out of the window again and thought he heard the flapping of wings in the distance. Indeed, there was a small gray dot approaching the cottage from the other side of the sky, and it was growing in size. The papers are on their way. Make sure you have your change ready. Ron dug into his pockets and pulled out a few bronze coins. Meanwhile, a large barn owl with gray feathers flew closer, landed on the windowsill, and clawed at it. The owl held the morning paper in its beak. When Harry opened the window, the owl cleverly flew directly to Ron, whose hand held coins, and dropped the newspaper on his lap. Here's your canute. Ron picked up a bronze coin and placed it in the small leather pouch tied to the owl's leg. But the owl, still dissatisfied, cackled at the other nuts on the table, and Ron hastily secured them with both hands. I just paid. First muggles, now ruddy owls. Are you all trying to rip us off? The owl's got a point, Ron. Harry picked up 4 more coins and put them in the owl's pouch. Deliveries within the city usually cost 1 canute, but 5 nuts if there is no owl post office nearby. How do you know so much? Ron asked, brushing the gray feathers from his lap after the owl had returned to the sky. Ginny writes for the Daily Prophet, remember? Besides, the first time I got anything from an owl was on a rocky island in the middle of the ocean, said Harry. A smile spread across his face as he remembered the fateful day Hagrid had rescued him from the Dursleys and handed him a handful of nuts to pay for the newspaper. Sitting side by side on the sofa, they opened the newspaper on the table and began to read in silence. Just above Rita Skeeter's article, on the front page was a picture of Hermione standing on the white marble stairs. The humiliating statement by the Minister of Magic. Another shameful statement was made this morning by Minister Hermione Granger, who has reportedly been missing since the Ministry of Magic was declared bankrupt last week, writes Rita Skeeter, special correspondent. It must have been a long and difficult week for the employees of the Ministry of Magic under her control who have not been paid, and for the citizens whose lives are precarious without a government. And today, after much deliberation, Madame Granger finally announced her decision to stand outside Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Submit to the goblins. The Ministry of Magic has accepted Gringotts' request, Hermione Granger announced at today's press conference. As suggested by Mr. Ragnock, we have decided to entrust the security of Gringotts once again to the goblins and give them full control of the bank. In return, Gringotts has pledged its full support in bringing this latest matter to a successful conclusion. Despite the fact that the details of the full support mentioned by the minister are unknown, public opinion is generally critical of the statement. This is a shameful day for the British magical community, said Mr. Blaise Zabini, 42, one of the citizens at the press conference. This century we had finally taken control of the goblins, but now we are letting them loose. With a minister like this, it's no wonder the Muggles look down on us. With Gringotts' control extinguished by the day's decision, the minister left the conference without answering any further questions. Meanwhile, Harry Potter, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, is currently on indefinite leave, while the whereabouts of the unidentified Muggles who emptied the Ministry of Magic vault at Gringotts Bank last week remain unknown. Having finished reading the article, Harry looked up at Ron, who maintained a calm expression except turning slightly pink around the ears. Well, that's all we can hope for now, said Ron. At least there's no talk of impeaching Hermione, is there? Maybe it's in another article, Harry said and read the paper to the end, but there were no more critical remarks. Yeah, you're right. That's a pretty mild tone for the Daily Prophet, isn't it? Hermione may have made a deal with the press. Could Rita Skeeter have been threatened by her? Like before, said Ron curiously. In the past, Rita Skeeter had gone through a hard time when Hermione had discovered that she was an unregistered animagus. I don't think so. This Skeeter woman completed her registration as an animagus a few years ago. Looks like she's been offered another lure. Harry tore up the front page of the newspaper and put it in his pocket. Then he grabbed Ron's arm, who was still sitting on the sofa. Ron, come on. Hermione must be there already. Harry, I still don't understand. Why do we have to go to the burrow when I like it here? Harry led him to the fireplace as Ron stood up. Think about it, Ron. The book that Hermione got from the goblin must be with her now. And yet you suggest we take it to Bill's house, who works at Gringotts. He'll be in a difficult position if the goblins discover that we have broken our promise and go wild, right? You could get into a lot of trouble if you get on the wrong side of the goblins, Ron shuddered. But still, why does it have to be the burrow? Mum still scares me at times. All in all, it's the right place if you want quiet, secluded countryside. Besides, there are no children to distract us. Despite Ron's reluctance, Harry made him stand in front of the fireplace. You go first, Harry. I need some time to steel myself. From the flower pot on the mantelpiece, Harry took a handful of flue powder and threw it into the fire. The orange flames turned emerald green as they grew brighter. Harry stepped into the fire and shouted, "The burrow!" He felt like he was being swept away by a powerful tornado with his body spinning rapidly. He heard so much noise that it sounded like there was a storm with a lot of lightning right next to him. Trying to feel less dizzy, Harry held his arms close to his body and closed his eyes. A shiver ran down his exposed hands, neck and face for a moment. In a flash, Harry's feet landed on the warm, hard floor, barely balancing, and he opened his eyes. You've heard me, Hermione. None of the neighbors responded positively to today's speech. Ah, Harry, welcome home. Molly Weasley looked at Harry and smiled broadly, but her smile quickly faded as she turned her eyes to Hermione, who was sitting across from her at the table. Why in heaven's name did you make such an unfavorable arrangement? Sooner or later, even the house elves will try to take advantage of us if this continues. The house elves have done so much for us, Molly. I'll be so happy to give them anything they ask for, said Hermione sulkily. Molly let out a long sigh. Well, at least they haven't done anything for me. I wish we had a house elf here every time I iron Arthur's robes. Harry sat as far away from them as possible, so as not to get caught up in the argument, and above the table he saw today's Daily Prophet, which he had just read. Harry, read the front page if you have time. My daughter-in-law seems to have gotten herself into a lot of trouble, said Molly reproachfully. How often has the media run a positive story about us? This is exactly what I expected, said Harry casually. Actually, the article didn't criticize you as harshly as we feared, did it, Hermione? I made a deal with Rita Skeeter, said Hermione with a grin. I had to meet the paper's demands to avoid further accusations. And what was that exactly? Molly asked, crossing her arms. Due to the current shutdown, the Ministry of Magic is no longer subsidizing the Daily Prophet, Hermione explained. As a result, I have temporarily raised its prices to appease the reporters. With an unhappy expression on her face, Molly slapped her hand to her forehead. You want me to pay more to read this rubbish? Then I'll have to cancel my subscription. Arthur's pension was cut off this week. We can barely get by on potatoes and onions from our garden. Look on the bright side, Molly. At least Hermione got that book from the goblins, Harry said, pointing to the leather-bound book in front of Hermione. Hopefully this situation can be resolved quickly, so we can all get our salaries and pensions back. You mean this old book? And you gave up so much just to get that, said Molly, staring at Hermione in disbelief. I know you love books, dear, but it's not just a book, it's a Gringotts ledger, cried Hermione. If we look at it, it will tell us how those muggles stole from us, and maybe even help us catch the culprits. Well, all right then. We'd better do something as soon as possible, though, said Molly stiffly. The listeners were just expressing their opinions about your decision on the radio. and nobody seemed to like it. I could almost hear your approval ratings dropping. At least Xenophilius Lovegood will like it. Hermione offered a weak smile. His magazine has long argued that the Ministry of Magic should atone for Cornelius Fudge's oppression of goblins. Yes, I remember that too. Harry smiled as he remembered Luna Lovegood's huge, protruding eyes as she held her father's distinctive magazine. The Quibbler once called Fudge a goblin crusher, and even suggested that he had cooked them in pies. I don't think it's a good thing to be praised in that magazine, said Molly gloomily. Are there any other newspapers that are so out of touch with public opinion? And Xenophilius and Luna seem to be obsessed with spiders these days. When we visited them a few weeks ago, they talked for an hour and a half about spider rights dash. The conversation was interrupted by a soft whoosh, followed by a thud from the fireplace behind them. Before getting up, Ron groaned and covered his knee with his hands. Come here, Ronnie. There's something on your nose. Molly rushed to her son and began rubbing the end of his soot-stained nose. She had to raise her arms all the way up because Ron was much taller. Still so sloppy. I can't believe you fell on the hearth rug at such an age. Jare off, Mom. I'm not a kid anymore, Ron said as he struggled and pulled away from her arms. I may not look it, but I'm the minister's special advisor. And yet you left your wife out there to be ridiculed? Snorted Molly. I know you're all kind-hearted, but you shouldn't come off too easy. Everyone seems to want to make a fool of the ministry these days. I was against this press conference from the beginning, Mom. That's all I can say. Sure, Ron. I try not to, but my mind wanders to politics every time I see your faces. Come on, Arthur's home too. Molly led the way out of the kitchen and into the living room and said, Look who's here, Arthur. Welcome, children, exclaimed Arthur Weasley, sitting as usual in his sagging armchair. His once slim body had put on some weight, but he still wore horn-rimmed glasses, and his hair, which had been balding for some time, now remained only at the back of his head. Hello, Dad, said Ron. Good to see you, Arthur, said Hermione. Long time no see, said Harry. Arthur quickly raised his hand as the three of them were about to cross the living room and said, Please don't take your wands out here. It was then that Harry noticed a strange black object on his lap that looked like two large plates glued together at an angle. It's a laptop, isn't it? I've seen my parents use one, said Hermione knowingly. Yes, I got it cheap from a muggle shop, and you wouldn't believe how useful it is, said Arthur proudly. May I ask you to refrain from using magic here in the sitting room? It has such a sensitive nature. Well, Arthur, how nice it would be if you treated me like that. Molly snapped, sweeping the cushions off the sofa with a flick of her wand. Molly, please. You turn the power off again, Arthur yelled, hastily pulling the laptop away from his wife and her wand. It's been a week since I couldn't use magic here. I know how much you love muggles, but you can never make me one. Molly shouted and turned to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, patting the empty sofa across from Arthur's armchair. Come and sit down. Ignore him and make yourselves at home. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat next to each other on the sofa and looked at the Weasleys. Arthur put his laptop down on the floor, but continued to stare at it anxiously, while Molly sat in another chair with a cold expression on her face. Arthur, what were you doing with the laptop anyway? Asked Hermione cautiously. Oh, I was trying out the video call feature, said Arthur. His face instantly lit up as the subject turned to the Muggle invention. Muggles have done some pretty impressive things, haven't they? Incredibly ingenious. Nowadays, some Muggles don't even leave their homes to work because they can communicate and hold meetings with these machines. And they call it work, at home, simply fabulous. What makes you so curious about how others work when you are a retired man? Said Molly coolly. And your beloved Muggles are supposed to be the ones who took away your pension, remember, dear? Be patient, Molly. It's only been a week since that happened, said Arthur. Then he turned to Hermione and asked hopefully, Dear Minister, you'll have it sorted out soon, won't you? Well, I hope so. Hermione stammered, her hands clutching the ledger she had borrowed from the goblins on her knees. Actually, that's what brought us here, to solve the Gringotts incident. That is, we came here to do work at home of our own. Huh, look at that, Molly. You can learn a lot from Muggles these days, said Arthur triumphantly. Please let me know if you need a video call. You can use my laptop anytime. Actually, this is something only the three of us should be doing, said Harry quickly. It's important that no one knows we're here. If the media finds out, we could all get in trouble. Sure, Harry. I'll get rid of the reporters, even if I have to set off the ghoul in the attic. I knew we could always count on you, said Molly. She stroked Harry's disheveled hair as she sat on the arm of the sofa. You've been through so much, and still they never let you rest. Mum, said Ron. It looked like Hermione had poked him in the side. We have to go up to my old room to start working. There's a lot to do. Yes, son. Enjoy your work at home. Arthur chuckled. The three of them got up at the same time and headed for the stairs. As far as Harry could remember, Ron's old bedroom just below the attic had not changed much. It was full of posters of Chudley. Cannons, with Quidditch players in bright orange robes, hanging from the walls and sloping ceiling. Over the years, the charm had worn off, and the players on the broomsticks were now whirling and waving much more slowly. On the windowsill was a dried, empty fish tank and a small, unoccupied cage. The sun, now quite high in the sky, shone through the window, casting a little light on the bed. I miss Pig sometimes. Still, he had a happy life, I think, Ron said, staring at the cage that had once held his now-dead owl. Pigwidgeon. I understand. He was a very passionate owl, said Harry. A corner of his heart ached as he remembered his own dear owl, Hedwig, who had beautiful snow-white feathers. It was always hard for Harry to bond with other owls after her death. It's still a mess in here, Hermione muttered, waving her wand in the air, and then the stacks of old spell books, comics, and toys on the floor flew away on their own, neatly tucked away in boxes. Let's get started, shall we? In the middle of the bed, Harry and Ron sat side by side with Hermione between them. Harry summoned a small table and helped Hermione put the book on it. Just like the good old days, isn't it? Ron said, a grin spreading across his face. We made plans to find the Horcruxes right here in this room. Remember? There you were, Hermione, sitting on the floor, wondering what to pack between the piles of books. That's right, Ron. It's quite a historic place, said Hermione with a smile. From her small beaded bag, she pulled out two more books, smaller than the ledger, but still thick and large. One was the British Ministry of Magic's Law book, and the other had the title Gobbledygook English Dictionary on the cover. Anyway, it's just these three books that we need to review today. Seems simple enough, doesn't it? Within half a day, their confidence had turned to disappointment, and from disappointment to despair. Using the Gobbledygook Dictionary, they spent the rest of the morning searching the ledger for records of deposits and withdrawals from the Ministry vault over the past week. However, when they began to compare the transaction details with the ledger's contents in the afternoon, a problem arose. Despite the repeated deposits and withdrawals, the Muggles did not appear to have committed any violations of the wizarding law. Strange, indeed. The vault's balance decreased only because the Muggles were conducting normal transactions, said Ron doubtfully. My hunch was right after all. The goblins stole the gold themselves and then framed the Muggles instead. If that were the case, they would have manipulated this ledger to make it look like the Muggles stole the galleons, wouldn't they? There's no point in leaving them as normal transactions, Hermione pointed out. I wish these were runes. These gobbledygook words make me feel like my eyes are going to fall out. I quite agree, Harry said, rubbing his burning eyes. Because of the goblin's small hands, the crooked letters were very small, and Harry felt nauseous as he read each word and number. Trying to keep his stomach full of kidney pie and pumpkin juice in peace, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a few hours, Ron's body retreated to a half-lying position, and Harry was too sleepy to keep his eyes open. Only Hermione kept her attention on the books, and after another hour, she finally gave up. We're done for. Hermione groaned as she rubbed her bloodshot eyes with the back of her hand. Soon my name will be listed in a history of magic as the worst minister ever. Don't worry, Hermione, said Ron reassuringly, patting her shoulder as he lay beside her on the bed. You'll always find Cornelius Fudge under your name. And don't forget Pious Thickness, help Harry. It's harder to be the worst minister ever than the greatest, isn't it? And you say that to comfort me? Hermione sat on the bed and tugged at her bushy hair in frustration. Being compared to them is a very serious problem in itself. Besides, look how I am now. I made a huge concession to the goblin, and the book I was given turned out to be worthless. When they find out, the voters will start to misfudge. Hermione, I'll have my Aurors keep an eye on all muggles, withdrawing money from Gringotts from now on. Hopefully this will prevent similar incidents in the future, Harry suggested. And with the current shutdown reducing expenses, the Ministry's vault will be refilled soon enough. Wouldn't all this be solved without having to look at that damn book? Maybe you're right, Harry, said Hermione weakly, the watery look in her sunken eyes unmistakable. We can get back to where we were if we tighten our budget. But the Quidditch World Cup won't happen if we can't fix this. Then my lifelong dream will be nothing more than a fantasy. Come on, Hermione. Going abroad is good for a breath of fresh air, said Ron. Do you remember when Argentina hosted the Quidditch World Cup a few years ago? The D.A. members reunited in the Patagonian desert, and it was great fun. Yes, anyone can watch the World Cup, Ron, regardless of nationality. But if we hold it in England and our national team wins, my tenure will be remembered for 100 years, sighed Hermione. What would Nobby Leach think of this? It would be an international disgrace if we gave the hosting rights to the United States, and we may never see a Muggle-born minister in Britain again. I've been thinking about it for a while, but there are limits to entrusting our budgets solely to goblins, said Harry thoughtfully. There may be a need for a new department within the Ministry of Magic to deal with taxes. Exactly. Then we can prevent an incident like this from happening again. Hermione exclaimed, her face brightening. Muggles have been doing this for centuries. Why didn't I think of it? The financial experts may be able to help us solve this case. So, you're going to put me in charge of this new department, aren't you? Ron said with interest. Appoint you? But why? Hermione squinted at her husband. Let's see. You were once doing that spew stuff, remember? I was in charge of its finances as treasurer, said Ron seriously, straightening his slumped posture. First of all, what we did wasn't spew, said Hermione irritably. It's SPW, which stands for the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. How many times do I have to tell you that? And secondly, you did nothing more than collect the joining fees as treasurer. Harry gave Ron a sarcastic smile. Even that simple job you did poorly, Hermione added coolly. I found out later that our collection tin was empty. You used every single sickle we got at Honeyduke's, didn't you? All right. I get the point, said Ron in a grumpy tone after giving in to his friend's objections. So, who's going to be the new treasurer? No wizard would do it right, would they? Arithmetic and accounting are considered tedious tasks only for goblins and muggles in our world. I know that, but I still can't leave our budget in the hands of goblins again. Hermione said, her face darkening. It would be much better if we left the Ministry's bank account to the house elves, instead of those stingy, irresponsible bastards. What, house elves? Are you mental? Ron raised his voice. They would give money to anyone who asked for it. Don't you remember what happened in the Hogwarts kitchen? Harry was deep in thought while the two argued. An image of a train compartment flashed through his mind as he had just heard Ron utter the word accounting, but he couldn't remember why. At least not until, yes, accountant, Harry shouted as a sudden realization hit him. Ron, think back to our first meeting on the Hogwarts Express. You told me that your mom has a second cousin who's an accountant. At first, Ron looked confused, but his eyes widened. Yes, you're right. We hardly ever talk about him, but Mum has a second cousin who works as an accountant, though he probably hasn't contacted our family in a long time, since he's a squib. Are you sure, Ron? Hermione also clapped her hands in delight. We could put a squib in charge of the new department without worrying about exposing our world. Why didn't you think of this before? It never occurred to me that I had such a relative, Ron said, scratching his chin. To be honest, I don't even know his name. Let's ask Mum. She'll know. Their immediate reaction was to leave the room and run down the uneven stairs to the kitchen. Molly was humming and examining something in the pot as they entered the kitchen, breathing heavily. Ah, there you are, just about to call you in for dinner. Molly smiled, turning to find them. I made some onion soup. Did it smell good all the way up there? Why did you rush down? We're here to work. I need to ask you something, said Ron. Don't you have a second cousin who's an accountant, Mum? Is there any way we can get in touch with him? Faraday Pruitt, you mean? She took a moment to think before answering. But why are you trying to contact him, Ronnie? I've only met him a few times myself. He's a squib, you know? He could be the key to solving our problem, said Hermione. We desperately need Muggles' accounting knowledge. Is that so? I'll look for his business card. I think I have it somewhere. Molly pulled a tin can out of the gap between the books on the mantelpiece and looked inside. I wish Arthur had learned how to manage money from the Muggles, but instead he got the whole house greasy trying to figure out how airplanes stay up. Ah, here you go. Harry, Ron, and Hermione read the business card Molly had given them together. It contained the address of Faraday Pruitt's office in a luxury residential area in central London and his job title as a stockbroker. What does a stockbroker do? Do they break things called stocks? Asked Ron, looking confused. This job also involves money management. It's similar to being an accountant in many ways, I think, said Hermione. By the way, Molly, where did you meet him? At our great Niece Muriel's funeral last year. I hear his inventions are flying off the shelves in Diagon Alley. Very popular with young witches and wizards these days. It's basically a container you can put Muggle machines in, and they don't break when magic is around. Yes, I noticed that Lily brought it along with her new Muggle device, Harry said, remembering a small box wrapped in wire mesh that his daughter had recently purchased along with her smartphone. They said it was called a Faraday cage, but I didn't know it was made by Mr. Pruitt. Come to think of it, he must be the only person in the world with the last name Pruitt. My family is extinct except for him in the male line, said Molly bitterly. And I'm pretty sure his real name wasn't Faraday. He must have changed it after he invented that Faraday cage. Squibs usually change their names, after all, since most Muggles find their original names odd. Thanks for the information, Mom. We have to go to his office tomorrow. Ron kissed his mother's cheek. I hope he'll be a big help. I hope so too, Ron. Now, you and Hermione, please put the plates and cutlery on the table. And would you please go out and call Arthur, Harry dear? Gosh, I got to smash that laptoffy thing, really. The Last of the Pruitts. Chapter 8. The Last of the Pruitts. Early the next morning, Harry, Ron, and Hermione left the burrow dressed in Muggle clothes. They chose a street that would be crowded enough that their sudden appearance would not frighten passing Muggles, then apparated into an alley and blended seamlessly into the crowd. Wouldn't it be easier just to apparate directly to his office? Ron groaned. I get more sleep that way. How could we apparate without knowing what to expect? And you slept enough. You snored like a drunken troll last night. Fight later, you two. And please allow me to concentrate, grunted Harry. He looked down at his old parchment map of London, his nose almost touching it. It's hard to find the way with this, but I think we should cross the street and turn around. Waiting for the light to change, they stood in the crosswalk. Watching the Muggles to his left and right, Harry noticed that without exception, their eyes were glued to their smartphones. Things have changed a lot in the last few decades, don't you think, Harry? Hermione said, as if she had noticed Harry's gaze. I never thought such a device would be so common before I came to Hogwarts. I agree. Being back in the Muggle world is as strange as being in Diagon Alley for the first time, said Harry. A closer look showed him that most people, regardless of age, gender, or clothing, were humming songs with something in their ears that looked like white beans. What do those people have in their ears? Asked Ron. It looks like they're listening to music with them, said Hermione wisely. I've seen my Muggle relatives use them. You're joking, right? Said Ron incredulously, raising his eyebrows. How do these little things make music unless you can fit a choir of gnomes in them? Hermione's right, said Harry. I think those white beans are connected to a smartphone in some way. Then where do you connect the wire? Just as Harry was considering how to overcome Ron's objections, the traffic lights changed. Following the map, they turned a corner onto a boulevard and faced a new challenge. Ahead of them were tall buildings that were not on the map. How old is this? Ron asked as he touched the crumpled and stained edges of the map. The museum might want to keep it. It's definitely older than us. I'll have to ask how to get there, Harry said, looking at the Muggles passing by. Soon it became apparent that others were looking at the three of them in the middle of the street with a large map open as curiously as they had looked at the Muggles who had their eyes glued to their smartphones. Harry stopped a young blond man in jeans and a shirt by patting him on the arm and asked, "Excuse me, sir. Would you mind pointing me in the right direction?" "Feel free to ask." The young man looked at Harry and the large map he was holding and grimaced. "Were you trying to find your way with that?" Well, his phone broke. Hermione quickly intervened. "All three of you?" the man said, frowning. "Exactly. That's a first, isn't it?" Harry pulled the business card out of his pocket and showed him the address. With a few taps of his finger, The man turned his smartphone to show them the screen. There was a small map on the screen with blue arrows and straight lines along with the streets and buildings. Follow this avenue for 2 blocks, then turn left after 3 blocks, then go 3 more blocks. The man grimaced again as Hermione began to write his words on a piece of parchment with her quill. Are you going to an antique shop? I've never seen anyone write with that before. I don't have anything else at the moment. Hermione gave him a faint smile. They followed the man's directions. The crowd on the street thinned, and their footsteps accelerated as it neared 9 o'clock. An antique shop? So I can't openly use a quill anymore, Ron grumbled. Just think what you could do with that little device of his. Such a handy machine will make our shop's products look outdated. Ron, let's take care of this before we worry about your joke shop, said Hermione. Unless he's mistaken, this building is exactly what we're looking for. An uncharacteristic 3-story house stood between the similar-looking houses where Hermione was pointing. Unlike Grimmauld Street, where Harry now lived, the street was free of houses with broken windows or peeling paint. There was also no litter on the clean street, giving the area a luxurious feel. Could this be his office? Said Ron doubtfully. It just looks like a common residence to me. The only way to find out is to go inside, said Harry coolly. Let's hope he's in there. They slowly approached the house and stood at the front door. Since the curtains were down on all the windows, it was hard to see who was inside. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped up the stairs and knocked on the door. The door swung open as footsteps came from inside. Without saying a word, the man who stepped out looked at the 3 of them with an angry expression. Due to his unusual attire, Harry could not help but stare at him blankly. He wore a crisp black suit with a tie on his upper body, but underneath he wore loose purple shorts and puffy slippers on his feet. What else do you have to sell? Easter eggs or a bunny doll or something? The resident of the house spoke in a harsh voice. We're not here to sell anything, sir. Hermione took a step forward and said as Harry stood speechless and stunned. Are you Mr. Faraday Pruitt? That's my name, yes. Where the hell did you get that card? The business card in Harry's hand was swept away by Mr. Pruitt in an instant. His thin, pointed chin, large nose, and piercing eyes did not resemble Molly Weasley's. However, his thick red hair, despite its faded color and a few gray patches, still showed that he belonged to the Pruitt family. Our mutual acquaintance provided this, said Harry politely. We are in need of a qualified accountant, and several factors have led us to believe that you, Mr. Pruitt, are the right person for the job. Except that I gave up a career in accounting 20 years ago, Mr. Pruitt said in an irritated voice. You can't even read, can you? Here, the title says I'm a stockbroker. Contact my agency if you want me to manage your assets. Harry stared at the closed door as it slammed shut in front of him. The 3 of them looked at each other with shocked faces. Ron shook his head in disbelief and said, Are the squibs always this bad-tempered? He looked just like Filch with red hair dash. The door opened again to reveal Mr. Pruitt before Harry could agree, and Ron staggered back in horror, as if he had just stepped on a spider barefoot. This time the annoyance was gone from Mr. Pruitt's face, replaced by curiosity. You're Harry Potter? Aren't you? Yeah, right. That's my name, Harry replied, and the next thing he knew, they were shaking hands fervently. What an honor to finally meet you. His gaze soon shifted to Hermione and Ron, who were standing right behind Harry. And look who's here. It's Hermione Granger. The Minister of Magic herself has come to my doorstep. And you must be Ron Weasley, Harry Potter's faithful assistant, judging by your red hair and freckles. I'm his friend, not an assistant, Ron said sulkily as they shook hands. Please come in. I almost chased away the most important guests. Mr. Pruitt chuckled and opened the door wide for them to enter. They sat around a round table in the living room and listened as Mr. Pruitt busied himself making them tea. The dimly lit room looked more like a workplace than a living room. On the large desk was a keyboard and mouse, beneath 4 monitors that flickered dizzyingly, displaying a variety of charts, graphs, and numbers. On the wall next to it was a bookshelf full of thick books and a collection of delicate electrical gadgets. A tray with teacups and boiling water was brought in by Mr. Pruitt a short time later. Sorry, I only have instant tea. Pruitt poured water into the cups and placed a tea bag in each. I'd even prepared more if I had known in advance. I'm single, so I don't stock up on groceries. Thanks for the tea. Harry took a sip of tea from the toothed mug. By the way, how did you know it was me? You have a lightning scar there. Mr. Pruitt pointed to Harry's forehead as if he had said something too obvious. And you made no attempt to hide it. How did you know a person named Harry Potter had a lightning scar? Said Ron. My mother told me you've been away from our world for a long time, Mr. Pruitt. You can just call me Faraday. And your mother is Molly, isn't she? I was at her wedding before you were born, said Faraday. The next time I saw her and other relatives was last year, so it had been a while indeed. Though I keep no personal contact with wizards or witches, I do receive the Daily Prophet at least twice a month, and your names are mentioned quite often. He pointed to a pile of newspapers stacked on the messy sofa. And I used to attend the Squib meetings regularly until a decade ago. Harry's fame there is also immense. Squibs have a regular meeting? But I've never heard of such a thing, Hermione said in surprise. It's an informal meeting, so it's only natural that you didn't know. Most of the attendees are squibs, but there also are some muggles with wizards in their families. There's an old legend, for example, that your Aunt Petunia Dursley was a member of the society a long time ago, Faraday said, nodding at Harry. What? No way. Harry coughed, choking on his tea. No wonder you didn't know. We are of no interest to anyone in the magical world, said Faraday coolly. Besides, it's best not to know about these meetings, because there are only miserable losers. My life has been unhappy since I was 10. Why didn't an owl come to me then? My life would have been different if I had known how to use magic. Blah, blah, blah. Magic, magic, magic. In my opinion, being that pathetic should be considered a kind of magic. Then what was your purpose in going to that meeting? Asked Ron. At these words, Faraday tilted his head in deep thought. Let's see. I went there out of old habit. Yes, my grandfather Lancelot took me there first. He used to be a healer at St. Mungo's, and he tried to treat my depression when I turned out to be a squib. Faraday chuckled darkly. Those sessions were like group therapy. More debilitating than a meeting of the depressed. More empty than a meeting of alcoholics. And can you guess who's the most popular there? It's Argus Filch. I'm sure you know him. The meeting is always packed when Filch speaks, because he has more connections to the wizarding world than anyone else in our group. No kidding, Filch? Exclaimed Harry in amazement. Yes, that Filch. The most unpleasant person, said Faraday gloomily. Have you ever stopped to think what it is that keeps him at Hogwarts, despite all the ill treatment he's getting there? It's his secret desire to observe magic he can't use from afar, and to suppress his inferiority complex by punishing young wizards. Well, that explains a lot, Ron said, trying to hold back his laughter. How come you're not an accountant anymore, Faraday? And why are you wearing such a bizarre outfit? Oh, I forgot what I was wearing. Faraday laughed as he examined the shorts and slippers under his suit. I'm working as a stockbroker from home now, and sometimes I meet clients via video call. He stood up and returned with his laptop. The screen reflected Faraday's upper body like a mirror when he turned it on. See? Since only my upper body is visible on the camera, I only dress up on this side. Isn't that what they call work at home these days? We've heard of that, said Ron knowingly. Several black pieces of equipment were hanging on the wall, and he gestured to the featureless boxes that made a buzzing sound. And what are these machines for? They are high-performance computers that I use to develop mobile applications. To help you easily manage your cryptocurrencies and stocks, I've developed some smartphone apps. We rarely use cash these days, and there's no need to go to the bank in person. A smartphone is all you need. How did Muggles come up with such complex ideas? Hermione asked with an intense, eager expression. A bookshelf full of thick books caught her bright eyes, as if she wanted to get stuck into them at any moment. There's no time to be lazy, as we can't use magic. Faraday straightened in his chair and said more seriously. So, we'll just have to use our brains to create our own magic. That's how we came to be able to easily connect with people all over the world with a palm-sized machine, exchange large sums of money with one finger, and listen to any music at any time. That's really cool. Even the children of our world are dying to have a smartphone these days, said Harry. It's only natural, said Faraday proudly. I consider myself blessed to have been born a squib, unlike those poor guys in that damn therapy. I've been able to accomplish things that no wizard could, and I'm proud of it. Harry's eyes moved to a familiar object on the desk across the room. He pointed to the cage-like box and asked, You invented that box too, didn't you? I saw my daughter put her mobile phone in it. Ah yes, the Faraday cage. Faraday returned with the cage and placed it on the table, a box-like metal frame covered in dense wire mesh. I didn't actually invent it. First devised a century ago by a scientist called Michael Faraday. These electrically charged iron fences prevent magical electromagnetic waves from damaging the electronics inside. I've taught several shops on Diagon Alley how to make them for a small guarantee, and they sell so well, I'm bathing in gold these days. Where do you spend wizard money? Asked Ron enviously. Mostly I use it to buy potions. Faraday pointed to the empty vials, lying haphazardly on the bookshelf. If anything, your potions are far more effective than our drugs. Your pepper up potion, for example, stops coughing instantly with just one sip. It came in very handy during the pandemic last year. Faraday patted the cage as if in praise. This thing also gave me a new name. When I was delivering these cages to Diagon Alley, the shopkeepers there started calling me Faraday. I ended up liking it, so I changed my name accordingly. Faraday turned off the computer and returned to the table to join them. Since I have special guests here, I'm taking the day off. Anything I can do to help? Harry exchanged looks with Ron and Hermione. Then, just as they opened their mouths, something tapped on the window. Through the thick black curtain, Harry saw a figure the size of an owl standing on the window pane. Sorry, I almost forgot. The paper's coming today? A large, tawny owl fluttered into the room just as Faraday drew the curtains and opened the windows. When the owl placed the newspaper on the table, Faraday slipped a bronze coin into the pouch strapped to its leg. However, the owl was still unsatisfied and hooted angrily, flapping its wings while Faraday backed away in bewilderment. Why is it behaving like this? I gave her a canute. Air, Faraday. You may not know it, but newspaper prices have gone up as of today, Hermione said as she brushed back her bangs, which had been blown in her face by the owl's flapping. Oh, I see. After a century of price freezes, an increase is long overdue. Faraday opened the drawer and handed the owl another coin. But even after the coin was in its beak, the owl stretched out its legs again and gave another dissatisfied hoot. How much have you raised the price? Looking astonished, Faraday put another coin into the sack. But the owl flapped its wings again, as if annoyed, and its posture remained unchanged. Unbelievable. The owl flew through the open window only after Faraday had paid 2 more coins. Faraday raised his hand to interrupt Hermione as she tried to explain the situation. No need to explain what happened. I think I know why you came. He looked at each of them in turn as he sat back in his chair. Did you end up losing all your money? That's right. Some muggles took everything from the Mystry vault at Gringotts, said Hermione. Did you expect that to happen then? Of course, said Faraday simply. If I'm surprised at all, it's because it just happened now. Then please enlighten me. Hermione took the Wizarding Law book, the Gobbledygook English Dictionary, and the Gringotts ledger one by one from her beaded bag and spread them out on the table. Here is the ledger used by the goblins at Gringotts. We've been studying this all day, but we can't figure out what's wrong. Faraday spent some time looking through the books with the round magnifying glasses he had in his front pocket. There were occasional snorts and long sighs from him, though he said nothing. Do you know how much a galleon is worth in British pounds according to your law? Said Faraday at last. About 4.93 pounds, though the exchange rate varies, Hermione replied. But these muggles were exchanging money at that exact rate, according to this book. The real problem lies elsewhere, I'm sure. No, that's where the real problem lies. Faraday took a gold coin from a drawer and weighed it on a scale. You see, a galleon from your world weighs about 1.6 ounces. In Britain, the price of gold remained at 4.5 pounds an ounce for more than 200 years after Sir Isaac Newton had said it at the beginning of the 18th century. And as far as I know, the British Ministry of Magic was established in 1707, wasn't it? Faraday continued as Hermione nodded. Muggle money was converted at 4.93 pounds per galleon, which contained about 1.1 ounce of gold at the time the Ministry of Magic was established, because that was the right price at the time. This policy has continued ever since, and so far it seems reasonable. However, problems have arisen in recent decades. The British government greatly inflated the price of gold after the Second World War in its rush to print the pound. How much do you think gold costs these days in pounds sterling per ounce? Let me guess, 10 pounds? Ron's words made Faraday shake his head. How about 100 pounds? Tried Harry. Wrong. 500 pounds then, said Hermione. Faraday shook his head again and pulled his phone out of his pocket. The display showed a red graph, rising steadily over time. In today's market, gold costs around 1,500 pounds an ounce. My goodness, said Harry quietly. You're beginning to get it, aren't you? Said Faraday darkly. Suppose someone exchanged a galleon for 5 pounds of Muggle money at Gringotts. Then the Muggle world would give that person about 1,700 British pounds for selling 1.16 ounces of molten gold. At Gringotts, the same amount could be exchanged for 340 galleons. With a few repetitions, you can amass an enormous amount of wealth. Hermione took the ledger from Faraday and began to examine it herself. Her expression darkened as she read the details of the deposits and withdrawals. Even though Harry wanted to deny that the Ministry's vault had been robbed so easily, seeing Hermione close the book without complaining, it seemed Faraday was right. It's still a mystery to me, Faraday, Harry said. If it was so easy to make money, why hasn't anyone else tried it? He's right, exclaimed Hermione, her eyes flashing wildly. My family used to exchange Muggle currency at Gringotts when I was young. How has this never happened before? When something strange happens, a person who can't use magic doesn't just skip over it and try to figure it out, said Faraday calmly. That is the rational approach, and that is our true strength. And to do that, you must not be afraid to experiment. From the cupboard, Faraday took an alcohol lamp, a pair of tongs, and a small glass container. Once the lamp was lit, he placed a glass dish on top and heated it. Using the tongs, he picked up a gold coin and placed it on the hot plate. Watching the intense flames emanating from the lamp, they waited for the heat to warm and blur the air around them. Finally, Faraday picked up the gold coin again with his tongs. Hold out your hand, Ron. Are you mad? This arm's got enough scars already. I once had a flying brain attached to this side when we ventured into the Department of Mysteries Dash. Give it to me then, said Hermione bravely, offering her hand. Stop! Are you mental? Ron shouted. Despite his protests, Faraday placed the gold coin in her hand. Hermione flinched for a moment, but then took the galleon firmly. It's still cold. What happened? It's likely that the goblin who made the coin used spells to prevent it from melting or being damaged. If the gold coins do not melt, it will be difficult to sell them elsewhere. And even if they succeed, it will be easier to track down the culprit as the serial numbers remain on the coins, said Faraday. These protective spells could be broken by a powerful dark wizard, I guess, but I'm ignorant of magic. Are you saying this wasn't just done by Muggles? Hermione said, looking horrified. I think so. Look at me. If I only knew a dark wizard, I would have robbed Gringotts myself a lot sooner. But I couldn't, said Faraday regretfully. And Muggles with any knowledge of the wizarding world wouldn't dare, for fear of upsetting the wizards. Besides, I think the powerful dark wizards think they'd lose face if they robbed Gringotts. I knew a wizard who tried that, said Harry. It reminded him of Quirrell, who had tried to steal the Sorcerer's Stone from Vault 713. He had no intention of stealing gold, though. Up until now, all dark wizards have never been particularly fond of Muggles, said Hermione indignantly. Muggles were considered inferior by them. No matter the amount of money, they would never have interacted with Muggles. When Harry heard these words, a name flashed into his mind. Eisenbein. What about him? Ron said, looking confused. Just because Eisenbein stole your robes doesn't mean he committed all the crimes in the World Dash. Just listen. Marcus Dolohov said that Eisenbein also had Muggles and Squibs as his minions. Harry pointed to the section of the ledger that contained the problematic transactions. Eisenbein is definitely responsible for what happened. To divide our world. He used the dark arts to melt the gold coins taken from Muggles. Let's say that's true. Then what? Hermione said, crossing her arms. Easter is just around the corner, but Eisenbein is still nowhere to be found. We can at least announce to our world that he is responsible for this theft, said Harry. That will increase our chances of catching him. Think about it, Harry. Suppose we announced that a certain wizard had conspired with the Muggles to steal gold from the Ministry of Magic. What kind of people would people suspect when anti-Muggle sentiment is so rampant? Said Ron with a frown on his face. We've long been accused of being blood traitors. People will immediately suspect us, not some random dark wizard they don't even know. Well, but everything points to Eisenbien dash. Ron is right, Harry. We need evidence, not presumptions, said Hermione calmly. Our pact with the goblins has already caused us enough political damage. Let me announce that the shutdown will be lifted tomorrow and that measures will be taken to prevent a repeat of the Gringotts incident. This will alleviate the immediate discontent. I suggest you set up a treasury instead of relying on the goblins' voodoo accounting, Faraday said, his red eyebrows raised. It should have been done a long time ago. I've been thinking about it, Faraday, Hermione said, smiling meaningfully at him. And I'd like to invite you to be the first head of the Department of Treasury. Me? That's a great honor. But can someone who's never been to Hogwarts work for the Ministry of Magic? The new department does not require magical knowledge. Your skills will be just enough, said Hermione reassuringly. There is an urgent need. Excuse me, but is it possible for you to come to the Ministry of Magic starting tomorrow? Well, I'm a freelancer, and I've made enough money not to have to worry about that for a while, Faraday said, taking out his phone and checking it. Working at the Ministry of Magic isn't something a squib gets to do very often. All right, I accept your offer. Faraday shook hands with Hermione and Ron. When it was Harry's turn to shake hands, Faraday suddenly grabbed his hand and looked at his wrist. There's something familiar about this watch. It once belonged to Mr. Fabian Pruitt. After unpacking the watch, Harry handed it to Faraday, who began to examine it. Yes, now I remember, Fabian used to play with me when I was a kid. He allowed me to look at his watch once, Faraday recalled. His meticulous hand stroked several stars on the gold dial, then turned the watch over. It's still dented on the back. I tried to take it apart with a screwdriver to find out how it works, but I only ended up with this mark. Fabian just laughed it off. Faraday returned the watch with a smile, but his eyes were filled with tears. Fabian and Gideon were still nice to me, even after I turned out to be a worthless squib and had to apply to Eton instead of Hogwarts. They were truly nice people. My mother still misses her brothers very much, said Ron solemnly. We've all lost loved ones in the recent wars. Fred, my brother, died too. That is a tragedy. My sincere thanks go to you, Harry, for avenging the Pruitts by killing that Baldmosh guy. It's Voldemort, not Baldmosh, Hermione corrected him. No wonder. How am I supposed to get his name right if nobody says it aloud? Then he pulled his smartphone out of his pocket and handed it to Hermione. I'll have to remember it this time. Here, spell it out. Mumbling and tapping awkwardly on the screen, Hermione sighed. Can't I just write it down with a quill? I don't believe it, Faraday clucked disapprovingly. You know the alphabet, don't you? It's on the keyboard. Just press one at a time. When Hermione finished typing and handed the smartphone back, Faraday frowned as he manipulated the screen. Was Voldemort a Frenchman? What? As far as I know, no, said Harry, bewildered. Then why did he name himself in French? On the screen that Faraday showed, there was a French-English translation in the table. Below the French phrase, on the left side of the table, was Voldemort, while on the right side was its English interpretation, Flight of Death. It probably sounded cool to him. Who knows what he was up to, said Hermione flatly. By the way, can this device translate other languages? The whole family didn't speak French when we were in France last winter, so it was pretty hard to get by. Anything you can imagine is possible with this, said Faraday proudly. Suddenly, he remembered something and ran to a large drawer in the corner of the living room and pulled out a small object. Take it, Harry. It's my gift. Having received the device from Faraday, Harry examined it. Similar to Lily's new phone, the silver smartphone had a fruit mark on the back, but it was thicker and heavier. No thanks. Our house is full of magic, and it'll break down in no time. You think I never considered that? It's a specially designed mobile phone. The wires have been replaced with palladium and platinum, and the fragile parts have been modified to use magic as a power source instead of electricity. In your world, magical wireless works in a similar way. Faraday picked up the phone and turned on the screen. Tech always finds a way, I dare say. Try some magic on it. Wingardium Leviosa, Hermione shouted, pointing her wand. The spell levitated the smartphone from Faraday's hand, but the screen remained on. Harry touched the floating device with his finger and saw the screen move smoothly with it. Thanks a lot, Faraday. It's the least I can do. On behalf of those unjustly murdered, please accept my gratitude as the last of the Pruitts. Can you have them delivered to our shop? Ron asked, his eyes twinkling at the gadget. Oh, I actually made this prototype with the intention of selling it to your world. But it turned out to be too expensive for anyone to afford, so I backed out. I see, Ron said, not so successfully hiding his disappointment. Please let me know if you have any other good items. I'd be happy to do that. We're family after all, Faraday grinned. And Harry, if the phone's battery goes dead, use magic or whatever to heat the bottom. It will charge then. All right. That could come in very handy, Harry said, putting his new smartphone in his pocket. Please report to the Ministry of Magic tomorrow, said Hermione briskly. Once you have had a briefing in my office, you should be able to do the work immediately. I'm looking forward to it. Just give me the address. Faraday let Hermione pin the exact location on the map of his smartphone with her finger. His eyes widened when, after several trials and errors, she finally got it right. The Ministry of Magic is in this slum? It must have been really hard for you to make ends meet. It's always been there. Not everything in our world is as it seems, said Harry. A red telephone box will be visible from there. Let's meet tomorrow morning at 9, Faraday. I'll be waiting by it. The Auction at the Ministry. Chapter 9. The Auction at the Ministry. Harry had worked at the Ministry of Magic for decades, but the lonely and desolate landscape of the upper street was still foreign to him. The first time he had come here for a hearing with Arthur Weasley was still fresh in his mind. Had he lost that day, he would have lost his wand and been banished from his world forever, and the mere thought of that made him shudder. Harry leaned against the red telephone box as he surveyed the shabby street. There were a few abandoned, unsightly offices with sparsely broken windows along the outside walls. Every time the wind blew, the overflowing dumpster spewed stuffed garbage onto the street, and people came and went from a small pub across the street. Harry buttoned his gray coat. Spring had finally arrived, yet it was still chilly where the sun didn't shine. He glanced at his watch and saw that the promised time was approaching. Then there was the sound of an engine, and a white car drove into the empty street. The car stopped right where Harry was, and Faraday got out. Taxis were yellow when I was a kid, Harry said as the car drove away. That's not a taxi. I just used a service called Uber, which allows common drivers to pick up passengers. It's faster and cheaper, Faraday said as he showed his smartphone. Are you used to the phone I gave you? Actually, I haven't tried it yet, Harry said as he led him to the heavily graffitied wall, whose original color was hard to see. Just in front of the wall was an old red telephone box. There was a lot going on yesterday. To form a new Department of Treasury, we have lifted the shutdown of the Ministry of Magic and brought the employees back to work as of today. That's why the news reported a high number of owl sightings. You're doing it the hard way when a text or email would do. Faraday clucked his tongue in sympathy. Here's the entrance, come in. Harry barely closed the door after pushing Faraday into the cramped phone box. It was as if Faraday wanted to comment on the impractical means of entering the Ministry of Magic, but he just shook his head. Please listen carefully, Harry said as he lifted the receiver from the lopsided phone and dialed the numbers one by one. Pick this up and dial 62442, and you can get into the ministry. You change your password regularly, don't you? Or probably not. It was the same numbers about 30 years ago. Let's not discuss it. It's just a waste of breath. As soon as Harry finished putting in the numbers, the dial whirred and gently returned to its original position. Then a cool female voice sounded from inside the box. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and business. This is Harry Potter, and I am here to escort Mr. Faraday Pruitt, who will be taking up his post as treasurer today. First, we need to meet with the minister. Thank you, said the female voice. Visitor, please take the badge and attach it to the front of your robes. There was a metallic rattle, and a shiny object rolled down the coin slot of the payphone. Harry picked up the silver square badge that read Faraday Pruitt, reporting to minister, and pinned it to Faraday's suit jacket. Your name will be registered starting tomorrow, so just dial the password, said Harry. Thanks for nothing, grunted Faraday. Or should I thank you for not making me go down a toilet? As if there had been an earthquake, A vibration rose up Harry's legs, and the entire telephone box began to sink into the ground. I think so. Honestly, there was a time when we had to flush ourselves to get in. Faraday remained silent at these words during the short journey underground that followed. Gradually, the glass panels of the telephone box were obscured by the rising pavement around them, and soon the interior was completely dark. It was quiet in the darkness, except for the sound of gravel and dirt grinding as the outer wall of the booth brushed against the tunnel. After about a minute, a beam of golden light emerged from beneath the box. First, Faraday's shoes glowed with the light moving across their bodies to their faces, and then the telephone box finally stopped moving. "The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant day," said the cool female voice. Harry led the way out of the phone box when the door opened by itself. A little after rush hour, the lavishly decorated hall was almost empty. A house elf polishing the dark wooden floor saw Harry and bowed deeply until his nose almost touched the floor. "Good morning." He greeted the elf as well and led Faraday past the many gilded fireplaces on either side of them. "Let's go to the security desk over there. With me by your side, you'll have nothing to worry about." As usual, a group of large golden statues of a wizard, a witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf stood in the center of the fountain as they passed. Faraday was busy observing the coin-filled fountain and the golden gate beyond. Seeing how impressed the outsider was, Harry felt a little proud to be a part of the magical world. An old wizard in peacock blue robe sat under a sign that read, "Security." He bowed to Harry as two of them approached the desk next to the golden gates. "Good morning, Mr. Potter." "Good morning to you, Eric. Coming back to work after a long absence can be a challenge, can't it?" "Don't mention it. I had to work during the shutdown. I was designated as a needed manpower, being a watch wizard. Thanks for your service. I'll make sure that the watch wizards get some bonuses." "It's my pleasure." Eric smiled brightly for a moment, but then he became serious again. No offense, but does the Ministry have the needed gold?" That last incident at Gringotts aside, hosting the Quidditch World Cup would cost a lot. To manage the budget, we have created a new Department of Treasury, to be headed by Mr. Pruitt here, Harry said, pointing at Faraday. "This will bring us some gold, I hope." "I look forward to it." Eric rose from his chair, his face lifted, waving a thin gold rod in the air. "But there's still a search to be done." He passed the instrument up and down Faraday's front and back and held out a hand. "Your wand, please." "I've never had one," said Faraday bluntly. "I'm a squib." "He's right," Harry assured him. "He's guaranteed, so you don't have to worry about leaks." In the smaller hall, lifts lined the walls as Harry and Faraday passed through the gates. He felt uncomfortable at Eric's open disdain upon hearing that Faraday was a squib, but he did not show it. One of the wrought golden grills opened, and Harry led Faraday into the lift. When they reached the top floor, the golden grill slid back to reveal the red-carpeted corridor. "This way, Faraday. The other two will be waiting in Hermione's office." Following Harry's lead, they turned left and right in the direction of the minister's office. With the thick carpet on the floor muffling their footsteps, the hallway was almost completely silent, except for the occasional murmur of words through the cracks in the slightly open office doors. Harry knocked on the minister's door when they finally reached their destination. "Come in." Hermione's voice came from the closed door, which opened on its own. Ron and Hermione were sitting together at the large table in the middle. "Hello, Faraday. How did you find the Ministry of Magic?" "Impressive," Faraday grunted as he sat with Harry across from them. "Still room for improvements, though. Feel free to make any." Hermione smiled and placed a parchment in front of him. Attached is the letter of appointment for head of the Department of Treasury. She swung her wand, and a quill flew out of nowhere, scrawling Hermione's name at the bottom. "A few floors down, an empty office will house your department. For now, the magical maintenance staff will help you with your work, and you can hire new staff as needed." "It's all very well, Hermione. You have prepared well." After carefully reading the letter of appointment, Faraday said solemnly, "I'll do my best. Just come by your office today and get used to it. Nothing more." "Rushing can lead to mistakes," Hermione said, the letter still occupying Faraday's attention as he nodded vaguely. "I'll be going. Now, I have to go to Gringotts on business to return this ledger. I also have to implement a new policy for exchanging Muggle currency. Okay, have a good trip, muttered Faraday. Picking up the thick book, Hermione stepped out of her office and Faraday followed shortly after. Well, it worked out well in the end, Ron said when it was just the two of them. We've always done so. Whatever difficulties we've faced, we've managed to overcome them somehow. I agree. A smile spread across Harry's face as he waved his wand and summoned 2 goblets of iced pumpkin juice. They toasted and took a drink together. As soon as Eisenbein is caught and my invisibility cloak and the stolen gold are recovered, this fiasco will be over. I know you can do it, mate. That bastard is no match for you. Placing both feet on the desk, Ron leaned against the chair. This reminds me of the beginning of second year. Sitting here with you, we missed the train and then got into a flying car. Ended up both getting detentions. Yeah, I'll never forget that, laughed Harry. I really thought we were going to get expelled that night. Me too. I thought we had to get our stuff and leave right away. Massaging his shoulder, Ron sighed. That wicked willow hit me so hard that sometimes my arm still hurts. Besides, the hardships I endured with my broken wand still shakes me. That wand saved us from Lockhart at the last minute, though, Harry pointed out. Yeah, you're right. Ron nodded. I couldn't just throw away the broken wand for that grace. The door suddenly swung open while they were chatting about old times, revealing Hermione's senior undersecretary, Ethel. Mrs. Granger. Mrs. Granger. It's urgent. Ethel rushed in, but stopped when she found Harry and Ron. Her hair, which had always been neat, was disheveled from running, and her face was pale as a ghost. Where's the minister? Hermione mustn't have informed her secretaries. She's gone to Gringotts on business, said Harry. What is it, Ethel? Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. It's a mess in the hall, said Ethel, shaking a little. A squib is messing with the Mystry at will. Harry's heart sank when he heard these words. He and Ron exchanged worried glances. If you're referring to Faraday, he's only just been made treasurer, said Ron anxiously. Maybe he went out to inspect. It's his first time here. You call that an inspection? Ethel squealed. I've never seen an inspection like that before. Come with me. I'll show you the horrors. As the lift descended into the atrium, Harry could already sense a strange omen. There were mournful cries and shrieks, and hundreds of people muttering in the background. Ron clasped his hands together, standing stiffly in the lift with him. It didn't feel right to Harry. How could Faraday have caused such a scene on the first day of work? Stepping out of the lift, they found the hall packed with workers from every department. Through the crowd, Harry and Ron followed Ethel to the fountain behind the golden gates. Inexplicable cries and sighs grew louder as they approached, but it was difficult to see exactly what was happening. Just then, Eric the Watch Wizard came up from the opposite direction, spotted Harry, and rushed to him. A red flush covered Eric's face, and his bearded mouth trembled. Good to see you, Mr. Potter. I've been looking for the Aurors, said Eric urgently. We're being openly robbed by that squib you brought in earlier. He's making a big fuss, holding a forged document that he claims is signed by the minister herself. If you're talking about his letter of appointment, it's true that Hermione signed it, said Harry weakly. Come with me. I need to see for myself what's going on. The ranks of anxiously muttering onlookers thinned when the small group, led by Harry, passed through. A quick examination revealed the source of the noise. Dozens of portraits were neatly arranged on the railing of the fountain, each of their subjects shaking, crying, shouting, or sighing. Surrounding the portraits were ancient cups, crowns, and gilded statues, more of which were being carried by wizards in navy blue robes from magical maintenance. Next to them, Faraday shouted or gave directions to the wizards on where to place the items they had brought. Put the stuffed owl there. Not here. It could be used for firewood at best. The bronze jug can stay here. Someone might pay for it. Faraday, what the hell is going on? Asked Harry. With confused faces, the staff in navy blue robes stopped what they were doing too. Look at Harry's complexion. They seemed to be hoping he would stop all of this. Me? I'm doing what the minister told me to do. Expand our budget, Faraday said, examining each crying portrait as if assessing it. Didn't she tell me to raise money to host the Quidditch World Cup? You're right about that. Still, Hermione wishes you would share some Muggle wisdom on how to budget, instead of jumping the gun like this. My Muggle wisdom? Snorted Faraday. You think gold will fall from the sky if I write something down in the book? During my inspection of this place, I thought of the person we need right now. Though I don't share the same political views as that person, I need that kind of determination. And who is that? Asked Ron in a worried tone. Margaret Thatcher. It never occurred to me that a government agency could be so inefficient. No matter what, I'm going to change everything around here, even if I'm accused of being a witch like her. At that moment, there was a commotion among the people gathered around the Golden Gates. Barry Ryan, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, pushed through the crowd to reach them. Behind him, more wizards in navy blue robes were carrying crates full of Quidditch-related artifacts, such as old brooms, moth-eaten robes, and rusty golden snitches. "What are you playing at?" Barry shouted at Faraday. "By what authority do you take our department's collections at your command?" "Here, read on." Without even looking at him, Faraday unfolded the parchment in front of him. "According to this letter, I have been given full authority to take the necessary steps to secure the budget to host the Quidditch World Cup." Reading the letter, Barry's face turned even redder. "As much as I appreciate the minister's passion for hosting the World Cup, this is unacceptable," he shouted. "The Ministry of Magic has been collecting these Quidditch collections since the beginning, and you store them in a warehouse to rot," snapped Faraday, "allowing dust and rust to build up. I've just inspected your department. It deserved your sincere attention if it was that important." If it weren't for the people watching, Barry would have knocked Faraday out with his thick arms. Unaware of this, Faraday found something behind him and pushed Barry away. "Ah, you must be from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. I was just waiting for you." A long wooden crate was being carried by 4 wizards in brown robes as they walked past the onlookers. The crate wobbled from time to time, giving the impression that it contained more than just an antique. "Pour them into the fountain, please," Faraday instructed them. The wizards in brown robes carefully opened a box beside the well. Inside were creatures with fluffy black fur that looked like platypuses, with long snouts like ducks. Harry knew these cuddly animals were nifflers thanks to Hagrid's class he had attended long ago. Confused by the humans around them, the nifflers rubbed their spade-shaped flat paws together. One by one, the staff carefully placed the nifflers, whose swimming skills proved to be excellent, into the stagnant water of the fountain. They collected the gold and silver coins from the bottom of the water, placed them in their pouch on their bellies, and then returned to the crate to deposit them. To clear the water full of glittering galleons, sickles, and nuts, the nifflers jumped into the water several times. Finally, all the coins were placed in the crate, which had been transformed into a treasure chest. "These donations belong to St. Mungo's," shouted an elderly witch, and many others nodded in agreement. "Not anymore," Faraday said, pointing to a small sign next to the fountain. The sign read as follows, with a few red words added at the end. "All proceeds from the Brothers of Wizardry Fountain will be donated to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries and used to host the Quidditch World Cup." When the brown-robed wizards had returned to their department with the nifflers in their arms, Faraday climbed onto the railing of the fountain. His greedy eyes rested for a moment on the golden statues of a wizard and a witch. It might have been Harry's illusion, but the statues seemed to tremble a little as Faraday smacked his lips at their golden glow. "Greetings, fellow members of the Ministry of Magic," said Faraday. Though he used no magic, his loud voice echoed through the hall. "My name is Faraday Pruitt, and it is my pleasure to introduce myself as your newly appointed treasurer." The audience murmured in surprise at the mention of his last name, Pruitt, which belonged to a prestigious pure-blood wizarding family. After the unfortunate incident at Gringotts, the Ministry of Magic has run out of gold, and we must raise additional funds to host next year's Quidditch World Cup. It is my intention to accomplish this mission using the powers granted to me by the minister herself. And the first step will be to auction off unnecessary items within the Ministry of Magic. "Unnecessary items," shouted Barry Ryan in anger, but the louder roar of the people in the atrium drowned out his voice. Harry's sharp ears had picked up a mixture of dissatisfaction at the drastic action and joy at the opportunity to get the valuable antiques at a reasonable price. The auction will begin this afternoon. All citizens of the magical world are welcome to attend. So if you are interested, please gather in the Great Hall," he continued, looking down at Harry. "And Mr. Potter, Please assist us with 5 oars under your command to ensure the auction runs smoothly. Faraday leapt from the railing before Harry could reply and began sorting through the items his assistants had brought. The crowd quickly dispersed, and Harry felt helpless as people left the area, either using the lifts or the fireplaces. Although he still had strong doubts about whether this auction was the right move, it seemed too late to stop it. "What are you waiting for, Harry?" Ron grabbed his elbow and pulled him toward the lifts. "We should go too." "Go where?" "To the grand meeting room." "We should go to the auction," said Ron excitedly, stifling his laughter. "Didn't you just see what they brought from the Department of Magical Games and Sports? It would be great if we could get an official Chudley Cannon's uniform, or a signed golden snitch." "Oh, Ron, I don't know," said Harry thoughtfully. "Wouldn't it look weird if I was there? Just sit still and do nothing. I can bid on anything you want for you." Harry found himself sitting in one of the hundreds of chairs set up in the grand meeting room after lunch. Teddy and Edmund, along with 3 other young aurors, were stationed against the wall, directing people and keeping an eye out for any suspicious activity. An old, small wizard in navy blue robes with a ferret-like appearance soon took the podium. On the stage next to him was a display for the items. "You know who the auctioneer is, don't you?" said Harry, grinning. "How could I not?" said Ron flatly. "I was him once." Reginald Cattermole, whom Ron had long ago transformed into with Polyjuice to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic, was now serving as a senior employee of the magical maintenance. "We'll start by taking bids on the portraits in the corridors and halls," said Cattermole, today's auctioneer. A younger wizard in navy blue robes stepped forward and placed a black-veiled painting on the display stand when Cattermole beckoned. A bright light from the ceiling illuminated the portrait as Cattermole slowly removed the black cloth. A very old witch in the painting, dressed in green robes and hats and dyed green on her head to make her look like an overgrown frog, raised her hand to block out the intense light shining on her. "Madame Elfrida Clegg is the subject of this portrait. You would have known if you hadn't fallen asleep during History of Magic," Cattermole explained, drawing laughter from some of the people, including Harry and Ron. "Elfrida gave legal rights to magical beings like centaurs and mermaids who could speak human languages." "I know that witch," cried Ron. "I have a chocolate frog card with her on it." "The minimum bid for this painting will be 300 galleons, considering its historical significance," said Cattermole, while Elfrida crossed her arms and snorted in the painting. In the front row, a man raised his hand and said, 310 galleons. 330 galleons. A fat lady in green silk robes and a red wig said this time. "The current bid is 330 galleons. No one else?" Cattermole looked around the room for a moment before banging the gavel twice. "This item has been sold to Mrs. Smith." The young wizard placed another portrait covered in black cloth. A former Hogwarts headmaster, Professor Everard, posed for this portrait, Cattermole explained. He was probably one of the most famous headmasters in history, with the exception of Albus Dumbledore. Everard's portrait had previously saved Arthur Weasley from Nagini the Serpent, and Harry was heartbroken to see it sold. However, he didn't have to watch Everard grieve, for the inside of the frame was empty when the black cloth was removed. "Oh, he seems to be gone for now," said Cattermole, looking perplexed. 200 galleons will be the reserve price." The empty portrait wasn't that popular. 220 galleons was paid for it by an old wizard. One by one, dozens of other portraits were displayed and sold in the same way. 2 of the portraits were as empty as Everard's, but the people in the portraits, who had no other pictures of themselves to escape to, watched themselves being sold to strangers with their eyes closed or a somber expression on their faces. "Feels a little sagged, doesn't it?" said Ron in a whisper. "But can they just give them away like that? Maybe the portrait will give us some information, like it did when you and Dumbledore saved my dad." "Don't tell Faraday, or he'll try to install surveillance cameras in the Ministry of Magic," said Harry warningly. "Let's not get into trouble, shall we?" After all the portraits were sold, the atmosphere of the auction heated up as the focus shifted to more interesting items. One by one, the cursed jewels and ornaments confiscated by the Ministry began to be displayed. For reasons unknown, this opal necklace was taken to the Ministry of Magic. Harry and Ron exchanged looks of dismay when Cattermole explained a certain jewel. During their 6th year at Hogwarts, The ornate opal necklace had nearly killed their friend, Katie Bell, but it seemed that the cursed jewelry had somehow found its way to the Ministry of Magic. Cattermole went on. After being imbued with the most powerful curse, this necklace killed 19 Muggle owners and nearly murdered a witch. It should never be touched with bare skin, and the Ministry of Magic will not be held responsible for any damage caused by disregarding this warning, said Cattermole somberly, causing the crowd to roar with fear. 200 galleons is the starting price. Is there a bidder? Even after Cattermole had waited a minute or so, no one raised their hand, despite obvious interest. Then it will be 190 galleons. Will anyone bid? Only after the price had dropped considerably did the bidder appear. My bid is 120 galleons. Harry turned as he heard the oily voice and saw Mr. Bojan raise his hand, his greasy hair looking oily as well. How shameless is he? He was the one who sold it to Malfoy in the first place. Ron whispered indignantly in response to Mr. Bojan's successful bid. Surely that idiot Malfoy paid 5 times as much for it. You should be on the lookout if Malfoy is interested in that necklace again, Harry. Honestly, Ron, Draco isn't the kind of person to do that anymore, said Harry firmly. Afterward, Mr. Borgin bought the cursed bracelet, earrings, and gilded armor at a low price among the other dangerous accessories for sale. It was likely that the Borgin and Burke's display cases would soon be filled. Then a middle-aged woman bought a cheap black musical box that emitted an ominous, tinkling melody that made everyone in the hall sleepy and weak. Ah, here come Madame Granger's personal collectibles. She donated them to the Ministry of Magic a few weeks ago. Interest in the upcoming items increased when Cattermole mentioned this. Did Hermione actually make a donation? Ron asked Harry, his eyes wide. Without a word to me. It wasn't a donation. More like just putting away and used things, said Harry. They were probably labeled as collectibles to promote them in a better way. Those of you who have been to the minister's office will remember that this painting used to hang on the wall. When Cattermole had finished introducing it, his assistant took off the black cloth. Wearing the green and silver of Slytherin, the familiar face of a clever-looking wizard with a pointed beard appeared behind it. What's this all about? I'm not for sale, you madman. None of this will be tolerated. Phineas Nigellus Black shouted in a rage. There must be some misunderstanding, but I am supposed to be in the minister's office. Now take me back there. Please accept my apologies, Mr. Black, but I personally saw the minister bring your portrait to our warehouse, said Cattermole calmly, turning back to the audience. As some of you may know, Phineas Nigellus Black was one of the most serious headmasters Hogwarts has ever seen. His words caused some people to burst out laughing, and Phineas Nigellus glared at them. He was the least popular headmaster Hogwarts ever had, according to Sirius, said Harry. Nothing strange about that, Ron grinned. Harry, you're sitting there, aren't you? Phineas Nigellus, his eyes narrowed, shouted at Harry. Suddenly all eyes were on him. Harry would have fallen flat on the ground if he could have. Harry, my boy, put an end to this nonsense. I achieved so much in the last war, don't you remember? I'm terribly sorry, Professor Black, said Harry, but I have no authority to change anything in this auction. Shame on you, you ungrateful scoundrel. Phineas Nigellus ran wild in his frame. The bidding will start at 100 galleons, said Cattermole, ignoring him. 100 galleons? Is that all I'm worth? Cried Phineas. I used to pay that much for a meal in my prime, you insolent braggart. Is there no bidder? Is there no bidder for 90 galleons? Cattermole asked. Still not a hand was raised. Why don't you just take it, Harry? Grinned Ron. The painting was once in your house. Ginny'll kill me if I do that. I've just recently dealt with that horrible painting of Mrs. Black. How about 80 galleons? Anyone? Asked Cattermole. 80 galleons? You gotta be kidding. I'm sure my house elf had more than that. In anger, Phineas Nigellus began pulling out large tufts of his beard. Will anyone bid 50 galleons? Cattermole ignored him again, but there were still no bidders. Phineas Nigellus became increasingly depressed with the falling price of his portrait. Here's the final price. 5 galleons? Is there a bidder for 5 galleons? Asked Cattermole, and there was no one willing to buy it. At that price, bidding on this item will then be treated as having failed. Phineas Nigellus stepped out of the frame, shaking his head. After the portrait had been wrapped in black cloth and removed, a walnut-colored wand, and a black quill were placed on a soft red cushion. Here are two things you might find more interesting, Bellatrix. Lestrange, the infamous Death Eater, and Dolores Umbridge, the former senior undersecretary to the minister and head of the Muggle-born Registration Commission, once owned this wand and quill respectively, said Cattermole gravely. I can only guess how they ended up in Madame Granger's hands, but it's time to find their new owners. As Harry heard these words, the back of his right hand tingled. The faint white scars on it said, "I must not tell lies." Umbridge had made Harry write those words with her special black quill to ensure that they would be engraved there. As for Bellatrix Lestrange's wand, it had caused the death of his dear godfather. Harry stared at the two items on display and felt an intense hatred for them. What kind of person would bid on such horrible things? Shuddered Ron. I hope no one does, Harry said, clenching his fists and teeth. I want to burn it down if nobody buys. Bidding on the wand and quill will begin at 200 galleons for the bundle. A hand flashed up from the front just as Cattermole finished speaking. 250 galleons. It was the same woman who had purchased the eerie music box earlier, whose netted black hair had turned white in several places. Though he could not see her face, Harry thought her voice sounded unlike anyone he knew. 270 galleons, said Mrs. Smith, raising her hand, who had won the bidding for Elfrida's portrait. 300 galleons, Mr. Bojan said this time in his oily voice. 400 galleons, said the woman in the hairnet who had raised her hand first. The murmur in the room grew louder with the rising bid. Can you tell me who she is? I don't know anyone from a wealthy family who looks like her, Ron said, looking uneasily at Harry. She could be from another country, said Harry uncertainly. 430 galleons. Mr. Bojan raised his hand again. Because of his nervousness, his voice did not sound as oily as before. Getting those two infamous items into his shop seemed to be his top priority. 500 galleons, said the woman wearing a hairnet, and the number of muffled voices in the grand meeting room increased. 550 galleons, exclaimed Mr. Borgin tensely. Now his hand trembled a little as he raised it to the sky. 1,000 galleons, declared the mysterious woman. There was a sudden hush in the room as the murmuring stopped abruptly. The current bid is 1,000 galleons, Cattermole said, breaking the silence. Are there any other bids? 1,000 galleons will do then. Pack my purchases. I'll take them with me right now, the woman said, getting up from her seat. As she walked toward the stage, clicking her heels, hundreds of shocked glances were fixed on her back. Afterward, a young wizard dressed in navy blue handed her the black music box, Bellatrix's wand, and Umbridge's black quill, all packed in a paper bag. Harry tried to look ahead again, but then he had a feeling he needed to check her face, just in case. He turned and met the woman's eyes just as she was leaving the hall, staring at Harry with a vicious glare. Her face, plain and slightly wrinkled with no prominent features, was consumed by a fierce hatred. By the time Harry's hand unconsciously reached for his wand, she was gone. What are you looking at, mate? A call from Ron woke Harry, and he turned to look back at the stage. The real thing's about to start. Over there, they're bringing out the Quidditch equipment. Ron's high expectations weren't unreasonable. In subsequent auctions, he won Ludo Bagman's autograph bat, which had helped England win the Quidditch match against Turkey decades ago, along with orange robes worn by a Chudley Cannon's keeper. Looking at each item with interest, Harry asked Ron to bid on an antique golden snitch caught by Victor Crumb that ended the 1994 Quidditch World Cup. Meanwhile, he had already forgotten the woman who had just glared at him fiercely. Wow, aren't they great? Ron, who couldn't wait for the auction to end, had already returned from the stage after collecting the items he'd bought. Look at the smooth texture. Looks like Bagman took good care of his personal bat. This will make a great gift for George. It would have been nice if Bagman had taken care of other things, said Harry sourly. Harry's attention was then caught by something new on the shelf, and he almost groaned. With a glittering ebony handle and a tail of smooth, streamlined birch twigs, the broomstick looked very familiar to him. Harry had owned a broomstick of the same type a long time ago. It's a firebolt. Too bad they kept it in storage all these years, sighed Ron. I'd have stolen it if I'd known. We'll end today's auction with the firebolt broomstick you all know and love. While many brooms have been made before and since, This luxury broom is unsurpassed for stability and speed. Even Cattermole, who had been talking monotonously, came over to take a closer look at the firebolt with personal interest. The starting price will be 500 galleons, as it appears to be an older model. It's unclear how it ended up in the Ministry of Magic's warehouse. For reference, the registration number engraved on the top of the handle is 711. How could that be? That's my old broom, exclaimed Harry, jumping to his feet. 600 galleons. Mrs. Smith raised her hand. 700 galleons, shouted an old wizard in maroon robes this time. In an instant, Harry regretted revealing that the broom was his. It was obvious that the value of the broom, which was quite valuable in itself, would skyrocket if it had belonged to the most famous person in the wizarding world. 750, Harry shouted without hesitation. When the auction was finally over, Harry and Ron left the auditorium with the firebolt slung over Ron's shoulders. "Don't you think you paid too much?" grumbled Ron. "Besides, it's kind of weird winning a bid on your own stuff." "Right. It certainly cost a lot," Harry said, just realizing that he must have spent more galleons on the broom than Sirius had when he first bought it. Instead of a heavy heart, however, he felt joy well up inside him. "But I couldn't let anyone else take it. It was a gift from my godfather." "How did the firebolt end up in the Ministry of Magic anyway?" "What'd you reckon?" asked Ron. "I heard it slipped out of your hands when we were fleeing your aunt's house that night." "That's right. It fell off when the flying motorcycle tipped over," Harry said, caressing the firebolt. "I thought it was lost forever, but I suppose a ministry official working for Voldemort at the time might have picked it up and put it in storage." Harry had secretly tried to find his firebolt after the war ended, but had failed and came to believe he had lost it forever. But now the treasured broom his godfather had given him was once again his rightful property. His heart filled with hope as he thought about how easy it would be to retrieve the invisibility cloak from Eisenbein if he continued to be so lucky. While admiring the still smooth and shiny surface of the firebolt, Harry and Ron made their way to the atrium and soon found themselves surrounded by a large number of fireplaces. There Harry was supposed to drop Ron off and return to work. At that moment, a sharp voice echoed through the vaulted ceilings and oak-paneled walls of the hall. "What the hell have you done?" Harry and Ron stared at each other, stunned. The enraged voice surely belonged to Hermione. "That broom, Harry, give it to me," said Ron urgently. "She'll kill us if she finds out we were at the auction." "All right, I'll pick it up at your shop later." "Don't you want to come with me to Hermione?" said Harry, handing him the firebolt. "Are you mad? I'd rather jump in the fire pit." Ron shook his head, hurrying into the nearby fireplace. He hoisted himself into it with a sack full of Quidditch equipment and the firebolt on his shoulders. "Then good luck, mate." "See ya, Ron." As soon as Ron had disappeared in the flash of green flames, Harry turned to follow the roar of Hermione that had been going on until then. Faraday and Hermione were standing face to face by the golden fountain, surrounded by dozens of house elves fidgeting and pinching their own ears. Other passers-by looked away from them, as if they didn't want to be caught in the minister's wrath, and hurried their steps. "I've spent most of my career improving the elfish rites, only for you to ruin them in half a day," Hermione shouted, her face flushed like an overheated cauldron and her arms shaking. "You just needed to get used to your work for now," I said. "What kind of person are you to be doing this while I'm away?" "Don't be silly. I wanted to take it easy too, but I just couldn't sit idle after reviewing your disastrous budget," said Faraday calmly. "And don't you remember telling me to prioritize funding for the Quidditch World Cup?" "I was just following your orders, Hermione." "I do think the World Cup is extremely important," Hermione said through clenched teeth. She didn't even pretend to notice when Harry came over and stood next to her. "But what does that have to do with the Ministry of Magic firing all its house elves? Do you know how many laws I've passed to make these elves our full-time employees?" "Listen to me, Hermione. As for those little friends you cherish so much," Faraday said, looking at the house elves who were bowing their heads in utter confusion. "The tax eaters, I would call them. The cost of labor is too high compared to the importance of their work." Hearing this, the house elves around them began to howl, banging their heads, twisting their noses, and pulling their ears. Harry and Hermione had to quieten the commotion, pacifying one elf at a time. "But that doesn't mean we shouldn't use their work. We'll just use them in a different way." Faraday's declaration immediately caused the devastated house elves, who had been sobbing or secretly hurting themselves, to lift their heads hopefully in unison, their tennis ball-sized eyes shining brightly. The house elves are not slaves. Hermione glared at Faraday with crossed arms. If you want to boss them around without paying them a fair wage, I won't stand for it. A noble ideal like yours certainly deserves respect, Faraday said, now leaning against the railing of the fountain. But can you say you respect house elves if you offer them money they don't really want? What if someone criticizes you for seeing them as inferior under the guise of protecting them? It took Hermione a while to open her mouth. You don't know much about our world, she said. There was less emotion in her voice than before, but it sounded colder. House. Elves were treated like vermin for a long time in the Dark Times, and it must have damaged their free will greatly. So even when they get paid, they don't know how to spend it. Trying to correct this practice was all I was trying to do. Let me help you then, Faraday said quietly, snapping his fingers. On the other side of the fountain, several wizards in navy blue robes held up a large banner. When one of them waved his wand, the banner floated into the air and unfolded by itself, revealing the giant gold letters on the red background. SCREW. Screw? Wondered Harry. What does that mean? Not screw, said Faraday idly. It's SCREW, which stands for the subsidiary company run by Leafish workers. It's time for the house elves to work for themselves, not for the wizard kind. Rather than hiring them directly, the Ministry of Magic will now enter into a service contract with their subsidiary company, which will consist entirely of house elves. There's an obvious conspiracy at work here, fumed Hermione. You're going to exploit the fair price paid to the house elves by this company, aren't you? Not at all. My only wish is to see the poor little fellows become completely independent. Faraday motioned to one of his subordinates, who tied a red armband around the arm of an elderly house elf, the one with the most wrinkled face. As the elf stared at Faraday and Hermione in confusion, he fiddled uncomfortably with the new armband on his arm. With Harry and Hermione watching, Faraday then pulled out the heavy sack he'd received from the wizard and showed them its contents. It was filled with shiny gold coins. Absolutely no cheating. The subsidiary will receive its wages immediately in advance. It's now up to the house elves to decide how to spend the money they've earned for their work. The wizard in the navy blue robes glanced at Hermione before handing the sack to the house elf. She nodded reluctantly. The house elf with the armband took the sack of gold coins and stood still, as if unsure of what to do. Well, that's it for now. It wasn't as bad as you feared, was it? Grinned Faraday. It's just that you don't understand the market economy yet. When it comes to money, you can trust me. Oh yeah, because you're incredibly trustworthy, said Hermione coldly, turning around. Harry quickly caught up with her in the hall. Why didn't you call me, Harry? I only heard from Barry Ryan what was going on when I got back from Gringotts. He was upset because the Quidditch antiques in his department had been auctioned off. He also said that all the paintings had been taken off the walls and sold, and that the elves had been fired. Didn't you realize you had to stop him? I was busy, so I didn't know what was going on, said Harry vaguely. It seemed best to leave the story of getting the firebolt back from the auction until later. Anyway, Faraday was able to fill the Ministry vault, so it all worked out in the end, didn't it? Just as Hermione was about to answer, they heard footsteps behind them and looked back. House elves were now pouring gold and silver coins into the golden fountain from sacks filled with them. Now let's hear what he has to say. Hermione snorted as she walked over to Faraday, followed by Harry. Faraday, what in the name of Merlin's pants is this? You're tricking the house elves the moment I turn around? Please don't underestimate the voluntary contributions of these fellows. The sign next to the fountain, to which Faraday pointed with a grin, said, House elf donations are also welcome. With the help of two other house elves, the old elf with the red armband emptied all the gold coins from the large sack into the fountain. Look at that. All the wages they just received are being donated, exclaimed Hermione, stamping her foot on the ground. Labor management negotiations within the house elf subsidiary led to this decision, said Faraday casually. Is the minister going to overrule their own conclusion? Hermione opened and closed her mouth several times before turning away without saying anything. As Harry and she made their way across the atrium to the lifts, Coins rattled in the fountain behind them. "What have I done?" moaned Hermione. "I feel like using a time turner. I just want to rip his appointment letter to shreds." "Why can't you just fire him now?" asked Harry, and Hermione looked at him in disbelief. "Think about it, Harry," she said sharply in a small voice, nodding at the murmuring crowd. The grunting wizards and witches were mostly from Slytherin House, Harry realized. If I fired Faraday in less than a day, how would our opponents react? Using my incompetence as an excuse, they will try to impeach me immediately. As of now, I'm in the same boat as that awful miser, whether I like it or not. "That makes sense," said Harry. Despite all the fuss that day, Harry didn't feel like disliking Faraday, especially since he had gotten his old broom back thanks to him. Even now, his head was full of the firebolt Ron would be keeping now. He pressed the button to call the lift, thinking that he should take a ride on his old, beloved broom with Ron as soon as he left his office. The Sorcerer's House. Chapter 10. The Sorcerer's House. It had been almost a month since Faraday Pruitt had joined the Ministry of Magic. Although Faraday's major reforms to replenish the Ministry's vault had caused a great deal of backlash from the wizarding community, they were still having some effect. Hermione had shown a huge pile of shiny gold coins in Gringotts' vault when the American president of the Magical Congress had visited England with some members of the International Confederation of Wizards Quidditch Committee to usurp the right to host the World Cup. After the president had returned to his continent discouraged, Hermione began to show Faraday more kindness. The arrival of the new treasurer also had a positive effect on Harry. He and Ron enjoyed riding his firebolt in abandoned woods in the suburbs from time to time. Then, one day, Harry found himself in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, which was more crowded than usual when he arrived for work through the fireplace. The four young men, wearing Muggle clothes like jeans and t-shirts instead of robes, were chatting among themselves and gazing in amazement at the magnificent hall and the golden fountain. On each of their carts was a cage-shaped metal box containing black desktop computers and large monitors. Surrounding the group were several wizards in navy blue robes, holding wands and placing magical shields around the machines to protect them. Seeing Teddy staring at the strange sight with interest, Harry approached his godson. "Teddy, what is all this?" "Ah, Mr. Pruitt must have bought some Muggle equipment for his new department and also hired some squibs to use it," said Teddy. "That Faraday guy seems to be quite popular with young witches and wizards these days. Victoire says that some of the students even want him to install something called YEA I at Hogwarts." "Really? Well, I hear a lot of young people are familiar with Muggle equipment these days. It's a good sign that everyone's getting along." "Not everyone, for sure." Teddy smirked with a meaningful look at the ministry staff gathered across the hall. Their faces were dark and serious as they spoke in whispers. "Most of them are from Slytherin House, I think because they just can't accept anything new by nature." Harry took his time, examining each of the disgruntled people Teddy had pointed out without being too obvious. He recognized about half of them as Slytherins, but the rest as Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, and even Gryffindors. One thing they all had in common, however, was that they were purebloods. The fact that so many people were unhappy with the ongoing reforms made Harry's heart sink. "Teddy, don't come into the office today. Go to Diagon Alley and find out what the public thinks. See if Eisenbein's name comes up." "No kidding? Then I should change my style first," said Teddy happily, looking like his birthday had come early. Meanwhile, his sandy hair was rapidly turning a bright golden blonde. "Keep your mind on the job, Teddy. If I hear that your undercover work is being neglected, you won't be out of the office for long," said Harry sternly. "You can always count on me, Harry." Despite Teddy's best efforts to soften his expression, the corners of his mouth remained raised. After letting Teddy go, Harry took a lift up to the floor where the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was located and walked through a different corridor than usual to check on the security of where Marcus Dolohov was being held. As Harry made his way to Aurora headquarters, having made sure that the door to the interrogation room was firmly closed, a loud voice came from the slightly open door, causing him to slow down in the hallway. Now squibs are telling wizards what to do, right in the middle of the Ministry of Magic. That voice was most likely Baddox, one of the young Aurors from Slytherin House. "Our tolerance has its limits. We can't just stand by and watch these blood traitors sell out the Ministry." There were a few murmurs from those who agreed with him. Then you can manage the budget in the treasury instead of Mr. Pruitt Baddock. There was a cold voice from Edmund. Mr. Potter is our greatest hero. These squibs are actually helping him protect the ministry's assets from muggles. Small voices of his supporters followed the statement. It's not a rule that heroes don't get senile, Baddock sneered. This is exactly what Marcus predicted. If this keeps up, we'll end up as house elves ruled by muggles and squibs. Sympathetic voices were louder than before. As it turns out, you're the one who's ruled by that petty criminal. Talk like that again, and you and Dolohov will be locked up together in the interrogation room, said Edmund harshly. Harry waited for the noise to die down before he entered. Although the Aurors, sitting in separate cubicles, pretended to be working, they could not hide the subdued mood. Even as Harry walked through the cubicle walls into his office, he could feel hostile glances flying his way. Harry had been unable to concentrate on his work all day. With only one of his minions in the interrogation room, Eisenbien was inching closer to destroying the world Harry had fought so hard to preserve. In the midst of the wave of change, Harry was neither able to fight it nor be swept away by it. With a heavy heart, Harry read through the reports piling up on his desk before heading to the minister's office for the late afternoon meeting. Faraday, who had just agreed to attend the meeting, was in the lift with 3 other wizards from other departments when the door opened to let Harry in. He joined the group as several pale purple paper airplanes entered with him. "Hello, Faraday. Everything going well?" asked Harry, standing next to him. "Don't ask. Since the computers were just brought in today, we haven't started work yet, strictly speaking," Faraday grumbled, looking up at the paper planes flapping their wings above him. "Besides, these fluttering memos are giving me a serious headache. Aren't we better off using messaging apps instead? There's been a lot of improvement, though. When the ministry used to have owls, there was droppings all over the desks." Hearing Harry's words, Faraday spat out a few curse words and closed his mouth, mindful of the people around him. Then something strange caught Harry's attention. A pair of wizards from other departments stood in the corner, staring at Faraday intently, both of them clasping their left wrists with their right hands. When their eyes met Harry's, they quickly released their hands and began talking about the weather. "Remember, Faraday, I will always have your back. Whatever reforms you need to make them." In haste, the 2 wizards averted their eyes from Harry as he deliberately spoke aloud. Once upstairs, Harry and Faraday went straight to the minister's office. Ron and Hermione were already seated when they entered. Faraday skipped the greetings and spread out the thick papers and graphs in front of Hermione and said, "It's been a smooth ride so far. As long as the tax revenues come in at the same rate as last month, we will be able to host the World Cup next summer without any problems." "This is great. It's all thanks to you," said Hermione delightedly. "Now, let's talk about our national team's roster dash." "I'm not done yet," said Faraday bluntly, pointing to one of the graphs with a blue line going down. "Here is an estimate of our future revenues. Based on a weekly analysis, the ministry's income is gradually declining. And if this trend continues, we may have to declare another default before we even host the World Cup next year." Hermione looked stunned, as if she had just been hit by a fist on a spring. But, Hermione finally took a deep breath and said, "But why? A recession is coming to the wizarding world." Faraday pointed to the small numbers scattered throughout his report. "Lack of money supply seems to be the main reason." "Lack of what?" said Ron. "But why is this happening? Obviously, the ministry's vault has been refilled," you said. "It is true that some of the funds were raised by selling items in the Ministry of Magic. However, the basic problem remains the same," Faraday explained. "According to the data, the theft of the ministry's entire vault was the final fatal blow, but the signs have been there for some time." "What signs?" Harry asked anxiously, feeling as if he were facing a healer who was telling him he was seriously ill. The magical world originally had an extremely closed economy. "In other words, you only consumed what you produced," said Faraday. "Recently, however, the demand for outside goods has increased. To buy devices like smartphones, I guess." "Indeed, that's why business is so slow in our store," said Ron sharply. "Exactly. In other words, wizards and witches are getting poorer and poorer as more and more gold coins pile up in the ministry vault after being converted into Muggle currency," said Faraday. "Now that the remaining gold coins have been stolen, There is no way for money to circulate in your world. A typical recession, then? What's the point of circulating money? Asked Ron, and Faraday slapped his forehead. It would be easier to teach toddlers. Because people don't spend money, stores lose sales and lay off clerks, and clerks lose their jobs and don't spend money, perpetuating the vicious cycle. It's only natural that the Ministry of Magic's tax revenue will also decrease. And then there won't be enough gold to pay for the World Cup, let alone our salaries. No more shutdowns. If that happens, I'll be fired even faster than fudge. Hermione squealed. Is there any way to increase the money supply? Faraday? Well, let me think about it. Faraday sat motionless for several minutes before blinking. Muggles have a way that works just fine, but since your situation is so unusual, just tell me, Hermione urged. Have you ever heard of quantitative easing? Quan what? Ron blinked. Yes, I'm aware of it. I've been studying economics for some time now. This practice involves central banks buying unlimited amounts of government bonds to inject liquidity into the market. Right, said Hermione breathlessly. Her words deeply impressed Harry, Ron, and even Faraday. You sound like you've swallowed a whole book. Yes, that's the correct definition according to the dictionary. I wonder how many of the words you've just said make sense to you, though. Could someone please speak English? Said Ron. A good way to think of quantitative easing is as a grandiose term for muggles printing money whenever they need it, said Faraday patiently. Although there are some side effects, such as skyrocketing real estate prices, it would be very effective in situations like yours, where the money supply is insufficient. The problem is that you use gold coins, while muggles use paper money. There's no way to print gold. Then Faraday suddenly lifted his head, his eyes glittering. Or is it possible? You're all wizards. If that were the case, no one would be working, said Harry. We can't make gold even with magic. Is there absolutely no way? You can do alchemy with cauldrons and eccentric ingredients, I thought. Hey, don't you remember? Cried Ron suddenly. The Sorcerer's Stone. It can turn any metal into gold. It occurred to me too. But the stone was destroyed years ago, and Nicholas Flamel, the only person who could ever make it, died decades ago, said Hermione skeptically. Exactly. Also, Professor Dumbledore was involved in the destruction, so the Sorcerer's Stone is as good as lost forever, Harry added. That prevented the wrong person from getting the stone, but I had no idea it would be regretted only now. Wasn't Nicholas Flamel a Frenchman? He lived in France before England, so I think the formula for the stone might still exist there, Ron pointed out. If we sit around like this, the Ministry of Magic will be bankrupt again, said Faraday firmly. Let's go to that man's old house in France like Ron suggested. We should at least try. I always welcome another trip to France, said Ron happily. I enjoyed my visit there last winter, but it'd be better if the weather was warmer. Don't get too excited, Ron. We're going there on business, Hermione said sternly before looking back at Faraday. Besides, we got some problems. The French and our Ministry of Magic don't get along very well right now. They may not be willing to cooperate. Why is that? It's a little complicated. The French Ministry of Magic tried to collect taxes from our citizens every time they entered France after the British government did something called Brexit, and we refused to pay them. Nonsense. Since when do they care about Muggle laws? Complained Ron. The French ministry is still frosty toward us. Only the United States and France did not send congratulations when we came to host the Quidditch World Cup, said Hermione. Are there any alternatives to the official channels? Said Faraday. Hearing these words, Harry immediately thought of someone and made eye contact with Ron and Hermione. No one spoke, even though his two friends seemed to have the same thoughts in their heads. There is one, actually a relative of ours, Hermione said finally, who holds a fairly high position in the French Ministry of Magic. Then what are you waiting for? Let's book a flight right away. Faraday pulled out his phone. Then he burst out laughing. A flight with you? I must be out of my mind. Are we going to have to ride a broomstick? Paris is too far for a broomstick. I'll get something else, said Hermione. Be back here in the morning, you three. I'll contact the French acquaintance beforehand and arrange our transportation. Harry put on his best Muggle formal wear he had for the next day and went to Hermione's office. Ron and Hermione were already waiting for him when he arrived. Where's Faraday? Asked Hermione. A rusty bucket on her desk partially covered her face as she wrestled with her wand, muttering some complex spells at it. He didn't come with me. Hopefully he'll be here soon, Harry said, taking a seat across from Ron and Hermione, an old bucket between them. Is this today's port key? Correct. It was Luna who taught me that a bucket could be useful on long journeys. It makes you less dizzy, she said. Better to be dizzy than to leave any part of your body behind, Ron said, shaking a little. He had splinched his upper arm badly while operating a long time ago and always preferred port keys and fireplaces when moving. Once Hermione had checked the finished port key and placed it carefully on the desk, Faraday came through the door. His index finger and thumb were gripping a flat, tiny object smaller than a fingernail, while he held a black briefcase in his other hand. Sorry I'm late. I was just picking up SIM cards for overseas use, Faraday said, turning to Harry. Give me your phone. I brought yours too. Air. Yes, of course. Harry handed him the bulky smartphone from the depths of his robes. There was a cold feeling on the metal due to its lack of use. Just as I expected. Faraday clucked his tongue as he handled Harry's phone. There are few signs of use. And also, Dudley, me and Lily are the only ones who have their numbers saved. The only phone numbers I know are those three. My daughter keeps trying to contact me through this device, but the owls still feel comfortable with me. Comfortable? Has its definition changed lately? Having inserted a small chip into the phone, Faraday handed it back to Harry. We'd better get going. Harry, take one of my hands, and Ron, take the other. Take Harry's, Faraday. With everyone following Hermione's instructions, the four of them now stood side by side against a wall. Hermione took a deep breath as she pulled the bucket closer to her with her wand. Are you ready? Harry, Ron, and Faraday muttered in response. Possibly due to the tension, he felt warm sweat coming from the other two hands holding Harry's. A loud, rattling sound came from the floor with the bucket shaking. Slowly, Hermione lifted one foot and lowered it into the vibrating bucket. The sudden pull to the ground made Harry's arms ache as his whole body was yanked forcefully toward Ron and Hermione. Within seconds, Harry was falling from the pitch-black sky. Although it wasn't as dizzying as the other pot keys, where you spin around and around, like Hermione had assured, it was still very uncomfortable to flail around without touching the ground. Screams from Ron, Hermione, and Faraday mingled. Keeping his eyes closed, Harry tightened his grip on the other two. Why is it taking so long? Shouted Ron in the darkness. I feel like I'm going to throw up. Don't you dare, shouted Hermione angrily. I'll shut your mouth with a slug if you do. After another 10 seconds of silence, Harry's feet finally touched the hard earth and the surroundings had become blindingly bright. It was an old-fashioned residential area where they had arrived. He marveled at the beautiful brick houses lining the gray marbled street and the clear blue sky, a sharp contrast to the dull ones common in London. Very good. No muggles need to have their memories erased, Hermione said, looking around the empty street. There were no other people around, perhaps because it was a weekday morning. Here I am, France, said Faraday happily as he snapped photos of the serene and beautiful scenery with his smartphone. Ron, however, didn't look good at all and was sitting on the bucket that had been pulled from the road with them, resting. His freckled face had turned pale from the rough ride. We should really take a plane next time, Ron said with a disgusted look on his face. I heard they even serve you food on the planes. They also feed you when you're in the doghouse, said Faraday airily. It's amazing how fast we got to France. Nothing but magic can move you that fast. Time to move on. This is my first visit to the French Ministry of Magic, so we might get lost, Hermione said, pulling an old parchment map out of her robes. We should go to a square called Place de Furstenberg. My God, you're going to find the way with that? Take out your phone, Harry. Harry reluctantly pulled his smartphone out of his robes at Faraday's words. Tap the map icon on it to open the app, then type in Hermione's location. Harry typed the correct spelling into the search bar with Hermione's help. Then a map appeared on the small screen with bold arrows next to their current location, indicating where they should go. I'm sure you can do that with magic, said Ron gruffly. Tell Faraday about the Marauder's map, Harry. It even shows the names of passers-by. So what? You had a mysterious name written with yours for years, but no one ever noticed, said Harry coolly. It was still one of Harry's deepest traumas that Peter Pettigrew had once climbed into his own bed in his rat form. And thank you, Faraday. We should always learn what we can. Heeding Faraday's advice, Harry walked along the path marked on the map, checking his smartphone regularly to see how it was changing. Hermione occasionally glanced down at her parchment map, as if wondering if they were on the right path, but she was satisfied when they turned a corner and saw a sign with the name of the square. As for Ron, he sometimes glared at the smartphone in Harry's hand, obviously displeased with the muggle device that had brought a serious threat to his joke shop business. Contrary to Harry's expectations, the meeting place was quite narrow. At the end of the narrow street, they came to a small empty lot, surrounded by buildings on all sides, with 4 trees planted neatly in a square in the middle and a bronze drinking fountain in the very center of the trees. Looks like your informant hasn't arrived yet. Typical, the French have little sense of time. As Faraday strode into the square from the front, grunting loudly, a slender woman suddenly appeared in front of the fountain. A startled Faraday nearly fell, and the other 3 stopped as if frozen. Apparently, the fountain had a spell that made people around it invisible. Despite knowing this, Harry felt that Gabrielle Delacour had come from heaven, not earth. Gabrielle walked toward them as gracefully as if she were walking on water, wearing a floaty cream-colored robe that matched well with her silvery blonde, waist-length hair. She stared at Harry with a dazzling smile the whole time, looking like her older sister Fleur, but more youthful. "Enchanté, Gabrielle," Hermione said, leaving her male companions dazed. "Nice to meet you, Minister," Gabrielle said. After glancing at Hermione, she gave Harry another intense look, her beautiful eyes twinkling. "And Airy, the arrow, who saved my life." Harry cleared his throat as Hermione looked at Harry displeased. "Greetings, Gabrielle. I hope you are well." He shook Gabrielle's hand and released it when she had held his for too long. Knowing Fleur for so long, he thought he had developed some immunity to the part Vila's deadly charm. But that seemed to be a misconception. Taking a polite step back, Gabrielle shook hands with Ron, whose face had turned as flaming red as his hair, and Faraday, who was staggering slightly. "I understand from your letter that your visit is related to Mr. Flammel," said Gabrielle kindly. "I asked the person in charge of maintaining public property to get the right key." Harry thought she had done so without any difficulty, since ordinary men would find it very difficult to resist her request. "Well done," said Hermione stiffly. It seemed she was only interested in getting this job done as quickly as possible. "Let's go to his house right away. There are a lot of things I left behind in England." It seemed as if Ron wanted to say that he was idle, but fortunately he didn't. While Gabrielle seemed to want to go with Harry, Hermione stayed by her side and continued talking. "Is Mr. Flammel's house now owned by the French Ministry of Magic in his later years? He lived in a house in Devon, England, before donating it to our ministry." "It would have been easy if that were the case," Gabrielle sighed. "Our inheritance laws are very different from yours, apparently. That's why hundreds of his so-called descendants came to claim the property, which was only natural given Mr. Flammel's age of nearly 700 years. He was 700 years old? Faraday's jaw dropped. "It's also possible to make the elixir of life with the Sorcerer's Stone, which makes you immortal," said Harry. Faraday licked his lips, as if his desire for the stone had grown even more. "No matter how big a house is, if it's shared by hundreds of heirs, no one will inherit anything," said Hermione darkly. "There's no problem with the ooze itself. There was a rumor that it had a lot of gold hidden away. Our Ministry of Magic shut down the ooze over 20 years ago because the heirs were all trying to get at it. No one has been able to bring in their genealogies to prove their rights. Who could possibly have a 700-year-old genealogy? It would be easy to do genetic testing," grunted Faraday. "Whether in Britain or France, the Ministry of Magic is equally incompetent." "Genetic, you said? Does this have anything to do with Jeannie the Lamp Fairy?" Gabrielle's big blue eyes widened even more, but a wave of his hand indicated that Faraday was not going to explain. After a short walk, they reached a street lined with older buildings. "This is the Café Abring, one of the oldest wizard cafés in Paris," Gabrielle said, pointing to a small shop where people in robes could be seen through the window. "The Flammel ooze is a little farther from here." "Ah, I can see it now." Their first sighting was a rough stone house that wasn't painted at all, unlike other brick or marble houses. The 4-story building had a few windows covered with opaque glass decorated with mosaics, making it impossible to see inside. You better hold your breath. There will be a lot of dust since we haven't cleaned it in decades, Gabrielle said as she pulled a bronze key from her robes. With the key in place, she turned the door, which creaked open. You may all enter. There was no wallpaper on the stone walls in the dimly lit interior, creating a lonely and desolate atmosphere. In Harry's opinion, it was a house that had remained largely unchanged since the medieval times. Gabrielle led them through the drawing room to an adjoining room with some old, dusty furniture. At the end of the drawing room was a spiral wooden staircase that looked as if it would collapse the moment one stepped on it. Strangely patterned tapestries fluttered, and figures in dark tunics in the portraits hurried away from them as they passed. Mr. Flamel's research fascinated you, didn't he? This is the laboratory he used, said Gabrielle. Even without her explanation, it was obvious what the room was used for, as the large desk in the center, the wall cabinet, and another small desk were all filled with experimental equipment made of glass and steel. "But is that all?" said Faraday, looking at the books on the bookshelf in the corner. "There are too few books for the accumulation of 700 years. Let's not be disappointed yet, and you'd better step back from there." Gabrielle pulled glass vials from left to right in a seemingly random order as she approached the desk by the window. Suddenly, steam erupted from the bookshelf Faraday had been standing in front of, creaking open like a door. The darkness behind it revealed a narrow staircase leading down. "It would be a great idea to take the heritage list before we go down," Gabrielle said, and she pulled forward the small cabinet on the opposite wall, which concealed a small safe. When she turned the dial to open the safe, her eyes were drawn to a thick book and an empty glass bottle inside. "This is strange," Gabrielle muttered, picking up the book and the empty bottle. "It was said that there were 4 bottles of the elixir of life left here, but apparently there aren't any." "Please step back for a moment," said Faraday. He took out his briefcase and opened it on the desk. He then retrieved a small brush and inkwell from the desk and took out the flashlight. After thoroughly brushing the liquid from the inkwell onto the safe and nearby walls, Faraday lit his flashlight. The device then emitted an intense blue light, revealing fluorescent fingerprints on the walls and safe. "Wow! How did you do that?" exclaimed Hermione in awe. "That's an ultraviolet light, the kind investigators use to examine crime scenes." Faraday then illuminated the inside of the safe with the blue light, revealing more fingerprints. "There's evidence that this has been opened recently. It appears that the contents of the glass bottle were stolen at that time. The claimants must have done this," said Ron seriously. "Perhaps there was some gold left in this house?" "The gold in this house and in the basement was moved to our Mystry vault a long time ago," said Gabrielle. "If they had come to steal anything, they would have gotten nothing of value except a few bottles of life elixir. No, they could have had a better crop. Even gold is not as valuable as knowledge, and that is why we came here," said Faraday thoughtfully. His flashlight was also shining on the vials Gabrielle had just pulled to unlock the secret door, and there were the same fingerprints on them as well. "These thieves seem to have known a lot. There are traces of the hidden door being opened. What were they looking for down there? Let's check it out." They went down the stairs through the secret passage behind the bookcase. The stairs seemed to go on forever, going deep down. When Harry finally reached an open, bright room at the end of the descent, he gaped at the magnificent sight before him. With countless torches placed at regular intervals along the walls, the vast cellar looked like a massive underground palace. There was so much space under the vaulted ceiling that it was impossible to see across the room, and it seemed many times wider than the Hogwarts library. In every corner of Flamel's library, bookshelves were stacked high with books of all kinds. "How fantastic!" exclaimed Hermione. It seemed as if she wanted to be buried under the books at any moment. "Not using this place is a crime against knowledge." "The thief must have thought the same," said Faraday flatly. "Anyway, how are you going to find the information about the Sorcerer's Stone in here?" asked Harry. "Even Hermione will take years to read these books, no matter how hard she tries. And besides, most of the book seems to be in French, judging by the cover. What's here doesn't matter. What actually matters is what's missing. Give me the list of inheritances, Miss Delacour." Gabrielle handed Faraday a large book listing all the items Nicola Flamel had left behind. As Faraday scanned the pages filled with heirlooms and archives, He narrowed his eyes. These thieves must have been after the Sorcerer's Stone, just like us. It would be possible to compare this list with the books and objects stored here within just a few weeks, assuming they knew more than we do now. So what? Asked Ron, looking confused. I can at least sort out the missing ones, can't I? Then I'll have to get those missing books from somewhere else. Hoping that the books the thieves took contain information on how to make the Sorcerer's Stone, Faraday said, not taking his eyes off the list he was reading. I'm going to stay here and do what I just said. The job can be done by myself if I bring a computer and a scanner here. You can do whatever you want, said Gabrielle softly. I just hope you can tell us how to make the Sorcerer's Stone if you find the secrets. Thank you, Gabrielle. You've helped us through some difficult times, Hermione said, looking back at Faraday. But Faraday, will the Department of Treasury work without you? As of now, I've already set up a computerized accounting system and hired several squibs and muggles with wizarding relatives who can use it, said Faraday confidently. Plus, I can connect with them via video call if they need me. There are so many ways to get things done without ruddy owls. But the owls are so cute, cried Gabrielle. I have 3 of them at home. If cuteness had anything to do with efficiency, pandas would be sitting in offices, said Faraday gruffly. Then he turned to Harry, Ron, and Hermione and continued, For now, goodbye to you 3. In the meantime, I sincerely hope your vault doesn't get robbed again. It will never happen again. Hermione shook Faraday's hand, shuddering at the thought. Leaving Faraday downstairs, the others climbed the stairs. Harry, would you like to join me for coffee if you're not too busy? Asked Gabrielle, shyly tossing her silvery blonde hair around as they stepped out into the street. I'm sorry, I'm busy at the moment, said Harry quickly. All right, too bad. Gabriel's disappointed expression made Harry want to offer a word of comfort, but he managed to resist it. Please let me know if you go back to France next time. Yes, we will, Hermione said, standing between them. Thanks again for everything, Gabrielle. I was glad to help. Please say hello to my sister. One last time, Gabrielle looked at Harry with sad eyes and turned away. It's all over anyway, Ron said as the 3 of them searched for an empty bucket to use as a portkey. Is there any chance I could get a piece of the Sorcerer's Stone? I've always wanted one since I was a kid. Ron, don't be ridiculous, said Hermione coolly. Besides, I'm still skeptical about figuring out how to make it. Anything we could think of, Dumbledore would have done the same. That means any information about the stone in the basement library has been removed as well. Dumbledore was a human being after all. Even a brilliant person like him could make a mistake, said Ron hopefully. Ah, there's a bucket over there. There was indeed an old blue bucket with a broom leaning against the wall where Ron pointed. To make their way to London, the 3 of them packed the bucket and entered a dark alley. The Trial of the Wizengamot. Chapter 11. The Trial of the Wizengamot. The fact that Faraday had taken on the crucial task of discovering the recipe for the Sorcerer's Stone did not ease Harry's burden at all. The trial of Marcus Dolokhov by the Wizengamot to determine whether he should be imprisoned in Azkaban was just around the corner. Because of this, Harry was forced to work in his underground office as summer approached and colorful flowers bloomed in the fields and mountains outside. So you want him to serve 10 years in Azkaban? Hermione asked in amazement when she heard Harry's account of the trial. I don't think you can imprison him for that long based on past precedent. Despite his illegal actions, he didn't kidnap Ollivander himself that night. I think we should make an example of him this time, said Harry sternly. You failed to enforce the Wands Act because of the Gringotts incident, but I'd have supported your law if someone had asked me now. We've been too soft on criminals. Well, that makes sense. Still, 10 years in Azkaban seems pretty harsh. That hasn't been confirmed yet. In any case, I'll talk to Marcus about his sentence and put some pressure on him, said Harry. Albus also mentioned in his letters that Marcus is becoming more and more popular with the Slytherins. We have to make sure that there's a price to pay for following the wrong ideas. I always thought the Death Eater ideas ended with Voldemort. I can't believe they're gaining support now, said Hermione darkly. Does Marcus have any chance of winning the favor of the Wizengamot? That's why you and I have to take charge of his trial, said Harry. Even though the anti-Muggle movement is on the rise, many still believe and follow what we say. We can easily get the Wizengamot to vote our way. I see, Harry, Hermione said, signing the papers Harry had brought with him. This process is yours. Feeling lighter, Harry walked down the corridor and entered the lift. Inside were 2 young witches and a middle-aged wizard. None of them even pretended to know Harry when he appeared, just exchanged meaningful glances. Harry saw each of them grab their left wrists as the lift descended, and when he disembarked at his level, he felt a heavy heart again. His determination to remove Eisenbein's influence from the magical world had grown stronger than ever. Harry carried the papers Hermione had just signed straight to Marcus Dollahov's interrogation room, and Teddy was dozing in the chair next to the iron gate when Harry's footsteps woke him. "Harry, what do you have to do with this thug?" Teddy asked, yawning. "I'm asking the Wisingamot to decide whether Marcus should serve 10 years in Azkaban, and I'm here to deliver the news," Harry said, shaking the papers. "Good. He'll come to his senses now," said Teddy happily. "My only regret is that there are no more Dementors in Azkaban. Teddy, go find Edmund. To prevent the prisoner from escaping, I must ask someone I trust to watch over him until the trial is over." "Are you saying I'm untrustworthy?" Teddy's face and hair instantly turned bright red as he said angrily, "Clean your mouth of drool first. Seeing how deeply you slept, a troll dancing a ballet wouldn't have woken you up," said Harry. When Teddy was gone, he opened the thick iron door of the interrogation room and went inside. He took a seat and waited for his eyes to adjust to the dark room, lit only by a single candle. Despite his emaciated appearance, Marcus still had a sneering smile on his face and an upright posture. His bright, sharp eyes and protruding cheekbones made him look even tougher than before. "Here he is at last, our greatest hero. I've been waiting for you," said Marcus casually. "You must have expected more attention from me. My position does not allow me to spend much time on petty thieves, but you still think that such a thief deserves 10 years in prison. How the hell did you dash?" The shock on Harry's face wore off quickly, but his heart was beating faster. "Let's just say some little birds bring me the news." Marcus smiled his characteristic cold grin. "The martyr, the awakened one, the defender of traditions. Those are the names they call me up there. Do you feel the world changing around you, Mr. Potter? There is no change in the nature of our world. Evil will never triumph in the end. The dark dreams of your master, Eisenbein, are in vain. If you say so, what brought you here anyway? As you know, the minister has approved your 10-year sentence. If the Wisingamot's verdict is positive, you will be sent to Azkaban right away." Harry waved the papers he had brought in front of Marcus's face. "However, I think it is a social waste to let a youth rot in prison, no matter how twisted your thoughts may be. So I came to offer you a deal." "Go on." "I'm intrigued," said Marcus idly, crossing his arms. "You may be familiar with the case of Lucius Malfoy. He had committed crimes incomparable to yours, but was granted leniency in exchange for an unbreakable vow to help apprehend his former colleagues. As soon as you swear to help catch Eisenbein instead of following him, I'll immediately cancel your sentence. Is that what you want me to do, become a traitor?" "Azkaban sounds better. I'm used to it." Marcus lifted the chains that bound his hands, and there was a loud rattle. "Even the Dementors aren't there anymore. It looks like a place worth visiting. But that's not going to happen. Do not count on your companions to save you. Don't you remember what I told you? I have no intention of escaping from this place illegally. I'm going to walk on my own and find freedom. We'll see if that's the case. Fortunately, the Wisingamot's trial is this week, so we won't have to wait too long," Harry said as he folded the papers and tucked them into his robes. "You'll be worse off next week. Azkaban is still a cold, unhappy place, with or without the Dementors. All right. Just a word of advice, Mr. Potter, don't be conceited." Marcus's sunken eyes shone brighter in the candlelight as he leaned forward. "Pride brought down even the Dark Lord, and the same goes for you." Walking down the corridor, Harry thought about Marcus's words. Despite the cunning young man's inexplicable confidence, Harry knew he could not lose the trial, for Harry Potter was a name that wizards and witches around the world considered heroic. The sound of footsteps in the distance caught Harry's attention just as he reached the OWL headquarters, lost in thought. The small sound would otherwise have gone unnoticed, but it suggested a secret movement. When he leaned against the wall and listened again, Harry realized that the footsteps were coming from the side of the interrogation room he had just been in. The iron door was about to close when Harry returned to the interrogation room. Instinctively, Harry pulled the flesh-colored thread from his inside pocket and tossed the end through the crack in the door. Clinging to the wall, Harry unfastened his extendable ears and carried them to the distant hallway, hoping that no one in the room would notice him. When he put the other end of the string to his ear, he could hear a clear voice, as if it were a face-to-face conversation. "Marcus, you were right. Those sneaky squibs are trying to enslave us. In no time, pureblood wizards will be performing tricks at magic shows to entertain muggles," said Baddock's voice. "Only if we use fail to act," Marcus said in a relaxed tone. "Eisenbien could fix all that. His power is equal to that of the Dark Lord, and his knowledge is superior to that of Harry Potter or the Mudblood Minister. Eventually, Eisenbien and his followers will rule the world and stand above all others. It's good to see you on the right side before it's too late, Baddock. Still, I have a concern. The Dawnbreakers include muggles and squibs, you say. What if such underlings try to get ahead of us, like they're doing in the Ministry of Magic these days?" Harry's ears were deafened by a cold laugh echoing off the walls of the room. When the laughter stopped, Marcus said, "Eisenbien thinks of them as mere tools. Even the Dark Lords could not match his desire to cleanse this world. Eisenbien told me, in secret, Baddock, when the time comes, he'll wipe out all muggles." "All muggles? You mean? All of them?" "All of them," said Marcus confidently. "That's what he plans to do." Hearing the unimaginably horrible plot, Harry lost all the strength in his body. In slow motion, Harry slipped off the wall he was leaning against and sat down. His arm, holding the extendable ears, fell to the ground, moving helplessly and limply like a piece of rubber glued on by force. "What are you doing here, Mr. Potter?" Edmund's voice brought him to his senses. When Harry looked up, Teddy and Edmund were looking down at him worriedly. Harry showed them the extendable ears still in his hands and said, "Baddock has been compromised. Get him out of the room now." Together, Edmund and Teddy opened the iron door and dragged Baddock out. He was confused at first, but understood what was going on when he saw the flesh-colored string in Harry's hand. "Look, a rat was listening," said Baddock, and then he stumbled back as Teddy punched him in the face. "Keep talking. You are the rat who betrayed us," exclaimed Teddy, his voice raised in anger. "Expelliarmus." Harry raised his wand and shouted, and Baddock's wand flew into his hand. He broke the wand in two and threw it to the ground. If there had been a rule to punish you only with words and not with actions, you would have been imprisoned with Marcus Dolohov. Unfortunately, the Wand Act has not been passed, so there is no basis for that. I'll expel you from the Aura headquarters and prevent you from entering the Ministry of Magic for an indefinite period of time. Whatever. It's a hell of a lot better than being made a fool of by squibs, Baddock said contemptuously, rubbing his bruised face and spitting blood on the floor. Eisenbien will be with me when I return. In a fit of rage, Teddy punched Baddock's face harder than before, causing him to collapse and pass out. Teddy roared, "That's not enough. Time to get rid of all the Slytherins." "Don't say such things," said Edmund hotly, stepping forward. "My house still has many good people." "Oh yeah? Then why the hell do all these dark wizards always turn out to be from Slytherin? How long do we have to put up with your villainy?" Edmund took out his wand and pointed it at Teddy. "That isn't me. Apologize right now. Now you're showing your true colors. You're just like every other Slytherin. You were just pretending to be good," Teddy said, also pointing his wand at Edmund. "Stop, both of you. Put down your wands," shouted Harry. "My patience has run out, Mr. Potter. I can't do that until Lupin apologizes." "Then let's see how this ends," yelled Teddy. They both let out curses almost at the same time, but Harry was quicker. His disarming spell blew away Edmund's wand, and then Teddy's curse sent Edmund crashing into a wall in the hallway. When Teddy was lowering his wand, he looked both triumphant and guilty. Edmund's hand was smeared with blood as he touched the back of his head, which had just hit the wall. He looked very hurt and just quietly stared at Harry. Harry murmured. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. No words of apology came out of his mouth as he was in an extremely foul mood and secretly sympathized with Teddy's perspective on Slytherins. "Enough of this. Edmund, go see the healer. Teddy, get Baddock out of my sight." Without making eye contact with Harry, Edmund stood up, picked up his wand, and walked away. Somehow, Harry thought that Edmund's Slughorn's sad, disappointed face would stay with him for a long time. Hermione led the way, with Harry and the rest of the Wisengamot following her down the stone steps. They were all wearing plum-colored robes with a silver W embroidered on the left breast, their faces solemn. Unlike the rest of the upper levels, there were no windows or ornamentation down here, like a dungeon, lit only by torches and brackets occasionally placed along the rough stone walls. They finally stopped in front of the last grimy dark door, having passed through several heavy wooden doors. Hermione pulled out a huge rusty key and unlocked the door herself. A cold metallic sound echoed through the narrow corridor as the huge iron lock fell to the stone floor. The first time Harry had entered this courtroom, he had been a defendant. Harry still vividly remembered the tension in his spine and the cold air of the courtroom he had felt during his trial, brought on by his attempt to save Dudley from the Dementors. However, now that he was back here as an interrogator rather than an accused, he wasn't so carefree. Hearing about Eisenbein's plan to massacre the Muggles had added to Harry's emotional burden, but he had yet to tell anyone about it. It would only cause unnecessary panic and make it even more difficult to apprehend Eisenbein without a shred of evidence. However, Eisenbein would lose at least some of his influence if Marcus were locked up in Azkaban today. The door opened to reveal a courtroom with dark stone walls, dimly lit by torches. Harry walked with Hermione and the other members of the Wisengamot between the benches on either side, then climbed the stairs to the highest seats opposite the entrance. Hermione sat in the middle of the front row, with Harry to her left. The Wisengamot members sat lost in thought, leafing through the documents in front of them. The door opened again, breaking the uncomfortable silence. The buzzing newcomers were spectators who came to watch the trial. With the wizards and witches in the audience wearing colorful robes, the drab courtroom seemed to become a little brighter. As Harry struggled to concentrate on the paper he was reading, he looked at the faces of the onlookers. They were chatting or reading the Daily Prophet with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Rita Skeeter, sitting in the front row in magenta robes, stood out from the crowd. Though her characteristic blonde hair was now half white with age, she sucked on the end of her acid-green quill and gazed up at the Wisengamot with still sharp eyes. When all the seats were taken, the latecomers began to crowd against the walls next to and behind the benches. It was then that Marcus Dolohov entered through another small door in the corner. Teddy and another Auror stood next to him, holding chains to bind him and wands pointed at the prisoner. Teddy frowned at Marcus, not hiding his disgust. But the mood in the audience was different. Although some kept their faces expressionless or glared at Marcus, more people than expected smiled at him or even clapped lightly. While his usual treatment of Harry had been to sneer at him, Marcus now held his head high with a solemn and sad expression. Marcus was then tied to a chain chair on the dungeon floor by the Aurors. Marcus looked at the Wisengamot above him with clear eyes, his expression remaining the same. Marcus Dolohov, you have been brought before the Wisengamot so that we can pass sentence on you for your alleged crime of kidnapping and attempted robbery, Hermione explained. Interrogator: Hermione Jean Granger, Minister of Magic. Harry James Potter, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Could you please elaborate on the charges against the accused, Mr. Potter? Certainly, madam. Harry took the parchment from the pile in front of him, adjusting his glasses. The accused charges are as follows. Despite publicly supporting pureblood supremacy and receiving written warnings, the accused disregarded them and participated in a deplorable plot to kidnap Mr. Garrick Ollivander from Diagon Alley on February 23rd. At the direction of an unidentified dark wizard known as Eisenbein, the accused attempted to rob Mr. Ollivander's shop and then lured the Aurors away from the scene. As a result, 1 civilian and 3 Aurors, including Susan Bones, who were in the Leaky Cauldron's drawing room, were injured. In addition, the defendant's actions contributed significantly to the abduction of Mr. Ollivander. After a moment's hesitation, Harry raised his head and continued. In this case, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement seeks a 10-year sentence in Azkaban for the defendant. The audience roared in unison as the 10-year sentence came out of his mouth, and Rita Skeeter began scribbling something on parchment very quickly, which Harry took as a bad sign. You are Marcus Dolohov, are you not? Asked Hermione calmly. Yes, my late father named me that, said Marcus clearly. "And do you admit to the charges Mr. Potter mentioned earlier?" "Yes, I admit to all these charges." There was a moment of silence in the courtroom. Then it was broken by a murmur of words that spread like an enormous wave. Despite being a little surprised, Harry continued without showing any emotion. "Do you accept the punishment demanded by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? If so?" "I do not. The accusations against me were made in self-defense, and I therefore maintain my innocence." Marcus's words were met with a roar from the audience, and Hermione had to raise her voice to be heard. "In my opinion, the terrorist acts committed by an illegal pure-blood supremacist group known as the Dawnbreakers do not fall under the category of self-defense. However, the Wisegamot will allow the accused to speak, as he has not called a specific witness and has the right to defend himself. All of you, dear wizards and witches gathered here in this courtroom, are witnesses to what is going on. That is why I have not called any additional witnesses," said Marcus softly. "I think both the observers and the Wisegamot are aware of how deeply Muggle culture has penetrated our world compared to 20 years ago. Muggles no longer make innocent and ignorant victims. Various machines they have built are dissolving the long-standing traditions of the wizarding world, cutting off communication between the old and new generations, even as we speak. For the past 1,000 years, our ancestors have guarded a way of life that continues to this day. But now the forces that threaten it are not dark wizards, but muggles, who have become more influential than ever." The audience nodded or whispered in agreement as Marcus finished his speech. "Very well, but I would just like to point out one thing. During the last war, the Death Eaters discriminated and even tortured and killed people on the basis of their ancestry, using the same excuses you just mentioned as long-standing traditions," said Harry. "It is true that in recent years the Muggle-invented smartphones have spread throughout our world. However, similar situations have occurred in the past. Adeline Gamble, the Minister of Magic in the early 19th century, had introduced the Hogwarts Express using the Muggle railway technology. And more recently, magical radios have become popular throughout the wizarding community. Nevertheless, we live in a prosperous and peaceful world today. Therefore, it is your group and you, in my opinion, who are responsible for creating unfounded fears about Muggles and alienating them from us. I would like to begin by correcting your assertion that we Dawnbreakers are no different from the Death Eaters," said Marcus. "The Death Eaters attempted to rule over the public, suppressing common wizards and witches in the process. The Dawnbreakers, however, are fundamentally different. As humble vigilantes, we have only one goal in mind: to usher in a brighter, newer future for our world." "Does the accused deny that his group has embraced pureblood supremacy?" asked Hermione, her voice trembling slightly. "Are you saying that you, born into an ancient wizarding family, do not consider yourself superior to those who are not?" "No, I do not consider myself superior in any way," Marcus said quietly, and the courtroom fell silent again. "But I do believe that there are some things that we pureblood wizards can do better than those who are not." "Isn't that another term for pureblood supremacy, no matter how well refined?" said Harry, trying to calm his anger. He felt sick at the utter hypocrisy of the man who only a few days ago had talked of slaughtering every Muggle in the world. The concept of pureblood supremacy, devised by he who must not be named, has received considerable support in the past. However, there was a fundamental flaw in the Death Eaters' ideas. That is, they were unaware of the obligations that came with the rights they claimed from their noble blood, said Marcus. Our organization is different. Our duties take precedence over our rights. And we Dawnbreakers believe that pure-blood wizards are superior to others in some ways, especially in understanding and respecting tradition. Therefore, we believe that Mr. Kingsley and Madam Granger's decision to revoke our privileges should be reversed and purebloods should be allowed to regain control of the Ministry. Are you openly stating that Muggleborns should not be running the Ministry of Magic? Asked Hermione, her face flushing with anger. Yes, that's right. And you, Madam Granger, have shown us all why such a thing should not happen. When this blatant provocation was heard, the court roared as if there had been a small explosion. There were loud arguments and even fights among the spectators on the benches. Silence. I ask you to be quiet in the courtroom. Hermione banged her gavel a few times to no avail. And only after several aurors had used the tongue-tying curse on the loudest people, the place finally quieted down. Madam Granger, when you were in charge of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, you introduced many laws extending the rights of house elves. Did you not? Said Marcus rather sharply. I have heard that you are still obsessed with this issue, even now that you have become minister. While the remarks do not seem to pertain to this trial, I believe that improving the rights of house elves is essential. But have the house elves ever stood up for their rights? Said Marcus pointedly. Do you really care about them? Or are you just making these claims to appear philanthropic? Harry secretly signaled to Hermione, who seemed to be losing her temper, not to answer. The Wisegamot will expunge your unjust accusations against the minister. Personally, I am not sure that being kind to other creatures is such a grave mistake. A few of Harry's ardent supporters on the benches below him and in the Wisegamot laughed at his words. However, more than half of those present were still focusing their attention on Marcus with serious expressions. That, in my opinion, is your mistake, said Marcus gravely. The fact that we wizards care more about others than defending our own rights has made us easy prey. Muggles robbed Gringotts of our property in broad daylight just a few weeks ago. I have also heard that a certain squib, who was brought in to fix the problem, is moving around the Ministry of Magic at will. It seems that this chain of events is part of a larger plot to undermine the power of our people. Marcus ended his speech with meaningful glances at Harry and Hermione, and many in the audience seemed to sympathize with him, and some even applauded. Here are some suggestions I would like to make. Restore the pureblood laws and allow more old families to rule selflessly in the Ministry of Magic to protect our world. If the members of the Wisegamot vote for my innocence and show their willingness to judge the present regime, they will be doing a service not only to me, but to the magical world itself. The benches below erupted in loud applause and cheers. It was time for Harry to face the inconvenient truth he had ignored for so long. There was no doubt in his mind that Eisenbein had conspired to rob the Ministry vault, but behind the scenes, the conspiracy theory that Harry and Hermione were in league with Muggles against Wizardkind had already gained a wide following. His insides churned at the harsh reality that the applauding people no longer saw him as a hero, but as a traitor to his kind. He turned his head to find Hermione with the same somber expression. With a mixture of fear and hope, Harry let the members of the Wisegamot argue and discuss for some time before he asked aloud, "Those in favor of clearing the accused of all charges?" One by one, the Wisegamot members raised their hands. The force that gripped Harry's heart grew even stronger as he deftly counted the hands. He was shocked to discover that more than half the hands were in the air before he had even finished the count. "And those who are for conviction?" asked Harry in a hoarse voice, and the rest of the hands went up. Even though they raised their hands in an upright and confident manner to show their support for Harry, they weren't as many as before. "Thank you for sharing your thoughts," Hermione said with a hint of frustration. "The accused have been cleared of all charges." As if the morning's events weren't enough to make this one of the worst days of Harry's life, there was more misfortune to come. He returned to the Auror's office clutching a pile of crumpled papers, half angry, half resigned, to find almost half of his Aurors waiting for him. Most of them were Slytherins, holding rolled parchment in their hands. "What's all this about?" said Harry in an annoyed tone. "We want to resign." Bulstrode held out his parchment with a sneer. "We got better job offers." "Arrest them all, Harry," shouted Teddy furiously, standing at their side. "They're definitely going to Eisenbein." "We can't talk about the details of our new jobs," said Bulstrode, still sneering. "Anyway, at least squibs won't interfere with us there." He then placed his resignation on the wad of parchment in Harry's arms and walked away, followed by the other Aurors from Slytherin House, who almost threw theirs away and walked past him with muffled laughter. Harry just stood there in disbelief, speechless. It had felt like a nightmare from the moment Marcus had leisurely walked out of the courtroom, free and unchained. However, Harry was forced to accept that it was a harsh reality when all the retired Aurors left and he saw the half-empty, desolate office. Almost all the Slytherins and a few purebloods from other houses had left. "What did I tell you? Didn't I tell you not to trust Slytherins?" snapped Teddy. Then a thin man stood up from one of the cubicles. Edmund Slughorn approached them and said, "If Teddy Lupin doesn't apologize to me right now, I'm leaving with them." Suddenly, Harry's anger, which had been building up over the past few months, burst like a dam. "Then go, you two-faced bastard." In a fit of rage, Harry threw the parchments he was holding onto the floor. "How dare you threaten me? I've had enough of you Slytherin snakes." Shocked at first, Edmund returned to his desk, scribbled something on a piece of parchment, and came back. Silently, he placed his resignation on the pile of parchment at Harry's feet and left the office. Harry immediately regretted what he had just impulsively said, but he knew it wouldn't win back his most trusted Auror. Fighting the strong urge to magically burn all the resignations, Harry walked into his office and slammed the door. The trip to Bulgaria. Chapter 12. The trip to Bulgaria. The last trial was an absolute disaster. "You both have to admit that," said Ron darkly. Harry, Ron and Hermione were sitting in the minister's office as usual, all three with somber faces. "There's been a lot of talk in Diagon Alley that the members of the YEA I gave you a good bashing this time. A lot of people must have had enough of the pro-Muggle policies. Just because we don't abuse or discriminate against Muggles and Muggleborns doesn't mean it's a pro-Muggle policy," said Hermione defiantly. "You know what I mean," said Ron impatiently. "So, what are we going to do?" "I can't think of a fair solution. There was only one way from the beginning," said Harry simply. "To arrest Eisenbein. I will mobilize all my Aurors to find him." "What's left of them, you mean?" "I've also heard about the mass resignations," said Ron. "We should never trust them Slytherins. Even when they seem to be obeying orders, they are always ready to follow any powerful dark wizards." Harry didn't argue with Ron this time. Ever since his son Albus and his best friend Scorpius had been assigned to Slytherin House, he had tempered his dislike for it. Recent events, however, had rekindled his animosity toward the Slytherins, some of whom had taken the lives of his parents, his godfather, and many others. If it had been possible, Harry would have changed the house Albus was in to avoid the negative influence of the pureblood worshippers. As they thought in silence, someone knocked on the door. "Please come in," said Hermione. Percy Weasley walked through the door and said, "I have some foreign intelligence to share with you, Madam Granger." "I think you'd better come some other time, Percy," said Hermione, "if your information is about another country's mascot at the Quidditch World Cup again. It's a serious conversation we're having right now." But Percy shook his head and turned to Harry instead. Harry, you were here too? Well, this is something you need to hear as well. A foreign government has discovered the cloak thief you were looking for." "What? Eisenbein, you mean?" asked Harry urgently, blood rushing to his head. "When and where?" "Just yesterday. It was the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic that contacted us," said Percy importantly. "We received the letter from Victor Crumb, our old friend. He's now in charge of the Bulgarian Aurors." "Thanks, Percy. That's good to know," said Hermione cheerfully. "Go home and pack your bags now, Ron. We should all go together." "We're going there ourselves?" "What about the Aurors?" said Ron, ashen-faced. The moment he had heard the name Victor Crumb, his face had darkened. "It can be very disrespectful to take many Aurors to a foreign land, Ron," said Percy. "I suppose a friendly visit from a small number of people would look better." "I agree. Besides, a lot of my Aurors have quit lately," Harry added. "There aren't many people to guard this place, and it's hard to trust anyone now. Teddy should be enough for our escort." "Teddy? Is he really our best choice?" Ron grunted, having witnessed Teddy's clumsy behavior many times before. "If you say so, Harry, if you say so, I'll pack up and come back here." They were able to leave the next day because the Bulgarian Minister of Magic had agreed to meet with them. Harry had told his family that he was going on a business trip abroad for a while, and had also called Teddy and explained the mission. Hopefully, in the coming weeks, he would be able to put this mysterious dark wizard to rest in his memory, just like Voldemort. When Harry and Teddy entered the minister's office at the appointed time, Ron and Hermione were arguing, as Harry had seen so many times before. "So Crumb's joining us today, is he?" said Ron sharply. "I told you Victor would come if he had time," said Hermione airily. Ron, however, still looked serious. "It won't matter. That bastard will make time anyhow, even if he has to use a time turner." He narrowed his eyes as if remembering something and glared at Hermione. "But how did you know about that? Do you two still exchange letters regularly?" "Not regularly, but in times of need, we can contact each other without hesitation." "What do you mean by that? Without hesitation?" "Stop it, both of you," Teddy said with a grin. Lovers' quarrels at this age look adorable, but we have a business trip to make. Yeah, that's for sure. What I'm not sure about is whether we're going there for something really important or for our minister's reunion with her dear old pen pal. Ron sneered. Ron, that's enough. You used to be a huge fan of Victor Crumb yourself, said Harry. And thankfully, he also helped us find Eisenbein's location. Let's get going then. Just like on their trip to France, they lined up holding hands around the bucket Hermione had prepared beforehand. Harry's arm jerked as Hermione put her foot in the portkey, and suffocating darkness enveloped them all. About 10 minutes later, the lights came back on, and they were back on the ground. Harry glanced quickly around the unfamiliar landscape, his hand still on his wand. In stark contrast to Harry's expectations, they were in a clearing in the middle of a dense forest, with tall birch trees reaching high into the sky. He was startled when Teddy suddenly began to sneeze next to him. Achoo! Sorry, I'm allergic to pollen. Achoo! At that moment, Harry spotted a figure hiding in a thicket behind his godson's hunched body and pointed his wand at it. A plump, middle-aged woman stepped out. She wore a black dress and had brown hair and a ponytail. Nice to meet you. My name is Hermione Granger, the British Minister of Magic, said Hermione politely, taking Harry by the arm and lowering his wand. Greetings, madam. I am Grozda Volchanov, the Bulgarian Minister of Magic. The two shook hands as Grozda walked over. In close-up, her nose was swollen and red-tipped, and the drooping skin around her mouth gave her a depressed look. Her gaze was then drawn to Harry's forehead, which was slightly exposed in the breeze. And you must be the famous Mr. Potter. Our people all know you well. It's a great honor to meet you. I am honored to meet you as well, Madame Volchanov, Harry said, shaking her hand. Could you be related to Boris Volkanov, the Bulgarian national team's beater? My brother and I are huge fans of his, Ron said with great interest when it was his turn to shake her hand. Boris is my son, and Pyotr Volchanov, another well-known beater active at the end of the last century, happens to be my husband, she replied in a slightly annoyed tone. But in Bulgaria, my surname is better known as being derived from Nerita Volchanova, the founder of Durmstrang Institute. Durmstrang, did you say? I've heard many fine wizards have come from that place, said Teddy briskly. Knowing his godson, Harry knew it was a sarcastic reference to the school that had produced many dark wizards like Gellert Grindelwald. He rushed forward before Teddy could show any more diplomatic disrespect and said, This place really has fresh air. Is there an entrance to the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic nearby? Sorry, Mr. Potter. Outsiders aren't allowed in our ministry, said Grozda bluntly, although there is a good cafe Virvi that can talk. Come with me there. Grozda and Hermione led the way, the other three following behind. Grozda's steps were so broad that Hermione had to hurry to keep up with her. The gap between the two women and the three men had widened. The two ministers of magic seemed to be having a boring discussion about the need for unity within the European wizarding community. So Harry kept a little distance to avoid being drawn into the conversation. Sorry, outsiders are not allowed in our ministry. Yeah, whatever. Teddy let out a muffled chuckle when Ron imitated Grozda's stern tone. Talking like the Cold War is still on. I thought Victor Crumb was the only Bulgarian so full of himself. Where are we going anyway? The road seems to continue into the deep forest, said Harry, trying not to stray from the narrow path they were following. Maybe it'll lead us to the vampires, said Ron in a low, worried voice. Harry and Teddy looked at each other and grinned, so he quickly excused himself. Transylvania isn't that far from here. We can't worry too much about them. Can we? You're so silly, Ron. Even vampires pay for their meals in restaurants these days, said Teddy. You'd have been scared too if you had heard about the vampire squib as a child. Ron shivered. That vampire thought he could use magic if he drank the blood of young wizards. That's why every night he dash. Wait, I've heard this story, said Harry. I recently learned that one of the Black ancestors was a vampire hunter who killed that squib. By the way, Ron, weren't spiders your greatest fear? Not vampires? Spiders can also be considered a kind of vampire, sucking the blood of their victims and binding them with webs. He almost hit his head on a birch branch as he closed his eyes and shuddered. Isn't she really taking us to the vampires? Why is it taking so long? Look, Grozda has stopped, Teddy said, pointing forward. The two ministers had stopped in a small clearing between trees far ahead and were waiting for them. That can't be a cafe, can it? A gesture from Hermione forced Harry, Ron, and Teddy to step into the open space after a moment's hesitation. Grozda then moved the fallen birch tree, uprooted by its roots, into the middle of the lot, without using any magic. Then, without explanation, she rode up the bare, leafless tree like a horse. "Wait, is this our ride?" asked Ron, staring at the birch tree in disbelief. "Birch is an excellent material for brooms," said Grozda stiffly. "Even the famous firebolt is made of birch." "That's true," said Harry, "but still, riding the whole tree." "Harry, you've never read anything about this part of the world, have you?" said Hermione accusingly. "In Russia and other Eastern European countries, they often ride logs instead of brooms. You might find it in my library's The Traveling Wizard's Guide to the Eastern Provinces." "Is there a law that says you have to read a book when it's on the shelf?" grunted Ron. "And if you know it so well, why don't you show us how?" Putting on a brave face, Hermione sat carefully between the branches just behind Grozda, holding the main trunk with her arms. "See? Once you get the hang of it, it's easy." The three of them could not resist sitting down on the birch. Unlike a broom, Harry was unable to grasp the thick trunk with his fingers, so he had to lie on his stomach and hug it. Grozda and Hermione, on the other hand, found it more comfortable to sit on the top of the tree and hold on to the branches. "I should have ridden first," Ron muttered in a low voice that only Harry and Teddy could hear. With his arms behind his body, he clung to the soil-covered roots. He desperately searched for a place to support himself. "I hope you are all ready then," Grozda said from the front. Harry's feet suddenly lifted off the ground, and the tree began to rise. Harry's gaze gradually shifted from the trunks to the leaves of other birch trees standing nearby, as he held on tightly to the trunk until all the trees disappeared and a clear sky appeared at the end. Beneath his feet was a wide field and a blue lake at the edge of the forest. The clouds huddled together on the clear surface of the lake looked like sheep grazing peacefully on the meadow. The air in Harry's mood cleared up as they climbed into the sky. It was easier to take in the scenery since the trunk was heavier than a broom and less likely to sway in the wind. Crossing fields and mountain ranges, they arrived at a beautiful city dotted with tiny buildings that looked like toys from a distance. Upon closer inspection, the city was a mix of concrete buildings and small houses with red roofs. There were so many clusters of trees in the downtown area that the city itself seemed to have grown naturally out of the ground. "This must be Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria. It's my first time visiting," Hermione exclaimed in front of Harry, her bushy hair fluttering in the wind. Harry was worried that passers-by would notice them, but they passed right over them without anyone realizing. It seemed the birch tree was protected by a charm. Whenever necessary, Grozda changed direction by applying different forces to her arms. Once she reached the top of an uncharacteristic building in the center of town, she began to push the log down. "Follow my lead. Those in the back." Following Grozda's instructions, Harry pressed the tree trunk down as if compacting earth. The birch gradually descended until it landed on the roof of the small building. "It was worth a trip, but I'll never use it again," Ron said in a low voice, brushing the dirt from his buttocks. "I'd have preferred a carpet, but this place is called Polnikova, the favorite cafe of wizards and witches in Sofia," Grozda said as she led the group down dark, narrow stairs from a small door on the roof. It sounded like the place played the role of the leaky cauldron in Bulgaria. The interior of the cafe became visible as Harry walked down the stairs, the cement walls exposed by the lack of paint, and the sour smell penetrating his nostrils at the same time. There was no doubt as to the source of the smell. Behind the counter by the window, glass bottles filled with thick liquids were stacked on a shelf. "That's yogurt, isn't it?" asked Hermione. "Bulgaria is famous for its yogurts, and even wizards seem to enjoy them." "Well, YEA and muggles influence each other," said Grozda. "I have heard that your wizard's food is as foul as British muggles." Hermione gave her a weak smile, seemingly unable to figure out whether she was joking or being serious. After saying something in Bulgarian to the small, bald old man standing at the bar, Grozda looked around the guests. "Choose your drink," Our Mystry will pay for it. Harry looked suspiciously at the bottles of liquid one by one. There were yogurts in every color but white, but none of them looked appetizing. What's that made of? Teddy pointed to the greenish, snot-like liquid. Fermented troll milk, Grazda replied, and Ron made a face of disgust. That will do for me. Thank you. After a moment's hesitation, Hermione pointed to the pink liquid that looked like congealed blood. This is Nogtail milk. It tastes salty at first, but has a savory aftertaste, said Grazda. As she gestured to the bottle, the old man tilted and poured it into a glass. Pointing to the grayish liquid that was the whitest thing on the shelf, Harry asked, "Can you tell me what this is made of?" "Milk from the hippogriff," Grazda said. "Then I'll take it. If you drink too much, your lips can harden like beaks, so be careful." Eventually, they sat down at a private table in the corner, where the old man soon served glasses of yogurt in different colors. Hermione sipped her pink yogurt, and only after she had cast the muffliato charm over their seats did she say, "My letter explained the reason for our visit, but I want to tell you again. I've heard that there has been a sighting of a dark wizard named Eisenbein here." "Yes, you are right," Grazda said, sipping her fluorescent yellow yogurt. "He hasn't committed any crimes in this country yet, but be on the lookout in case he shows up at your request." "Then why did he show up?" said Harry quickly. He had to strain his jaw muscles because the thick and sweet hippogriff yogurt had glued his teeth together. "In fact, Eisenbein did not appear in person," said Grazda. "The suspicious groups led by him have recently appeared in Bulgaria and neighboring countries. In addition to holding anti-Muggle protests, they secretly visit orphanages." "Orphanages?" said Hermione, her eyebrows raised. "Yes, they have been disappearing with orphans with magical abilities before our Mystry officials could do anything about it. It's happened several times in the last 3 years, but it turns out something similar happened in Hungary and Romania as well." "Where does Eisenbein come in?" asked Ron impatiently. "During an anti-Muggle lynching a few days ago, Victor and his Aurors captured a rogue wizard named Ivanov. Victor is skilled at gathering information from such people. Ivanov testified that Eisenbein had ordered him to do so, and also to steal children with magical powers from orphanages." At these words, Harry's mind flashed back to an orphan with dark hair and a pale face. Tom Marvolo Riddle had been the name of the orphan who would cause enormous pain and suffering to countless people in the years to come. Was Eisenbein looking for a child with the potential to become the next Dark Lord? Harry could think of no other reason for gathering orphans with special powers, no matter how hard he tried. The sound of a bell broke the silence as the wooden door at the entrance to the shop opened. A muscular man with round shoulders approached their table duck-footed. Aside from his larger frame and a short beard around his mouth, Victor Crumb wasn't much different from what Harry had remembered. His black eyes gleamed beneath thick, dark eyebrows, and he had a large, curved nose, looking sullen as ever. When he saw Crumb, Grazda moved in to make room for him to sit down. "Good day, Grazda. Hermione, you look wonderful." "Hello." Harry and his friends. Crumb shook hands with each of them in turn. "Long time no see, Victor. What happened to your cheek?" said Hermione, looking worried. After a loud tooting, Ron suddenly drank his blackish yogurt, which he had barely touched, and coughed. His ears had turned bright red from the moment Crumb had entered, and were now hard to distinguish from his flaming hair. "Don't worry about it. Ivanov did not come easy," Crumb said, touching the stitches on his cheek. "I wonder what his charges were. Milking a troll, maybe?" said Ron coldly. Teddy held back a laugh, almost spitting out his yogurt as he covered his mouth with his hand. "No. The filthy mark of Grindelwald Vass found on him at the checkpoint," Crumb said, not smiling at all. "It's unclear if it's true, but this man testified that Eisenbein uses the same mark, and that he calls himself the successor of Grindelwald." "Then Eisenbein is a total fraud," said Teddy indignantly. "In our country, he claims to be Voldemort's heir. What do you think, Victor? Does Eisenbein really have anything to do with Grindelwald?" Harry asked sternly, and Crumb shrugged his round shoulders. "I have no idea, but I caught some dark wizard saying that Eisenbein knew everything only Grindelwald's most trusted companions would know. He is not to be underestimated. With the exception of the Bulgarian minister, who had said goodbye and parted ways with them, the other 5 walked through downtown Sofia toward the nearest orphanage." "Harry, whose mind had become complicated, absent-mindedly looked at the surrounding landscape, while Hermione marveled at the colorfully painted, multi-domed cathedrals whenever she found one. "Harry, are we going to find anything in this orphanage?" said Teddy next to him. "I hope so. Victor believes that all the witnesses' memories have already been erased, but there may be traces left," said Harry. "Besides, there's no other place to investigate than there. Eisenbein's men visited that orphanage just a few days ago," Victor just said. "We can trust Victor Crumb's words, I think," Teddy said, looking at Crumb's back. "I saw him catch the golden snitch during the World Cup a few years ago. He's the kind of guy who does his job right." "Yeah, come to think of it, you were with us in Argentina too." Harry grinned as he remembered watching the Quidditch World Cup final in the Patagonian desert with Dumbledore's army. "I didn't know you watched the game. The reporter said you and Victor were snogging throughout the game. That Skeeter woman did the commentary, remember? There's not a word of truth in her words. At least I agree with that." On a wide brown lawn stood the orphanage, made of wood and painted white. Several small children were playing soccer on the grass, glancing curiously at the strangers who entered through the barbed wire fence. An old man in a black suit and mustache approached Harry and his companions. Crumb shook his hand, and the two chatted in Bulgarian. "This person runs the orphanage here," Crumb said, turning back to them. In response to the unfamiliar foreign words spoken quickly by the old man, the others also shook hands. According to this man, several people claiming to represent a government agency asked him if they had any children with abnormal abilities. Apparently, there was a strange boy who used to climb on the roof by himself and talk to the animals, so he let them take him away. "Sent away like that?" exclaimed Hermione, her face contorted in disbelief. "Surely there was some paperwork or something?" "Hermione, this is not England," grunted Crumb. "The Bulgarian administrative system and child protection laws are weaker than yours. The orphanage has no funding, so it could be closed at any time." "We can save the child," Harry declared, comforting a tearful Hermione. Turning to Crumb, he said, "Victor, ask him what the kidnappers looked like." Crumb immediately asked the old man something in Bulgarian. The old man tugged at his gray hair in pain, closed his eyes, and replied something rapidly in Bulgarian. "He says he has no memory of their faces," Crumb translated. "He remembers that people came and took the boy, but he cannot remember their faces." "They must have used a powerful memory charm," said Hermione thoughtfully. "I agree. When Voldemort has tricked others, he has only altered certain parts of their memories," Harry said, thinking of Morphin Gaunt, Voldemort's uncle who had been wrongly imprisoned in Azkaban. "It would be wise to bring in memory experts from the Ministry of Magic. First, let's search our surroundings for evidence. If we don't find any, I'll call the experts." The group spent 3 hours searching the orphanage and its surroundings, but found no clues to Eisenbein's whereabouts. Harry, feeling tired, sat down on the playground with his godson. In the western sky, the setting sun had already bathed the passing clouds in a soft golden light. With the ringing of the bell, all the children who had been playing there all day went inside the building, leaving the outside quiet and peaceful. Teddy was sitting on one of the scrap tires that surrounded the sandy playground, scattering a nearby pile of sand with an idle wave of his wand. "I suppose I should contact our Ministry of Magic and ask for a memory expert after all," said Harry. "Even so, the expert may not be able to restore the memory unless he or she is as talented as Dumbledore. Well, sometimes even vain hopes are worth holding on to." Teddy stood up with a groan. "I'm going to ask Mr. Crumb if there's a place nearby where you can rent owls. I may need to learn the Patronus charm soon, so I can deliver messages more easily." "That won't be necessary," Harry said, suddenly feeling the weight of the smartphone in his robes. "I'll try the Muggle way this time. It would be a lot faster than an owl." Turning on his smartphone, he found an icon that resembled a green handset and pressed it. He first called Faraday, who was probably still in the basement of Flamel's house looking for information about the Sorcerer's Stone. He then put the phone to his ear in an awkward motion, expecting Faraday to relay his message to the desired person through his department staff. "Harry, is that you?" Faraday said a few beeps later. "Yeah, it's me. How's your work going?" "Don't mention it. I feel like my eyes are going to fall out from looking at book covers all day, and I still haven't found any information about that damn stone. It has helped me improve my French a lot, though. I understand. Do me a favor. Could you please forward it to our Ministry of Magic to send some memory experts to Bulgaria? Have you found any forgetful eyewitnesses for memory restoration? Yes. I need a description of what the criminal looks like, but all memories have been magically erased. Have you checked the CCTV footage then? What kind of TV channel is CCTV? Whispered Teddy, who was listening right next to him, but Harry ignored him. Oh, I forgot to check. Then take care of that first, yelled Faraday over the phone. You have to start with the basics. It would be a shame if your detective skills were inferior to those of Sherlock Holmes when it's the 21st century. All right, I get it. I'll do as you say, Harry said and hung up, looking forward to finding a helpful clue using another Muggle technology. With Teddy at his side, he climbed the stairs to the orphanage building. In the waiting room, Ron, Hermione, and Crumb were sitting on the sofa in silence, looking tired. Harry, did you find anything? Asked Hermione, her eyes brightening. No, not yet. But Faraday told me to check the CCTVs, so here I am. He's right. Why didn't I think of that? Cried Hermione. She then found the small camera in the corner of the room and pointed to it. They're all over the place. Let's check them out right away. Do you really think they left the footage intact when they erased the witnesses' memories? Said Ron with a doubtful look. None of us thought to check, so it's likely they didn't either. Especially if they are pure-blood wizards, said Harry hopefully. After Crumb had questioned several of the employees, the old man they had met earlier took them to his office. He put on magnifying glasses and operated his old computer, finally showing them the recorded screens. The kidnappers had not touched the CCTV tapes just like they had hoped, and when the screen was enlarged, their faces were clearly visible. However, Harry, who had identified them, felt no joy. Quite the opposite. This is Ivanov. I captured him 2 days ago. Do you know the other two? Said Crumb, pointing to a young man with a triangular badge on his robes that looked like the sign of the Deathly Hallows. Standing next to Ivanov was Marcus Dolokhov, who had a long, twisted face. And then there was, "Isn't that Slughorn?" said Teddy, sounding both shocked and accusing. Just as he had mentioned, the image of Edmund Slughorn in an elegant suit, who had been one of Harry's most trusted men, was on the screen. What did I tell you, Harry? Never, ever trust a Slytherin. Harry could not argue with his godson. A sense of betrayal choked him, and his heart was beating so fast it hurt.